Book 4 of the Malloreon, The Sorceress of Darshiva, by David Eddings. Prologue. Being a brief history of the Eastern Empire, from Emperors of Melcena and Malloreon, University of Melcene Press. The origins of the Melcene Empire are forever lost to us. Some legends maintain that the precursors of the Melcenes came in rude canoes out of the vast sea lying east of the Melcene Islands. Others contend that the ancestral Melcene was an offshoot of that curious culture existing in Dalesia. Whatever the source, Melcena stands as the oldest civilization on the earth. Melcena has always been closely allied with the sea, and her original home lay in the islands off of the east coast of the Malloreon continent. The capital at Melcena was a city of light and culture when Tolhonoth was a rude village, and Malzeth was only a shabby cluster of tents. Only Kel stood in contemplation of the heavens to rival the ancestral home of the Melcenes. It was the advent of a catastrophe which caused Melcena to abandon its splendid isolation. At a time estimated to be 5,000 years ago, a disaster occurred far to the west. The Angaraks and Elorns blamed this on a theological dispute between the gods. Such explanation is not to be taken seriously, but it does give some insight into the gropings of primitive minds to explain the forces of nature. Whatever the source, the cataclysm involved a great split in the proto-continent and engendered colossal tidal waves. The seas first fell, then rose, and ultimately came to rest at more or less the present shoreline. For Melcena, this was disastrous. Fully half of the land area of ancient Melcena was lost to the sea. Although the loss of property was enormous, the bulk of the people were saved. This left a pitifully overcrowded population clinging to the remnants of their former islands. The capital at Melcena had been a fair city in the mountains, where affairs could be managed without the debilitating effects of the climate in the tropical lowlands. Following the catastrophe, Melcena was a shattered city, destroyed by earthquake and flood, lying no more than a league from the new coast. After a period of rebuilding, it became clear that the shrunken homeland could no longer support the population. Thus, the Melcenes turned to the mainland. Southeastern Malloreon lay closest, a region populated by peoples of their own racial stock with a compatible, though corrupted, language. To that region, the Melcenes turned their attention. There were 5 primitive kingdoms in the area: Gandahar, Darshiva, Telanta, Peldane, and Rangel. These were quickly overrun by the technologically superior Melcenes, and were absorbed into their growing empire. The dominating force in the Melcene Empire was the bureaucracy. While there were drawbacks to a bureaucratic form of government, it provided the advantages of continuity, and a clear-eyed pragmatism more concerned with finding the most practical way to get the job done than with whim, prejudice, and egocentricity, which so frequently move other forms of government. Melcene bureaucracy was practical almost to a fault. The concept of an aristocracy of talent dominated Melcene thinking. If one bureau ignored a talented individual, another was almost certain to snap him up. The various departments of the Melcene government rushed into the newly conquered mainland provinces to winnow through the population in search of genius. The conquered peoples were thus absorbed directly into the mainstream of the life of the empire. Always pragmatic, the Melcenes left the royal houses of the 5 mainland provinces in place, preferring to operate through established lines of authority rather than set up new ones. For the next 1,400 years, the Melcene Empire prospered, far removed from the theological and political squabbles of the Western continent. Melcene culture was secular, civilized, and highly educated. Slavery was unknown, and trade with the Angaraks and their subject peoples in Coranda and Dalesia was extremely profitable. The old capital at Melcena became a major center of learning. Unfortunately, some Melcene scholars turned toward the arcane. Their summoning of evil spirits went far beyond the mumbo-jumbo of the Merindum, or the Kerendis, and began to delve into darker and more serious areas. They made progress in witchcraft and necromancy. But the major interest lay in the field of alchemy. The first encounter with the Angaraks took place during this period. Although victorious in that first meeting, the Melcenes realized that eventually the Angaraks would overwhelm them by sheer weight of numbers. While the Angaraks bent most of their efforts to the establishment of the Dalesian protectorates, there was a wary, tentative peace. The trade contacts between the two nations yielded a somewhat better understanding of each other, though the Melcenes were amused by the preoccupation with religion of even the most worldly Angarak. Over the next 1,800 years, relations between the two nations deteriorated into little wars, seldom lasting more than a year or two. Both sides scrupulously avoided committing their full forces, obviously not wishing all-out confrontation. To gain more information about each other, the two nations developed a tradition of exchanging the children of various leaders for certain periods of time. The sons of high-ranking Melcene bureaucrats were sent to Malzeth to live with the families of Angarak generals, and the generals' sons were sent to the imperial capital to be raised. The result was a group of young men with cosmopolitanism, which later became the norm for the ruling class of the Malloreon Empire. One such exchange toward the end of the 4th millennium ultimately resulted in the unification of the two peoples. At about the age of 12, a youth named Kalath, son of a high-ranking Angarak general, was sent to Melcena to spend his formative years in the household of the imperial minister of foreign affairs. The minister had frequent official and social contacts with the imperial family, and Kalath soon became a welcome guest at the imperial palace. Emperor Molvan was an elderly man with but one surviving child, a daughter named Daenerys, perhaps a year younger than Kalath. Matters between the two youngsters progressed in a not uncommon fashion until Kalath was recalled at 18 to Malzeth to begin his military career. Kalath rose meteorically through the ranks to the position of Governor-General of the district of Rakuth by the time he was 28, thereby becoming the youngest man ever elevated to the general staff. A year later, he journeyed to Melcene, where he and Princess Daenerys were married. In the years that followed, Kalath divided his time between Melcena and Malzeth, building a power base in each, and when Emperor Molvan died in 3829, he was ready. There had been others in line for the throne, but most of these had died, frequently under mysterious circumstances. It was, nonetheless, over the violent objections of many noble families of Melcena, that Kalath was declared Emperor of Melcena in 3830. These objections were quieted with brutal efficiency by Kalath's cohorts. Daenerys had produced 7 healthy children to ensure that Kalath's line would continue. Journeying to Malzeth the following year, Kalath brought the Melcene army to the border of Delshin, where it stood poised. At Malzeth, Kalath delivered an ultimatum to the general staff. His forces comprised the army of his own district of Rakuth and of the eastern principalities in Karand, where the Angarak military governors had sworn allegiance to him. Together with the army on the Delshin border, This gave him absolute military supremacy. His demand was to be appointed Over-General of the armies of Angarak. There were precedents. In the past, an occasional general had been granted that office, though it was far more common for the general staff to rule jointly. But Calath's demand brought something new into the picture. His position as emperor was hereditary, and he insisted that the over-generalship of Angarak also be passed to his heirs. Helplessly, the generals acceded to his demands. Calath stood supreme on the continent as Emperor of Melcena and Commander-in-Chief of Angarak. The integration of Melcena and Angarak was turbulent, but in the end, Melcena patience won out over Angarak brutality, as it became evident over the years that the Melcena bureaucracy was infinitely more efficient than Angarak military administration. The bureaucracy first moved on such mundane matters as standards and currency. From there, it was but a short step to establishing a continental Bureau of Roads. Within a few hundred years, the bureaucracy ran virtually every aspect of life on the continent. As always, it gathered up talented men and women from every corner of Malloria, regardless of race. Soon, administrative units comprised of Melcenes, Karans, and Dalasians, and Angaraks were not at all uncommon. By 4400, the bureaucratic ascendancy was complete. In the interim, the title of Over-General had begun to fall into disuse, perhaps because the bureaucracy customarily addressed all communications to the Emperor. There appears to have been no specific date when the Emperor of Melcena became the Emperor of Malloria, and such usage was never formally approved until after the disastrous adventure in the west, which ended in the Battle of Vomimbre. The conversion of Melcenes to the worship of Torak was at best superficial. They pragmatically accepted the forms of Angarak worship out of political expediency, but the Grolums were unable to command the abject submission to the dragon god, which had always characterized the Angaraks. In 4850, Torak himself suddenly emerged from his aeons of seclusion at Ashaba. A vast shock ran through Malloria as the living god, his maimed face concealed behind a polished steel mask, appeared at the gates of Malzeth. The emperor was disdainfully set aside, and Torak assumed full authority as Kal, king and god. Messengers were dispatched to Tolmergos, Mishrakachtul, and Garagnadrak, and a council of war was held at Malzeth in 4852. The Dalasians, Karans, and Melcenes were stunned by the appearance of a figure they had always thought purely mythical, and their shock was compounded by the presence of Torak's disciples. Torak was a god, and did not speak, except to issue commands. But the disciples, Tukchik, Zedar, and Irvon, were men, and they probed and examined everything with a kind of cold disdain. They saw at once that Mallorean society had become almost totally secular, and took steps to rectify the situation. A reign of terror descended upon Malloria. Grolums were everywhere, and secularism was a form of heresy to them. The sacrifices, long virtually unknown, were renewed with a fanatic enthusiasm. Soon not a village in all Malloria did not have its altar and reeking bonfire. In one stroke, Torak's disciples overturned millennia of military and bureaucratic rule, and returned absolute dominion to the Grolums. Soon, there was not one facet of Mallorean life that did not bow abjectly to the will of Torak. The mobilization of Malloria, in preparation for the war with the West, virtually depopulated the continent, and the disaster at Vomimbre wiped out an entire generation. The catastrophic campaign, coupled with the apparent death of Torak at the hands of the Raven Warder, utterly demoralized Malloria. The doddering old emperor emerged from retirement to try to rebuild the shattered bureaucracy. Grolem efforts to maintain control were met with universal hatred. Without Torak, they had no real power. Most of the emperor's sons had perished at Vomimbre, but one gifted child remained. A boy of 7, the son of his old age. The emperor spent his few remaining years instructing and preparing his son for the task of ruling. When age finally rendered the emperor incompetent, Korzeth, then about 14, callously deposed his father and ascended the imperial throne. After the war, Malloreon society had fractured back to its original components of Melcena, Coranda, Dalasia, and Malloria Antiqua. There was even a movement to disintegrate further into the prehistoric kingdoms which had existed before the coming of the Angarax. This movement was particularly strong in the Principality of Gandahar in southern Melcena, in Zamad and Forsebo in Coranda, and in Perivor in the Dalasian protectorates. Deceived by Korzeth's youth, these regions rashly declared independence from the imperial throne at Malzeth, and other principalities gave indications that they would soon follow suit. Korzeth moved immediately to stem the tide of revolution. The boy emperor spent the rest of his life on horseback in perhaps the greatest bloodbath in history. But when he was done, he delivered a reunified Malloria to his successor to the throne. The descendants of Korzeth brought a different kind of rule to the continent. Before the disastrous war, the Emperor of Malloria had often been little more than a figurehead, and power had largely rested within the bureaucracy. But now, the imperial throne was absolute. The center of power shifted from Melcena to Malzeth, in keeping with the military orientation of Korzeth and his descendants. As is usual when power rests in the hands of one supreme ruler, intrigue became commonplace. Plots and conspiracies abounded as various functionaries schemed to discredit rivals and gain imperial favor. Rather than trying to stop these palace intrigues, Korzeth's descendants encouraged them, perceiving that men divided by mutual distrust could never unite to challenge the power of the throne. The present emperor, Zakath, assumed the throne during his 18th year. Intelligent, sensitive, and capable, he gave early promise of enlightened rule. A personal tragedy, however, turned him from that course and made him a man feared by half of the world. Now he is obsessed with the concept of power. The idea of becoming overking of all of the Angarax has dominated his thoughts for the past 2 decades. Only time will determine if Zakath will succeed in asserting dominance over the western Angarak kingdoms. But if he succeeds, the history of the entire world may be profoundly altered. Part 1. Melcena. Chapter 1. Her Majesty Queen Poran of Drasnia was in a pensive mood. She stood at the window of her pink-frilled sitting room in the palace at Boktor, watching her son Kiva and Unrak, the son of Berak of Trelheim, at play in a garden drenched with morning sunlight. The boys had reached that age where sometimes it seemed almost possible to see them growing, and their voices wavered uncertainly between boyish soprano and manly baritone. Poran sighed, smoothing the front of her black gown. The Queen of Drasnia had worn black since the death of her husband. "You would be proud of him, Rodar," she whispered sadly. There was a light knock at the door. "Yes," she replied. not turning. "There's a Nadrak here to see you, your majesty," the aged butler at the door reported. "He says you know him." "Oh?" "He says his name is Yarblek." "Oh, yes, Prince Keldar's associate. Show him in, please." "There's a woman with him, your majesty," the butler said with a disapproving expression. "She uses language your majesty might prefer not to hear." Porin smiled warmly. "That must be Vela," she said. "I have heard her swear before. I don't know that she's really all that serious about it. Show them both in, if you would, please." "At once, your majesty." Yarblek was as shabby as ever. At some point, the shoulder seam of his long black overcoat had given way, and had been rudimentarily repaired with a piece of rawhide thong. His beard was coarse and black and scraggly, his hair was unkempt, and he looked as if he didn't smell very good. "Your Majesty," he said grandly, attempting a bow which was marred a bit by an unsteady lurch. "Drunk already, Master Yarblek?" Porin asked him archly. "No, not really, Porin," he replied unabashed. "It's just a little carryover from last night." The Queen was not offended by the Nadrak's use of her first name. Yarblek's grip on formality had never been very firm. The woman who had entered with him was a stunningly beautiful Nadrak, with blue-black hair and smoldering eyes. She was dressed in tight-fitting leather trousers and a black leather vest. A silver-hilted dagger protruded from each of her boot-tops, and 2 more were tucked under the wide leather belt about her waist. She bowed with infinite grace. "You look tired, Porin," she observed. "I think you need more sleep." Porin laughed. "Tell that to the people who bring me stacks of parchment every hour or so." "I made myself a rule years ago," Yarblek said, sprawling uninvited in a chair. "Never put anything down in writing. It saves time as well as keeping me out of trouble." "It seems to me that I have heard Keldar say the same thing." Yarblek shrugged. "Silk's got a good grip on reality." "I have not seen you two for quite some time," Porin noted, also sitting. "We have been in Malloreon," Vela told her, wandering around the room and looking appraisingly at the furnishings. "Isn't that dangerous? I have heard that there's a plague there." "Oh, it's pretty much confined to Malzeth," Yarblek replied. "Polgara persuaded the Emperor to seal up the city." "Polgara?" Porin exclaimed, coming to her feet. "What is she doing in Malloreon?" "She was going in the general direction of a place called Darshiva, last time I saw her. She had Belgarath and the others with her." "How did they get to Malloreon?" "By boat, I would imagine. It's a long swim." "Yarblek, am I going to have to drag every single scrap of information out of you?" Porin demanded in exasperation. "Oh, I'm getting to it, Porin," he said, sounding a little injured. "Do you want the story first or the messages? I have got lots of messages for you, and Vela's got a couple more that she won't even talk about. At least not to me." "Just start at the beginning, Yarblek." Any way you want it." He scratched at his beard. "The way I got this story is that Silk and Belgarath and the others were in Tul Murgos. They got captured by the Malloreons, and Zakath took them all to Marzeth. The young fellow with the big sword, Belgarian, isn't it? Anyway, he and Zakath got to be friends."
"Garion and Zakath?"
Porin asked incredulously.
"How?"
"I wouldn't know. I wasn't there when it happened. To make it short, they were friends, but then the plague broke out in Marzeth."
I managed to sneak Silk and the others out of the city, and we went north. We separated before we got to Vena. They wanted to go to this Ashaba place, and I had a caravan load of goods I wanted to get to Yarmarak. Made a very good profit, actually.
Why were they going to Ashaba?
They were after some woman named Zandramas, the one who abducted Belgarian's son.
A woman? Zandramas is a woman?
So they told me. Belgarath gave me a letter for you. It's all in there. I told him that he shouldn't write it down, but he wouldn't listen to me.
Yarblek unwound himself from his chair, fished around inside his overcoat, and handed a rumpled and none too clean piece of parchment to the Queen. Then he strolled to the window and looked out.
Isn't that Trelheim's boy down there? The husky one with the red hair.
Porin was reading the parchment.
Yes,
she said absently, trying to concentrate on the message.
Is he here? Trelheim, I mean.
Yes. I don't know if he's awake yet, though. He stayed up rather late last night, and he was a little tipsy when he went to bed.
Yarblek laughed. Ha! That is Barak, all right. Has he got his wife and daughters with him, too?
No,
Porin said.
They stayed in Val Alorn, making the preparations for his oldest daughter's wedding.
Is she that old already?
Carrick's very young. They seem to think it is the best way to keep a girl out of trouble. Barak and his son came here to get away from all of the fuss.
Yarblek laughed again.
I think I will go wake him up and see if he's got anything to drink.
He touched his forefinger to the spot between his eyes with a pained look.
I am feeling a little delicate this morning, and Barak is a good man to get well with. I'll stop back when I'm feeling better. Besides, you have got your mail to read. Oh, I almost forgot. Here are some others.
He started rummaging around inside his shabby coat.
One from Pogora.
He tossed it negligently on the table.
One from Belgarian. One from Silk. And one from Blonde Girl with the dimples. The one they call Velvet. The snake didn't send anything. You know how snakes are. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm really not feeling too good.
He lurched to the door and went out.
That is the most exasperating man in the world,
Porin declared.
He does it on purpose,
Vela shrugged.
He thinks it's funny. Yarblek said that you have some messages for me, too. I suppose I should read them all at once, get all of the shocks over with at one time. I've got only one, Porin,
Vela replied.
And it isn't in writing. Lysel, the one they call Velvet, asked me to tell you something when we were alone. All right,
Porin said, putting down Belgarath's letter.
I'm not sure how they found out about this,
Vela said.
But it seems that the king of Tol Murgos is not the son of Taur Ogas. What are you saying, Vela? Urgot is not even related to that frothing lunatic. It seems that a number of years ago, a certain Drasnian businessman paid a visit to the palace in Ratkoska. He and Tar Urgos' second wife became friendly.
She smiled with one eyebrow slightly raised.
Very friendly? I've always had that suspicion about Murgo women. Anyway, Urgot was the result of that friendship.
A terrible suspicion began to dawn on Queen Porin. Vela grinned impishly at her.
We all knew that Silk had royal connections. We just didn't know how many royal families he was connected to. No,
Porin gasped. Vela laughed.
Oh, yes. Lysel confronted Urgot's mother with it, and the lady confessed.
The Nadrak girl's face grew serious.
The whole point of Lysel's message is that Silk does not want that bony fellow Javelin to find out about it. Liselle felt that she had to report it to somebody. That's why she told me to pass it on to you. I guess you are supposed to decide whether to tell Javelin or not." "How very kind of her," Porin said dryly. "Now they want me to keep secrets from the chief of my own intelligence service." Vela's eyes twinkled. "Liselle's in a kind of difficult situation, Porin. I know that I drank too much and I swear a lot. That makes people think I'm stupid, but I'm not. Nadrak women know the world, and I have very good eyes. I didn't actually catch them at it, but I'd be willing to wager half the money I'll get when Yarblik tells me that Silk and Liselle are keeping company." "Vela, I couldn't prove it, Porin, but I know what I saw." The Nadrak girl sniffed at her leather vest and made a sour face. "If it's not too much trouble, I would really like to take a bath. I've been in the saddle for weeks. Horses are nice enough animals, I suppose, but I really don't want to smell like one." Porin's mind was working very fast now to give herself time to think. She rose and approached the wild Nadrak girl. "Have you ever worn satin, Vela? A gown, perhaps?" "Satin? Me?" Vela laughed coarsely. "Nadraks never wear satin." "Then you might be the very first." Queen Porin reached out her small white hands and lifted Vela's wealth of blue-black hair into a tumbled mass atop her head. "I would give my soul for hair like that," she murmured. "I'll trade you," Vela offered. "Do you know what price I could bring if I were blonde?" "Hush, Vela," Porin said absently. "I'm trying to think." She twined the girl's hair loosely about her hands, startled at how alive it felt. Then she reached out, lifted Vela's chin, and looked into her huge eyes. Something seemed to reach out and touch the Queen of Dresnia, and she suddenly knew the destiny of this half-wild child in front of her. "Oh, my dear," she almost laughed. "What an amazing future you have in store for you. You will touch the sky, Vela, the very sky." "I really don't know what you're talking about, Porin." "You will." Porin looked at the perfect face before her. "Yes," she said. "Satin, I think. Lavender would be nice." "I prefer red." "No, dear," Porin told her. "Red just would not do. It definitely has to be lavender." She reached out and touched the girl's ears. "And I think amethyst here and here." "What are you up to?" "It is a game, child. Dresnians are very good at games. And when I am done, I will double your price." Porin was just a bit smug about it. "Bathe first. Then let's see what we can do with you." Vela shrugged. "As long as I can keep my daggers." "We'll work that out." "Can you really do something with a lump like me?" Vela asked almost plaintively. "Oh, trust me," Porin said, smiling. "Now, go bathe, child. I have letters to read and decisions to make." After the Queen of Dresnia had read the letters, she summoned her butler and issued a couple of orders. "I want to speak with the Earl of Trelheim," she said, "before he gets any drunker. I also need to talk with Javelin just as soon as he can get to the palace." It was perhaps 10 minutes later when Berak appeared in the doorway. He was a bit bleary-eyed, and his vast red beard stuck out in all directions. Yarblik came with him. "Put away your tankards, gentlemen," Porin said crisply. "There is work to be done. Berak is the seabird ready to sail?"
She's always ready," he said in an injured tone.
"Good. Then round up your sailors. You have a number of places to go. I'm calling a meeting of the Elon Council. Get word to Anheg, Fulverak, and Bran's son Kael at Riva. Stop off in Arindia and pick up Mandoralan and Leldorin." She pursed her lips. Corodulan is not well enough to travel, so bypass Pomimbre. He would get out of his deathbed to attend if he knew what was going on. Go to Torhanath instead and get Varanna. I will send word to Kohag and Hetar myself. Yarblek, you go to Yarnadrak and get Rosta. Leave Vela here with me.
But...
No buts, Yarblek. Do exactly as I say.
I thought you said this was a meeting of the Elon Council, Boren. Beric objected. Why are we inviting the Erons, and the Tolnedrons, and the Nadraks?
We have got an emergency on our hands, Beric, and it concerns everybody.
They stood staring stupidly at her. She clapped her hands together sharply.
Quickly, gentlemen, quickly. We don't have any time to waste.
Urgot, High King of Tol Murgos, sat on his garish throne in the Drojum Palace at Rak Urga. He was dressed in his favorite purple doublet and hose. He had one leg negligently cocked over the arm of the throne, and he was absently tossing his crown back and forth between his hands as he listened to the droning voice of Agachak, the cadaverous-looking hierarch of Rak Urga.
"It's going to have to wait, Agachak," he said finally. "I am getting married next month." "This is a command of the church, Urgot." "Wonderful. Give the church my regards."
Agachak looked taken aback.
"You don't believe in anything now, do you, my king?"
"Not very much, no. Is this sick world we live in ready for atheism yet?"
For the first time in his life, Urgot saw doubt on the face of the hierarch.
"Atheism is a clean place, Agachak. A flat, grey, empty place where man makes his own destiny, and let the gods go hang. I didn't make them. They didn't make me. And we are quits on all of that. I wish them well, though."
"This is unlike you, Urgot,"
Agachak said.
"No, not really. I am just tired of playing the clown."
He stretched out his leg and tossed his crown at his foot like a hoop. He caught it and kicked it back again.
"You don't really understand, do you, Agachak?" he said as he caught the crown out of mid-air.
The hierarch of Rak Urga drew himself up.
"This is not a request, Urgot. I am not asking you."
"Good, because I'm not going."
"I command you to go."
"I don't think so."
"Do you realize to whom you are talking?"
"Oh, perfectly, old boy. You are the same tiresome old Grolum who has been boring me to tears ever since I inherited the throne from that fellow who used to chew on the carpets back in Rakbuska. Listen carefully, Agachak. I'll use short words and simple sentences so that I don't confuse you. I am not going to Malloria. I have never had any intention of going to Malloria. There is nothing I want to see in Malloria. There's nothing I want to do there. I most definitely do not intend to put myself anywhere near Karzakath, and he has gone back to Malzeth. Not only that, they have demons in Malloria. Have you ever seen a demon, Agachak?"
"Once or twice," the hierarch replied sullenly.
"And you're still going to Malloria? Agachak, you are as crazy as Taur Urgos was."
"I can make you king of all Angarak."
"I don't want to be king of all Angarak. I don't even want to be king of Tol Murgos. All I want is to be left alone to contemplate the horror that is about to descend on me."
"Your marriage, you mean?"
Agachak's face grew sly.
"You could evade that by coming to Malloria with me."
"Have I been going too fast for you, Agachak? A wife is bad enough. Demons are much worse. Did anybody ever tell you what that thing did to Kabat?
Urgot shuddered. I can protect you. Urgot laughed scornfully.
You? Agachak? You couldn't even protect yourself. Even Polgora had to have help from a god to deal with that monster. Do you plan to resurrect Torak to give you a hand? Or maybe you could appeal to Aldor. He's the one that helped Polgora. I don't really think he'd like you, though. I don't even like you, and I've known you all my life.
You go too far, Urgot.
No, not far enough, Agachak. 4 centuries, aeons probably. You Grolums have held the upper hand in Tolmurgos, but that was when Tuchik was still alive, and Tuchik is dead now. You did know about that, didn't you, old boy? He tried his hand against Belgarath, and Belgarath disassembled him right down to the floor. I may be the only Murgo alive who has ever met Belgarath and lived to talk about it. We're actually on fairly good terms. Would you like to meet him? I could probably arrange an introduction if you would like it.
Agachak visibly shrank back.
Ha! Much better, Agachak,
Urgot said smoothly.
I'm delighted at your grasp of the realities of the situation. Now, I'm certain that you can raise your hand and wiggle your fingers at me, but now I know how to recognize that sort of thing. I watched Belgarian rather closely while we were trotting across Tacha last winter. If your hand moves even a fraction of an inch, you're going to get about a bushel basket full of arrows right in the middle of the back. The archers are already in place, and their bows are already drawn. Give it some thought, Agachak, while you're leaving.
This is not like you, Urgot, Agachak said, his nostrils white with fury.
I know. Delightful, isn't it? You may go now, Agachak.
The hierarch spun on his heel and started toward the door.
Oh, by the way, old boy,
Urgot added,
I've had news that our dear brother Gethel of Tuldum recently died. It was probably something he ate. Tulls eat almost anything that swims, flies, crawls, or spawns on rotten meat. It's a pity, actually. Gethel was one of the few people in the world I could bully. Anyway, he has been succeeded on the throne by his half-wit son, Nathal. I've met Nathal. He has the mentality of an earthworm, but he's a true Angarak king. Why don't you see if he wants to go to Malloria with you? It might take you a while to explain to him where Malloria is, since I think he believes that the world is flat. But I have every confidence in you, Agachak.
Urgot flipped his hand at the fuming hierarch.
Run along now. Go back to your temple and get a few more Grolums. Maybe you can even get the fires started in your sanctum again. If nothing else, I'm sure it will calm your nerves.
Agachak stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Urgot doubled over, pounding on the arm of his throne and howling with glee.
Don't you think you might have gone just a bit too far, my son?
Lady Tamazin asked from the shadowy alcove, where she had been listening in.
Oh, perhaps so, Mother,
he agreed, still laughing.
But wasn't it fun?
She limped into the light and smiled fondly at him.
Yes, Urgot, it was. But don't push Agachak too far. He can be a dangerous enemy. Oh, I've got lots of enemies, Mother, Urgot said, tugging unconsciously at his long, pointed nose. Most of the people in the world hate me. But I have learned to live with that. It is not as if I had to run for re-election, you know.
The bleak-faced Seneschal Oscatat also came out of the shadowed alcove.
What are we going to do with you, Urgot? He said wryly. What did Belgarian teach you, anyway?
He taught me how to be a king, Oscatat. I may not last very long, but by the gods, as long as I am here, I am going to be a king. Well, they're going to kill me anyway, so I might as well enjoy myself while I can.
His mother sighed, then raised her hands helplessly.
There is no reasoning with him, Oscotat.
I suppose not, my Lady Tamazin,
the gray-haired man agreed.
Princess Prala wants to speak with you,
Tamazin said to her son.
I am at her immediate disposal, Urgot said. Not only immediate, but perpetual, if I understand the terms of the marriage contract.
Be nice,
Tamazin chided.
Yes, mother.
The Princess Prala, of the House of Than, swept in through a side door. She wore a riding habit consisting of a calf-length black skirt, a white satin blouse, and polished boots. Her heels hit the marble floor like little hammers, her long black hair swayed at her back, and her eyes were dangerous. She held a parchment scroll in her hands.
Will you assist me, my lord Oscotat?
Lady Tamazin asked, holding one hand out to the seneschal.
Of course, my lady,
he replied, offering his arm to Urgot's mother with tender solicitude. The two of them withdrew.
Now what?
Urgot warily asked his bride-to-be.
Am I disturbing your majesty?
Prala asked. She did not bother to curtsy. The princess had changed. She was no longer a properly submissive Murgo lady. The time she had spent with Queen Tenedra and the Margravine Lizelle had definitely corrupted her, Urgot felt, and the unwholesome influence of Pulgora the sorceress showed in her every move and gesture. She was, however, Urgot concluded, absolutely adorable now. Her black eyes flashed, her delicate white skin seemed to reflect her mood, and her wealth of black hair seemed almost alive as it flowed down her back. Rather surprisingly, Urgot found that he was very fond of her.
You always disturb me, my beloved,
he answered her question, spreading his arms extravagantly.
Stop that,
she snapped.
You sound like your brother.
It runs in the family.
Did you put this in here?
She demanded, waving the scroll at him like a club.
Did I put what in where?
This.
She unrolled the scroll.
It is agreed that the Princess Prala of the House of Than shall be His Majesty's most favored wife.
She read it again.
Most favored wife?
Came out from between clenched teeth.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
He asked, a little surprised at the girl's vehemence.
The implication is that there will be others.
Oh, it's the custom, Prala. I did not make the rules.
You are the king. Make different rules.
Me?
He swallowed hard.
There will be no other wives, Urgot, or royal concubines.
Her usually gentle voice seemed to crackle.
You are mine, and I am not going to share you with anybody.
Do you really feel that way?
He asked, a bit amazed.
Yes, I do.
She lifted her chin.
Huh. Nobody has ever felt that way about me before.
Get used to it.
Her voice was flat and had the overtone of daggers in it.
We will amend the passage, he agreed quickly. I don't need more than one wife anyway.
Definitely not, my lord. A very wise decision.
Naturally. All royal decisions are wise. It says so in the history books.
She tried very hard not to smile, but finally gave up, and then laughed and hurled herself into his arms.
Oh, Urgot.
She burrowed her face into his neck.
I do love you.
You do? What an amazing thing.
Suddenly an idea came to him, and its sheer purity almost blinded him.
What's your feeling about a double wedding, love?
She pulled her face back from where she had been grazing on his neck.
I don't quite follow you,
she admitted. I'm the king, right?
A little more than you were before you met Belgarian, she admitted.
He let that pass.
I've got this female relative. I'm going to be busy being married.
Oh, very busy, my love,
she agreed. He coughed nervously.
Anyway, he rushed on, I'm not really going to have all that much time to look after this certain female relative, am I? Wouldn't it be better if I married her off to some deserving fellow who has always held her in the highest regard?
I don't quite follow you, Urgot. I didn't think you had any female relatives.
Only one, my princess, he grinned at her. Only one. She stared at him.
Urgot,
she gasped.
He gave her a rat-faced little grin.
I am the king, he said grandly. I can do anything I want to do, and my mother has been alone for far too long, wouldn't you say? Oscatat has loved her since she was a girl, and she's at least fond of him. Although I think it might go a little farther than that. If I order them to get married, they'd have to do it, wouldn't they?
That's absolutely brilliant, Urgot,
she marveled. It comes from my Drasnian heritage, he admitted modestly. Kelda himself could not have come up with a neater scheme.
It's perfect,
she almost squealed.
This way I won't have a mother-in-law interfering when I start changing you.
Changing?
Oh, just a few little things, love,
she said sweetly.
You have a few bad habits, and your taste in clothing is terrible. Whatever possessed you to start wearing purple?
Anything else?
I'll bring the list with me next time I visit.
Urgot began to have second thoughts at that point. His Imperial Majesty, Kal-Zakath of Maloria, had a busy morning that day. Most of the time he was closeted with Brador, chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs, in a small blue-draped office on the second floor of the palace.
It's definitely subsiding, Your Majesty,
Brador reported, when the subject of the plague came up.
There hasn't been a new case in the past week, and a surprising number of people are actually recovering. The plan of walling off each separate district of the city seems to have worked. That's good,
Zakath said. He turned to another matter.
Is there any further word out of Karanda?
Brador shuffled through the papers he was holding.
Minga hasn't been seen for several weeks now, Your Majesty.
The chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs smiled briefly.
That particular plague also seems to be subsiding. The demons appear to have left, and the fanatics are losing heart.
He tapped one of the papers against his pursed lips.
It's only an educated guess, Your Majesty, since I can't get any agents into the region. But the turmoil appears to have shifted to the east coast. Shortly after Minga disappeared, large bodies of Karandi's irregular troops, along with Irvan's civil guardsmen and his kandam, crossed the mountains of Samad, and all communications out of Rasibo and Rengel have broken down.
Irvan? Zakath asked.
It appears so, Your Majesty. I'd say that the disciple is moving into position for a final confrontation with Zandramas. One is tempted to suggest that we just let them fight it out. I don't think that the world would miss either of them very much.
A faint, icy smile touched Zakath's lips.
You are right, Brador. It is tempting. But I don't think we should encourage that sort of thing, just as a matter of policy. Those principalities are a part of the Empire, and they are entitled to imperial protection. It might start some ugly rumors if we were to just stand idly by and let Irvan and Zandramas rip up the countryside. If anybody brings military force to bear in Maloria, it is going to be me.
He leafed through the papers on the table in front of him, picked one up and frowned at it.
I suppose we had better deal with this. Where have you got Baron Vaska? He's in the cell with a splendid view, Brador replied. He can look out at the executioner's block. I'm sure it's been most educational.
Zakath remembered something then.
Demote him, he said. Oh, that's another word for the procedure, Brador murmured. That is not exactly what I meant,
Zakath said with another chill smile.
Persuade him to tell us where he hid all of the money he extorted from the people that he dealt with. We will transfer the funds to the Imperial Treasury.
He turned to look at the large map on the wall of his study.
Southern Ebal, I think.
Your Majesty? Brador looked puzzled.
Assign him to the post of Minister of Trade in Southern Ebal. There isn't any trade in Southern Ebal, Your Majesty. There aren't any seaports, and the only thing they raise in the timber marshes is mosquitoes. Vaska is inventive. I am sure that he will come up with something. Then you don't want him?
Brador made a suggestive gesture across his throat with one hand.
No, Zakath said. I am going to try something Belgarian suggested. I may need Vaska again someday, and I don't want to have to dig him up in pieces.
A faintly pained look crossed the Emperor's face.
Has there been any word about him?
Vaska?
No.
Belgarian.
They were seen shortly after they left Malzeth, Your Majesty. They were traveling with Prince Keldar's Nadrak partner, Yarblek. Not long after that, Yarblek sailed for Garag Nadrak. It was all a ruse, then, Zakath sighed. All Belgarian really wanted was to get back to his own country. That wild story of theirs was made up out of whole cloth.
Zakath passed a weary hand in front of his eyes.
I really liked that young man, Brador. I should have known better. Belgarian didn't go back to the west, Your Majesty,
Brador informed him.
At least not with Yarblek. We always check that fellow's ships rather grossly. So far as we are able to determine, Belgarian has not left Malloreon.
Zakath leaned back with a genuine smile on his face.
I am not sure why, but that makes me feel better. The thought that he betrayed me was quite painful for some reason. Any idea about where he has gone? There was some turmoil in Katako, Your Majesty. Up around Ashaba. It was the sort of thing one might associate with Belgarian. Strange lights in the sky, explosions, that sort of thing.
Zakath laughed out loud, a delighted kind of laugh.
He can be a little ostentatious when he is irritated, can't he? He blew the whole wall out of my bedchamber in Rahaga one time. Oh, he was trying to make a point.
There was a respectful rap at the door.
Come, Zakath replied shortly.
General Ateska has arrived, Your Majesty.
One of the red-garbed guards at the door reported.
Good. Send him in.
The broken-nosed general entered and saluted smartly.
Your Majesty,
he said. His red uniform was travel-stained.
You made good time, Ateska,
Zakath said.
It is good to see you again. Thank you, Your Majesty. We had a good following wind, and the sea was calm. How many men did you bring with you? About 50,000. How many men do we have now?
Zakath asked Brador.
Something in excess of 1 million, Your Majesty. That is a solid number. Let's stage up the troops and get ready to move.
He rose and went to the window. The leaves had begun to turn, filling the garden below with bright reds and yellows.
I want to quiet things down on the East Coast. and it's turning into autumn now. So, I think we want to move the troops before the weather starts to deteriorate. We will go on down to Malloreon and send out scouting parties from there. If the circumstances are right, we will march. If not, we can wait at Malloreon for more troops to come back from Tolmergos. I'll get started on that immediately, Your Majesty. Brador bowed and quietly left the room. Sit down, Ateska, the Emperor said. What is happening in Tolmergos? We are going to try to hold the cities we have already taken, Your Majesty, Ateska reported, drawing up a chair. We've gathered the bulk of our forces near Rakhtan. They are waiting there for transport to bring them back to Malloreon. Any chance that Urgot might try a counterattack? I would not think so, Your Majesty. I don't believe he will gamble his army in open country. Of course, you never know what a Murgo might do. That's true, Zakath agreed. He kept his knowledge that Urgot was not actually a Murgo to himself. He leaned back. You captured Bulgarian for me once, Ateska. Yes, Your Majesty. I am afraid you are going to have to do it again. He managed to get away. Careless of me, I suppose. But I had a lot on my mind at the time. We'll just have to pick him up again then, won't we, Your Majesty? The Aelorn Council met at Boktor that year. Somewhat uncharacteristically, Queen Porin took charge. The tiny blonde Queen of Dresnia, dressed in her usual black, walked quietly to the head of the table in the red-draped council chamber in the palace, and took the chair normally reserved for the Raven King. The others stared at her in astonishment. Gentlemen, she began crisply, I recognize the fact that this flies in the face of tradition. But our time is limited. Certain information has come to me that I think you should be made aware of. We have decisions to make and very little time in which to make them. Emperor Varana leaned back in his chair with an amused twinkle in his eyes. We will now pause while the Aelorn kings go into collective apoplexy, he said. King Anheg scowled at the curly-haired emperor for a moment and then laughed. No, Varana. We all got that out of our systems when Hrodar persuaded us to follow Senedra into Mishrak Achtul. It is Porin's house. Let her run things. I thank you, Anheg. The Queen of Dresnia actually sounded a little surprised. She paused, gathering her thoughts. As I am sure you have noticed, our gathering this year includes kings who would not normally attend. The matter before us, however, concerns us all. I have recently received communications from Belgrath, Bulgarian, and the others. There was an excited stir in the room. Porin held up one hand. They are in Malloreon, close on the trail of the abductor of Bulgarian's son. A young man can move faster than the wind sometimes, King Fulrak of Sendaria observed. The years had given Fulrak a tendency toward portliness, and his brown beard was now streaked with silver. How did they get to Malloreon? King Kohag asked in a quiet voice. It seems that they were captured by Kal Zakath, Porin replied. Garen and Zakath became friends, and Zakath took them with him when he returned to Malzeth. Zakath actually became friends with somebody? King Drosta of Garagnadrak demanded incredulously in his shrill voice. Impossible! Garen has a way about him sometimes, Etar murmured. The friendship, however, may have run its course, Porin continued. Late one night, Garen and his friends slipped out of Malzeth without saying goodbye to the Emperor. With the whole Imperial army on their trail, I would imagine, Varana added. No, Porin disagreed. Zakath cannot leave Malzeth just now. Tell them, Yarblek. Silk's rangy partner rose to his feet. They have got a plague in Malzeth, he said. Zakath has sealed up the city. No one can go in or out.
Prithee? Malloreon asked.
How then was it possible for our good friends to make good their escape? I had picked up an itinerant comedian, Yarblek said sourly. I didn't think much of him, but he amused Vela. She is fond of bawdy stories.
Be careful, Yarblek, the Nedrek dancer warned. You still have your health, but I can fix that for you.
She put one hand suggestively on a dagger hilt. Vela wore a stunning lavender gown. There were a few concessions to Nedrek customs in her dress, however. She still wore polished leather boots with daggers in their tops, and the customary wide leather belt about her waist was still adorned with similar knives. The men in the room, however, had all been surreptitiously eyeing her since she had entered. No matter how she was dressed, Vela still had the power to attract every eye.
Anyway,
Yarblek hurried on,
the fellow knew of a tunnel that runs from the palace to an abandoned quarry outside the city. It got us all out of Malzeth with no one the wiser.
Zakath
won't like that, Drosta said. He hates to let people go once he has caught them.
There has been an uprising of some sort in the 7 kingdoms of Karanda in northern Maloria,
Boren went on.
I understand that there are demons involved.
Demons? Varana said skeptically.
Oh, come now, Boren.
That is what Belgarath reports.
Belgarath has a warped sense of humor sometimes,
Varana scoffed.
He was probably just joking. There is no such thing as a demon. You're wrong, Varana,
King Drosta said with uncharacteristic soberness.
I saw one once, up in Murrenland when I was a boy.
What did it look like? Varana did not sound convinced. Drosta shuddered.
You really don't want to know.
At any rate,
Boren said,
Zakath has ordered the bulk of his army back from Tolmurkos to put down this uprising. It won't be very long until he floods the entirety of Karanda with troops, and that is the area where our friends are. That is why I have called this meeting. What are we going to do about it?
Laldoran of Wildentor came to his feet.
We will need fast horses,
he said to Hetar. Why? Hetar asked.
To get to their aid, of course.
The young Asturian's eyes were flashing with excitement.
Laldoran,
Beric said gently.
The Sea of the East is between here and Maloria.
Oh,
Laldoran said, looking slightly abashed.
I did not know that. We'll need a boat too, won't we?
Barak and Hetar exchanged a long look.
Ship,
Barak corrected absently.
What?
Never mind, Laldoran,
Barak sighed.
We can't,
King Anheg said flatly.
Even if we could get through, we would destroy Gerion's chances of winning in the fight with the Child of Dark. That's what the seeress told us at Rayhan, remember?
But this is different,
Laldoran protested, tears standing in his eyes.
No, Anheg said, it is not. This is exactly what we were warned against. We cannot go near them until this is over.
But,
Laldoran, Anheg said, I want to go as much as you do, but we can't. Would Gerion thank us if we were responsible for the loss of his son?
Mandoralin rose to his feet and began to pace up and down, his armor clinking.
Methinks thy reasoning is right, your majesty, he said to Anheg. We may not join with our friends, lest our presence imperil their quest, and we would all give up our lives to prevent that. We may, however, journey straight away to Maloria, and without going near them, place ourselves between them and the hordes of Kal Zakath. We can thereby bring the unfriendly advance of the Malloreons to a precipitous halt and thus allow Geryon to escape.
Barak stared at the great knight, whose face shone with unthinking zeal. Then he groaned and buried his face in his hands. "There, there," Hitar murmured, patting the big man sympathetically on the shoulder. King Fulrak rubbed at his beard. "Why does it seem that we have done this before?" he asked. "It's the same as last time. We have to create a diversion to help our friends get through. Any ideas?"
"Invade Malloria?"
Drasta said eagerly. "Sack the cat's coastline," Unheg said just as eagerly. Porin sighed.
"We could invade Tolmurgos,"
Kohag suggested thoughtfully.
"Yes,"
Hitar agreed fiercely. Kohag held up his hand.
"Only as a ruse, my son. The Kath has committed forces to the conquest of Tolmurgos. If the armies of the West moved into that region, he'd almost be obliged to try to counter us, wouldn't he?"
Varana slid lower in his chair.
"It's got possibilities," he admitted. "But it is already autumn, and the mountains of Tolmurgos are brutal in the winter. It's a bad time to move troops around down there. An army cannot move very fast on frozen feet. I think we might be able to accomplish the same thing by diplomacy, without risking a single toe."
"Trust the Tulnedran to be devious," Unheg growled.
"Do you like freezing, Unheg?"
Varana asked. Unheg shrugged. "It's something to do in the winter time." Varana rolled his eyes ceilingward.
"Lorns,"
he said. "All right," Unheg said by way of apology. "I was only joking. What is this brilliantly devious plan of yours?" Varana looked across the room at Javelin.
"How good is the Malloreon intelligence service, Margrave Kendon?"
he asked bluntly. Javelin rose to his feet, straightened his pearl-gray doublet.
"By himself, Praedor is very good, your Imperial Majesty. His people are sometimes awkward and obvious, but he has a lot of them. He has unlimited money to work with."
He cast a slightly reproachful glance at Queen Porin.
"Be nice, Kendon," she murmured. "I am on a tight budget."
"Yes, ma'am."
He bowed with a faint smile, then straightened and spoke in a crisp, businesslike manner.
"Malloreon intelligence is crude by our standards,
but Praedor has the resources to put as many agents into the field as he needs.
Neither Drasnia nor Tonedran intelligence has that process, but they can usually get the information."
He sniffed disdainfully.
"I prefer a neater type of operation, personally."
"Then this Praedor has operatives in Rak Urga?" Varana pressed.
"Almost certainly," Javelin replied. "I have 4 in the Drojan Palace at this time myself, and your Majesty's service has 2 that I know of."
"I did not know that," Varana said with an innocent look.
"Really?"
Varana laughed.
"All right,"
he went on.
"What would Zakath do if word reached Malzeth that the kingdoms of the West were about to conclude a military alliance with the king of Morgodom?"
Javelin began to pace up and down.
"It's very hard to know exactly what Zakath will do in any given situation," he mused. "A lot depends on just how serious his domestic problems are. But an alliance between the Morgos and the West would pose a major threat to Malloria. He would almost have to come back immediately and make an all-out effort to crush the Murgos before our troops could reinforce them. Ally ourselves with the Murgos? Hetar exclaimed. Never.
Nobody's suggesting a real alliance, my lord Hetar,
Cale, the son of the Riven Warder, told him.
All we want to do is to distract Zakath for long enough to give Belgarian the time to slip past him. The negotiations can drag on and then fall apart later on.
Oh, Hetar said, looking a bit abashed. That is different then, I suppose. All right, Varana went on crisply.
Perhaps we can persuade Zakath that we are about to conclude an alliance with Urgot if we do it right. Javelin, have your people kill a few Malloreon agents in the Trojan Palace. Not all of them, mind you. Just enough to convince Malzeth that this is a serious diplomatic effort.
I understand perfectly, Your Majesty, Javelin smiled.
I have just the man, a recently recruited Nyasan assassin, Nidisis.
Good. A possible alliance will serve the same purpose as a real one. We can distract Zakath without the loss of a single man, unless we count on this Isis fellow.
Don't worry about Isis, Your Majesty, Javelin assured him. He is a survivor.
I think we're missing something, Anheg growled. I wish Rodar were here.
Yes,
Porin agreed, in a voice near to tears.
I'm sorry, Porin,
Anheg said, engulfing her tiny hand in his huge one.
But you know what I mean.
I have a diplomat in Rakarga, Varana continued. He can make the overtures to King Urgot. Do we know anything useful about the King of the Murgos? Yes, Porin said firmly. He will be amenable to the suggestion.
And how do you know, Your Majesty?
Porin hesitated. I would rather not say, she said with a quick glance at Javelin. Just take my word for it.
Of course, Varana agreed.
Vela rose and walked to the window,
her satin gown filling the room with its music.
You people of the West always want to complicate things, she said critically. Zakath's your problem. Send somebody to Malzeth with a sharp knife.
You should have been a man, Vela, Anheg laughed. She turned and looked at him with smoldering eyes.
Do you really think so?
Well, he hesitated. Maybe not. She leaned disconsolately against the window casing.
I wish I had my juggler here to entertain me. Politics always give me a headache, she sighed. I wonder whatever happened to him.
Porin smiled, watching the girl intently and remembering the sudden insight she had when the Nadrak girl first arrived in Boktor.
Would you be terribly disappointed to find out that your juggler was not who he seemed to be? She asked. Galgarath mentioned him in his letter.
Vela looked at her sharply.
Belgarath would have known him, of course,
Porin went on.
It was Belden.
Vela's eyes went wide.
The hunchbacked sorcerer?
She exclaimed.
The one who can fly?
Porin nodded. Vela said a number of things that no genteel lady would have said. Even King Anheg turned slightly pale at her choice of language. Then she drew a dagger and advanced on Yarblek, her breath hissing between her teeth. Mandaralan, clad all in steel, stepped in front of her, and Hetar and Berak seized her from behind and wrested the knife from her grasp.
You idiot!
She shrieked at the cringing Yarblek.
You absolute idiot! You could have sold me to him!
And then she collapsed, weeping against Berak's fur-clad chest, even as Hetar prudently relieved her of her other 3 daggers.
Zandramas, the child of dark,
stood gazing across a desolate valley where shattered villages smoked and smoldered under a lead-gray sky. The eyes of the Child of Dark were hooded, and she looked unseeing at the devastation spread before her. A lusty wail came from behind her, and she set her teeth together.
"Feed him,"
she said shortly.
"As you command, mistress,"
the man with white eyes said quickly, in a mollifying tone.
"Don't patronize me, Naradas," she snapped. "Just shut the brat up. I'm trying to think."
It had been a long time. Sandramos had worked everything out so very carefully. Now she had come half around the world, and despite her best efforts, the God-Slayer with his dreadful sword was but a few days behind her. The sword. The flaming sword. It filled her sleep with nightmares, and the burning face of the Child of Light terrified her even more.
"How does he stay so close behind?"
she exploded.
"Will nothing slow him?"
She thrust her hands out in front of her and turned them palms up. A myriad of tiny points of light seemed to swirl beneath the skin of her hands, swirling, glittering, like a constellation of minuscule stars spinning in her very flesh. How long would it be until those constellations invaded her entire body, and she ceased even to be human? How long until the dreadful spirit of the Child of Dark possessed her utterly? The child wailed again.
"I told you to shut him up,"
she half shouted.
"At once, mistress,"
Naradas said. The Child of Dark went back to the contemplation of the starry universe, enclosed in her flesh. Ariond and Horse rode out at the first light before the others had awakened, cantering across a mountain meadow in the silvery dawn light. It was good to ride alone, to feel the surge and flow of Horse's muscles under him, and the wind against his face without the distraction of talk. He reined in atop a knoll to watch the sunrise, and that was good, too. He looked out over the sun-touched mountains of Zamad, drinking in the beauty and the solitude, then gazed at the fair sight of the bright green fields and forests. Life was good here. The world was filled with loveliness, and with people that he loved. How could Aldur have forced himself to leave all of this? Aldur had been the god who must have loved this world above all things, since he had refused to take a people to worship him, but had chosen to spend his time alone, to study this fair world. And now he could only visit occasionally in spiritual form. But Aldur had accepted the sacrifice. Ariond sighed, feeling that perhaps no sacrifice could be truly unbearable if it were made out of love. Ariond took comfort in that belief. Then he sighed again, and slowly rode back toward the little lake and the cluster of tents where the others slept. Chapter 2. They rose late that morning. The turmoil of the past several weeks seemed finally to have caught up with Geryon, and even though he could tell by the light streaming in through the front of the tent that the sun was already high, he was reluctant to move. He could hear the clinking of Polgra's cooking utensils and the murmur of voices. He knew he was going to have to get up soon anyway. He considered trying to doze off to catch a few last moments of sleep, but decided against it. He moved carefully to avoid waking Zenedra as he slid out from under their blankets. He leaned over and gently kissed her hair. Then he pulled on his rust-colored tunic, picked up his boots and sword, and ducked out of the tent. Polgra, in her gray traveling dress, was by her cook fire. As usual, she hummed softly as she worked. Silk and Belgarath were talking quietly nearby. Silk had, for some reason, changed clothes, and he now wore the soft, pearl-gray doublet, which marked him as a prosperous businessman. Belgarath, of course, still wore his rust-colored tunic, patched hose, and mismatched boots. Durnick and Toth were fishing, lacing the blue surface of the little mountain lake with their lines, and Ariond was brushing the gleaming chestnut coat of his stallion. The rest of their friends had apparently not arisen yet.
"We thought you were going to sleep all day,"
Belgarath said as Geryon sat on a log to pull on his boots. "I gave it some thought," Geryon admitted. He stood up and looked across the sparkling lake. There was a grove of aspens on the far side, their trunks the color of new snow. The leaves had begun to turn, they shimmered in the morning sun like beaten gold. The air was cool and slightly damp. Suddenly, he wished that they could stay here for a few days. He sighed and walked over to join his grandfather and Silk, near the fire. "Why the fancy clothes?" he asked the rat-faced little Drasnian. Silk shrugged. "We're moving into an area where I'm fairly well known," he replied. "We might be able to take advantage of that, as long as people recognize me. Are you absolutely sure the trail goes toward the southeast?" Geryon nodded. "There was a little confusion right at the first, but I got it sorted out."
"Confusion?"
Belgarath asked. "The Sardian was here too, a long time ago. For a few moments the orb seemed to want to follow both trails at the same time. I had to speak with it rather firmly about that." Geryon draped the sword belt over his shoulder and buckled it. Then he shifted the scabbard slightly until it was more comfortable. The orb on the pommel of the sword was glowing a sullen red color. "Why is it doing that?" Silk asked curiously. "Because of the Sardian," Geryon told him. He looked over his shoulder at the glowing stone. "Stop that," he said. "Don't hurt its feelings," Silk warned. "We could be in a great deal of trouble if it decides to start sulking."
"What lies off to the southeast?"
Belgarath asked the little man. "Versebo," Silk replied. "There isn't much there except some caravan tracks and a few mines up in the mountains. There is a seaport at Panor. I land there sometimes on my way back from Melcena."
"Are the people there Karans?"
Silk nodded. "But they're even cruder than the ones back in the Central Kingdoms, if that's possible." The blue-banded hawk came spiraling out of a bright morning sky, flared, and shimmered into the form of Belden as soon as the talons touched the ground. The hunchbacked little sorcerer was dressed in his usual rags, tied on with bits of thong and twigs and straw clinging to his hair and beard. He shivered.
"I hate to fly when it's cold," he grumbled. "Makes my wings ache."
"It's not really that cold," Silk said.
"Try it a couple 1,000 feet up."
Belden pointed toward the sky, then turned and spat out a couple of soggy gray feathers. "Grazing again, Uncle?" Bulgara asked from her cook fire.
"Just a bite for breakfast, Paul. There was a pigeon that got up too early this morning."
"You didn't have to do that, you know." She tapped meaningfully on the side of her bubbling pot with her long-handled wooden spoon. Belden shrugged.
"The world isn't going to miss one pigeon."
Geryon shuddered. "How can you stand to eat them raw like that?"
"You get used to it. I've never had much luck trying to build a cook fire with my talons."
He looked at Belgarath.
"There's some trouble up ahead. A lot of smoke and grouped men wandering around."
"Could you see who they were?"
"I didn't get that close. There's usually a bored archer or two in any crowd like that, and I'd prefer not to have my tail feathers parted with an arrow just because some idiot wants to show off his skill."
"Has that ever happened?" Silk asked curiously.
"Once, a long time ago. My hip still aches in cold weather."
"Did you do something about it?"
"I had a chat with the archer. I asked him not to do it anymore. He was breaking his bow across his knee when I left."
He turned back to Belgarath.
"Are we sure the trail goes on down to that plain?"
"Well, the orb is."
"Well, then we'll have to chance it."
The little man looked around.
"I thought you'd have struck the tents by now."
"I decided it might not hurt to let everybody get some sleep.
We have been traveling hard, and we are going to have to do it some more, I think. You always want to pick these idyllic spots for your rest stops, Belgarath, Belden observed. I think that you are secretly a romantic. Belgarath shrugged. Nobody's perfect.
Geryon, Polgara called. Yes, Aunt Paul? Why don't you wake the others? Breakfast is almost ready. Right away, Aunt Paul. After breakfast, they broke camp and started out about mid-morning with Belden flying on ahead to scout out possible trouble. It was pleasantly warm now, and there was the pungent smell of evergreens in the air. Tinedra was strangely quiet as she rode along beside Geryon with her dark gray cloak pulled tightly around her. "What's the matter, dear?" he asked her.
"She didn't have Geryon with her,"
the little queen murmured sadly. "Zandramas, you mean?" "No, she didn't, did she?"
"Was she really there, Geryon?"
"In a way. But in a way she wasn't. It was sort of the way Soratis was here and not here at the same time."
"I don't understand."
"It was more than a projection, but less than actually being there. We talked it over last night, and Belden explained it. I didn't understand very much of what he said. Belden's explanations get a little obscure sometimes."
"He's very wise, isn't he?"
Geryon nodded. "But he's not a very good teacher. He gets impatient with people who can't keep up with him. Anyway, this business of being somewhere between a projection and the real thing makes Zandramas very dangerous. We can't hurt her, but she can hurt us. She came very close to killing you yesterday, you know, until Poledra stopped her. She's very much afraid of Poledra."
"That's the first time I have ever seen your grandmother."
"No, actually it's not. She was there at Aunt Paul's wedding, remember? And she helped us in Ulgoland when we had to fight the Eldrak."
"But one time she was an owl, and the other time she was a wolf."
"In Poledra's case, I don't think that really matters." Tinedra suddenly laughed. "What's so funny?"
"When this is all over and we're back home with our baby, why don't you change into a wolf for a while?"
she suggested. "Why?"
"It might be nice to have a big gray wolf lying before the fire, and then on cold nights I could burrow my feet into your fur to keep them warm."
He gave her a long, steady look.
"I'd scratch your ears for you, Geryon,"
she offered by way of inducement.
"and get you nice bones from the kitchen to chew on."
"Never mind," he said flatly.
"But my feet get cold."
"I've noticed." Just ahead of them, as they rode up through a shady mountain pass, Silk and Tzadi were engaged in a heated discussion. "Absolutely not," Silk said. "I really think you're being unreasonable about this, Keldar," Tzadi protested. The eunuch had discarded his iridescent silk robe, and now wore Western-style tunic and hose and stout boots. "You have the distribution system already in place, and I have access to unlimited supplies. We could make millions." "Forget it, Tzadi. I won't deal in drugs." "You deal in everything else, Keldar. There's a market out there just waiting to be tapped. Why let scruples stand in the way of business?" "You're nice, Tzadi. Drugs are a part of your culture, so you wouldn't understand." "Lady Polgara uses drugs when she treats the sick," Tzadi pointed out defensively. "Oh, that's different." "I don't see how." "I could never explain it to you." Tzadi sighed. "I am very disappointed in you, Keldar. You are a spy, an assassin, and a thief. You cheat at dice, you counterfeit money, and you are unscrupulous with married women.
You swindle your customers outrageously, and you soak up ale like a sponge. You're the most corrupt man I have ever known, but you refuse to transport a few harmless little compounds that would make your customers very happy." "A man has to draw the line somewhere," Silk replied loftily. Velvet shifted in her saddle to look back at them.
"That was one of the more fascinating conversations that I have ever heard, gentlemen,"
she complimented them.
"The implications in the field of comparative morality are absolutely staggering."
She gave them a sunny smile with her dimples flashing into view.
Margravine Lascelles," Tzadi said, "do you happen to have Zith again?"
"Why, yes, Tzadi. As a matter of fact, I do."
The honey-blonde girl held up one hand to head off his objections.
"But I didn't steal her this time. She crawled into my tent in the middle of the night and crept into her favorite hiding place all on her own. The poor dear was actually shivering."
Silk turned slightly pale.
"Would you like to have her back?"
Velvet asked the shaved-headed eunuch.
"No,"
Tzadi sighed, rubbing his hand over his scalp.
"I suppose not, as long as she is happy where she is. We might as well leave her there."
"She's very happy. In fact, she is purring."
Velvet frowned slightly.
"I think you should watch her diet, just a bit, Tzadi," she said critically. "Her little tummy seems to be getting bigger."
She smiled again.
"We wouldn't want a fat snake on our hands, would we?"
"Well, excuse me,"
Tzadi said, sounding very offended. There was a large snag at the top of the pass, and the blue-banded hawk perched on a dead limb, busily preening his feathers with his hooked beak. As they approached, he swooped down, and Belden stood in the trail in front of them, muttering curses. "Something is wrong, Uncle?" Bulgara asked him.
"I got caught in a crosswind," he growled. "Scrambled my feathers a bit. You know how that goes."
"Oh, goodness, yes. It happens to me all the time. Night breezes are so unpredictable."
"Your feathers are too soft."
"I did not design the owl, Uncle, so don't blame me about the feathers."
"There's a Crossroads Tavern just up ahead," Belden said to Belgarath. "Did you want to stop and see if we can find out what's going on down there on the plain?"
"That might not be a bad idea," Belgarath agreed. "Let's not ride into trouble if we don't have to."
"I'll wait for you inside, then,"
Belden said, and soared away again. Polgara sighed. "Why must it always be a tavern?" she complained. "Because people who have been drinking like to talk, Paul," Belgarath explained in reasonable tones. "You can gather more information in 5 minutes in a tavern than you can in an hour in a tea-room." "I knew you would be able to find a reason for it." "Naturally." They crossed over the top of the wooded pass and on down the shade-splotched trail to the tavern. It was a low building made of logs crudely chinked with mud. The roof was low, and its shingles had curled with the weather and the passage of years. Buff-colored chickens scratched at the dirt in the dooryard, and a large speckled sow lay in a mud puddle, nursing a litter of happily grunting piglets. There were a few spavined nags tied to a hitch rail in front of the tavern, and a Karand dressed in moth-eaten furs snored on the front stoop. Polgara reined in her horse as they approached the tavern, and the first whiff of its reeking interior reached her nostrils. "I think, ladies, that we might prefer to wait over there in the shade."
"There is a certain fragrance coming out that door, isn't there?"
Velvet agreed. "You too, Ariond," Polgara said firmly. "There is no need for you to start picking up bad habits this early in life." She rode over toward a grove of tall fir trees some distance away from the tavern, and dismounted in the shade. Durnick and Toth exchanged a quick glance, then joined her there with Velvet, Zenedra, and Ariond. Tzadi started to dismount in front of the tavern. Then he sniffed once and gagged slightly. "This is not my sort of place, gentlemen. I think I'll wait outside as well. Besides, it is its feeding time."
Suit yourself," Belgarath shrugged,
dismounting and leading the way toward the building. They stepped over the snoring Kurand on the stoop and went inside. "Split up and spread out," the old man muttered. "Circulate. Talk to as many as you can." He looked at Silk. "We are not here to make a career out of this," he cautioned. "Oh, trust me," Silk said, moving away. Geryon stood just inside the door, blinking to let his eyes adjust to the dimness. The tavern showed no signs of ever having been cleaned. The floor was covered with moldy straw that reeked of spilled beer, and scraps of rotting food lay in heaps in the corners. A crudely built fireplace smoked at the far end, adding its fumes to the generally unpleasant odor of the place. The tables consisted of rough-hewn planks laid on trellises, and the benches were half logs with sticks drilled into their undersides for legs. Geryon saw Belden talking with several Kurans over in one corner, and he started over to join him. As he passed one of the tables, his foot came down on something soft. There was a protesting squeal, and a sudden scramble of hoofed feet.
"Don't step on my pig," the bleary-eyed old Kuran sitting at the table said belligerently. "I don't step on your pig, do I?"
He pronounced it peg, and Geryon had a little trouble sorting out his dialect.
"What's your fate?" the Kuran said ominously.
"Fate?" Geryon shrank back from that word just a bit.
"Fate? Them things you got on the end of your legs?"
"Oh, feet."
"That's what I just said. Fate."
"Sorry," Geryon apologized. "I didn't quite understand."
That's the trouble with you Outlanders. You can't even understand the language when she spoke to you plain as day."
"Why don't we have a tankard of ale?" Geryon suggested. "I'll apologize to your pig just as soon as he comes back." The Kurand squinted at him suspiciously. The old man was bearded, and he wore clothing made of poorly tanned furs. He wore a hat made from the whole skin of a badger, with the legs and tail still attached. He was very dirty, and Geryon could clearly see the fleas peeking out of his beard. "I'm buying," Geryon offered, sitting down across the table from the pig's owner. The old Kuran's face brightened noticeably. They had a couple of tankards of ale together. Geryon noticed that the stuff had a raw, green flavor to it, as if it had been dipped from the vat a week or so too soon. His host, however, smacked his lips and rolled his eyes, as if this were the finest brew in the world. Something cold and wet touched Geryon's hand, and he jerked it away. He looked down into a pair of earnest blue eyes, fenced in by bristly white eyelashes. The pig had recently been to the wallow, and he carried a powerful odor with him. The old Kuran chortled.
"That's just my peg. He's a good-natured young peg, and he don't hold no grudges."
The fur-clad fellow blinked owlishly.
"He's an orphan, you know."
"Oh?"
"His ma made real good bacon, though."
The old man snuffled and wiped his nose on the back of his hand.
"Sometimes I miss her real bad," he admitted.
He squinted at Geryon.
"Say, that's a mighty big knife you got there."
"Yes," Geryon agreed. He absently scratched the half-grown pig's ears, and the animal closed his eyes in bliss, laid his head in Geryon's lap, and grunted contentedly. "We were coming down the trail out of the mountains, and we saw a lot of smoke out on the plain. Is there some kind of trouble out there?"
"The worst kind of trouble there is, friend," the old man said seriously.
He squinted at Geryon again.
"You're not One of them Malloreons, are you?
No, Geryon assured him. Not Malloreon. I come from further west.
I didn't know there was anything to the west of the Malloreons. Anyhow, there's whole bunches of people down there on the plains having some kind of an argument about religion.
Religion?
I don't hold much with it myself, the Garand admitted. There's them as do, and them as don't. I'm one of them as don't. Let the gods take care of themselves, I say. I take care of me and mine, and we're quits on the whole business.
Seems like a good way, Geryon said carefully.
Glad you see it like that. Anyhow, there's this Golem named Zendramas down in Darshiva. This Zendramas, she come up into Vorsebo and started talking about this here new god of Engarak, Torak being dead and all, you know. Now, I'm just about as interested in all that as my peg is. He's a smart peg, and he knows when people is talking nonsense.
Geryon patted the pig's muddy flank, and the plump little animal made an ecstatic sound. Good pig, Geryon agreed. Peg, that is.
I'm fond of him. He's warm and good to snuggle up against on a cold night. Don't hardly snore none at all. Well, sir, this Zendramas, she come up there and started preaching and yelling, and I don't know what all. The Golems all gives out a moan, falls down on their faces. Then a while back, a whole new bunch of Golems comes over them mountains, and they says that this Zendramas is dead wrong. They says that there's going to be a new god over Engarak, right enough, but that this Zendramas don't have the straight of it. That's what all the smoke down there on the plains is about. Both sides is a-burning and a-killing and a-preaching about their idea of who the new god's gonna be. I'm not gonna have anything to do with either side. Me and my peg are gonna go back up in the mountains and let them folks kill each other. When they get it all sorted out, we'll come back and nod at whichever altar comes out on top as we go by.
You keep calling this Zendramas she, Geryon noted.
Would you believe? It's a woman, the Garand snorted. That's the foolishest thing I ever heard tell of. Women got no business mixing up in men's affairs.
Have you ever seen her?
Like I say, I don't mess around in religious stuff. Me and my peg, we just kind of keep to ourselves when it comes to that.
A good way to get along, Geryon said to him. My friends and I have to go through that plain down there, though. Are Golems all we need to worry about?
I can see you're a stranger, the Garand said,
suggestively looking down into his empty tankard. Here, Geryon said. Let's get another one. He fished another coin out of the pouch at his waist and signaled the serving man.
The whole thing, friend, the garrulous owner of the pig went on, is that in this part of the country, them's Golems always has troops with 'em. The ones as follow Zendramas, they got the army of the king of Vorsebo with 'em. The old king, he didn't hold with none of this religious stuff, but he got himself deposed. His son decided the old man was getting too silly to run the country, so set his pa aside and took the throne for himself. The son's a squinty-eyed sort. He's looking to put himself on the side most likely to win. He's throwed in with Zendramas, but then this Irvin fella, he comes along. He's got this whole army out of Geno and Ganesia, and folks in armor and some really ugly big black dogs with him. Not to mention all the Golems. It's mean down there on the plains, friend. They're killing and burning and sacrificing prisoners on this altar of that. If it was me, I'd go a long way around all that foolishness.
I wish I could, friend, Geryon told him sincerely.
We heard that there were demons up in Geno, off toward Kalida. Have any of them shown up around here?
Demons?
The Koran shuddered, making the sign against evil.
None that I ever heard tell of. If I had, me and my peg would already be so far back in the mountains that they'd have to ship daylight into us by pack train.
Despite himself, Geryon found that he liked this gabby old fellow. There was an almost musical flow to his illiterate speech, a kind of warm inclusiveness that paid no attention to any kind of social distinction, and a shrewd, even penetrating assessment of the chaos around him. It was almost with regret that Geryon briefly acknowledged Silk's jerk of the head in the direction of the door. Gently, he removed the pig's head from his lap. The animal made a small, discontented sound. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to go now," he told the Koran as he rose to his feet. "I thank you for your company, and the loan of your pig."
"Peg,"
the Koran corrected. "Peg," Geryon agreed. He stopped the serving man who was going by and handed him a coin. "Give my friend and his peg whatever they'd like," he said.
"Why, thank you, my young friend."
The old Koran grinned expansively. "My pleasure," Geryon said. He looked down. "Have a nice day, pig," he added. The pig grunted rather distantly and clattered around the table to his master. Tinedra wrinkled her nose as he approached the shady spot where the ladies had been waiting.
What on earth have you been doing, Geryon? You smell awful.
"I was getting acquainted with a pig."
A pig?
She exclaimed.
Whatever for?
You almost had to have been there.
As they rode along, exchanging the information they had gleaned, it became evident that the owner of the pig had offered a surprisingly complete and succinct perception of the situation in Vorosebo. Geryon repeated the conversation, complete with dialect.
He didn't really talk that way, did he?
Velvet giggled incredulously.
"Why, no'm," Geryon said, exaggerating just a bit. "When you get right down to the core of it, he didn't. There was theses and thoses and themses that I can't quite get the hang of. Me and the peg got along good, though."
"Geryon," Polgara said a bit distantly, "do you suppose you could ride back there a ways?" She gestured toward the rear of the column. "Several 100 yards or so, I should say."
"Yes, ma'am," he said.
He reined Chrétien in. The big gray horse, he noted, also seemed a bit offended by something in the air. By general request, Geryon bathed that night in a shockingly cold mountain stream. When he returned, shivering, to the fire, Belgarath looked at him and said, "I think you had better put your armor back on. If half of what your friend with the pig said is true, you might need it."
"Peg,"
Geryon corrected. "What?"
"Never mind."
The next morning dawned clear and definitely chilly. The mail coat felt clammy, even through the padded tunic Geryon always wore under it, and it was heavy and uncomfortable. Durnick cut him a lance from a nearby thicket, and leaned it against a tree near where the horses were picketed. Belgarath came back from a small hilltop, where he had been surveying the plains below. "From what I can see, the turmoil is fairly general down there, so there isn't much point in trying to avoid people. The quicker we get past Vorosebo, the better, so we might as well ride straight on through. We'll try to talk our way out of any difficulties first, and if that does not work, we will do it the other way." "I suppose I'd better go find another club," Sadi sighed. They rode out with Geryon jingling along in the lead. His helmet was in place, and his shield was strapped to his left arm. The butt of his lance rested beside his foot in his stirrup, and he affected a menacing scowl. The sword, strapped across his back, pulled steadily at him. indicating that they were still on the trail of Xandramas. When they reached the edge of the foothills, the winding mountain track became a narrow, rutted road stretching off toward the southeast. They picked up their pace and moved along the road at a brisk trot. A few miles out onto the plain, they passed a burning village set back about a half-mile from the road. They did not stop to investigate. About noon, they encountered a party of armed men on foot. There were about 15 of them, and they wore clothing which vaguely resembled uniforms. "Well," Geryon said back over his shoulder, tightening his grip on his lance. "Let me talk to them first," Silk said, moving his horse forward. "Try to look dangerous." The little man walked his horse toward the strangers. "You're blocking the road," he told them in an unfriendly tone.
"We have orders to check everyone who passes,"
one of them said, looking at Geryon a little nervously. "All right. You have checked us. Now, stand aside."
"Which side are you on?"
"Now, that's a stupid question, man," Silk replied. "Which side are you on?"
"I don't have to answer that."
"Oh, then neither do I. Use your eyes, man. Do I look like a Karand, or a temple guardsman, or a Grolem?"
"Do you follow Irvan or Xandramas?"
"Neither one. I follow money, and you don't make money by getting mixed up in religion." The roughly dressed soldier looked even more uncertain.
"I have to report which side you are on to my captain."
"That's assuming that you have seen me," Silk told him, bouncing a purse suggestively on the palm of his hand. "I am in a hurry, friend. I have no interest in your religion. Please, do me the same courtesy." The soldier was looking at the purse in Silk's hand with undisguised greed. "It would be worth quite a bit to me, not to be delayed," Silk suggested slyly. He theatrically wiped his brow. "It's getting hot out here," he said. "Why don't you and your men go find some shade to rest in? I'll accidentally drop this purse here, and you can find it later. That way you make a nice profit, and I get to move along without interference, and without having someone in authority find out that I have passed."
"'Tis getting warm out here," the soldier agreed.
"I thought you might have noticed that." The other soldiers were grinning openly.
"You won't forget to drop the purse?"
"Oh, trust me," Silk said. The soldiers trooped across the field toward a grove of trees. Silk negligently tossed the purse into the ditch beside the road and motioned for the others to come ahead. "We might want to move right along," he suggested.
"Another purse full of pebbles?"
Dernick grinned. "No, Dernick. The purse has real money in it. Malloreon brass halfpennies. You can't buy very much with them, but they're real money, right enough."
"What if he'd asked to see what was inside?"
Silk grinned and held up his cupped hand. Tightly wedged between the folds of the skin in his palm were several silver coins. "I like to be ready for eventualities," he said. Then he looked back over his shoulder. "I think we should leave now. The soldiers are coming back to the road." The next encounter was a bit more serious. 3 temple guardsmen blocked the road. Their shields were in front of them. Their lances were at the ready. Their faces were devoid of thought. "My turn," Geryon said, settling his helmet more firmly in place and shifting his shield. He lowered his lance and thumped Gretchen with his heels. As he charged, he could hear another horse pounding along behind him. But he did not have time to look back. It was all so stupid, but he felt that surge in his blood again. "Idiocy," he muttered. Then he easily unhorsed the guardsman in the center. Dernick, he noted, had cut his lance perhaps 2 feet longer than was standard. With a quick flick of his shield, he deflected the lances of the other 2 guardsmen and thundered on between them. Chrétien's hooves slammed down into the still tumbling body of the fallen guardsman. Geryon reined in sharply and whirled the big gray to face the two he had left behind. But there was no need. The man riding behind him was Toth, and the two guardsmen had already tumbled limply from their saddles. "I could find work for you in Arindia, Toth," he said to the huge man. "Somewhere there has to be someone to convince them that they're not invincible." Toth grinned at him in a soundless laugh. Central Versebo was in total chaos. Pillars of smoke rose from burning villages and farms. Crops had been put to the torch, and bands of armed men savagely attacked each other. One such skirmish was taking place in a burning field, and both sides were caught up in such a frenzy that they paid no attention to the wall of flame sweeping down on them. Mutilated bodies seemed to be everywhere, and there was no way Geryon could shield Senedra from the horrors littering the ditches and even the road itself. They galloped on. As dusk descended over the stricken countryside, Dernick and Toth turned aside from the road to seek shelter for the night. They returned to report that they had discovered a low thicket lying in a gully a mile or so back from the road.
"We won't be able to build any fires," Dernick said soberly. "But if we stay fairly quiet, I don't think anybody's going to find us."
The night was not pleasant. They took a cold supper in the thicket and tried for what scant shelter they could make out of what was available, since they could not erect their tents in the dense brush. Autumn was in the air, and it was cold. Once the sky turned dark. As the first light of dawn touched the eastern horizon, they rose, ate a hasty breakfast, and rode on. The cold, miserable night, and the senseless slaughter all around them made Geryon angry, and he grew angrier with each passing mile. About mid-morning he saw a black-robed Grolem standing beside an altar several hundred yards out in a field, to the right of the road. A band of roughly dressed soldiers were dragging 3 terrified villagers toward the altar by ropes tied about the victims' necks. Geryon did not even stop to think. He discarded his lance, drew Iron Grip's sword, cautioned the orb to avoid display, and then charged. The Grolem was apparently so caught up in his religious frenzy that he neither heard nor saw Geryon bearing down on him. He screamed once as Chrétien thundered over the top of him. The soldiers took one startled look at Geryon, threw away their weapons, and fled. That did not seem to satisfy his anger, however. Implacably he pursued them. His anger was not so great, though, as to goad him into killing unarmed men. Instead, he simply rode them down one by one. When the last had tumbled beneath the big gray's hooves, Geryon wheeled, freed the prisoners, and cantered back to the road.
"Don't you think that was a little excessive?" Belgarath demanded angrily.
"Not under the circumstances, no," Geryon snapped back. "At least I'm fairly sure that one group of soldiers in this stinking country won't be dragging civilians to the altar, at least not until all of the broken bones mend."
Belgarath snorted in disgust and turned away. Still enraged, Geryon glared belligerently at Polgara.
"Well?"
he demanded.
"I didn't say anything, dear," she said mildly. "Next time, though, don't you think you should let your grandfather know what you are planning? These little surprises set his teeth on edge sometimes."
Belden came flaring in.
"What happened out there?"
he asked curiously, when he had resumed his own form. He pointed at the groaning soldiers dotting the nearby field. "My horse needed some exercise," Geryon said flatly. "Those soldiers got in his way."
"What's got you so foul-tempered this morning?"
"This is all so stupid."
"Of course it is. But get ready for some more of it. The border of Wrangel is just ahead, and things are just as bad down there as they are here."
Chapter 3. They paused at the border to consider their alternatives. The guard post at the boundary was deserted, but black columns of smoke rose from burning villages, and they could clearly see large groups of men moving across the landscape, looking tiny in the distance.
"Things are a little more organized down here," Belden reported. "About all we saw in Vorcebo were fairly small bands. They were more interested in loot than fighting. The groups are bigger on up ahead, and there's a certain semblance of discipline. I don't think we'll be able to bluff our way through Wrangel the way we did Vorcebo."
Toth made a series of obscure gestures.
"What did he say?"
Belgarath asked Dernick.
"He suggests that we travel at night,"
Dernick replied. "That's an absurd notion, Toth," Thadi protested. "If things are dangerous in the daytime, they'll be 10 times more dangerous at night." Toth's hands began to move again. For some reason, Geryon found that he could almost understand what the huge mute was trying to say.
"He says that you looked at the idea too fast, Thadi," Dernick translated. "We've got certain advantages."
The smith frowned slightly, and he looked back at his friend.
"How did you find out about that?"
he asked. Toth gestured again.
"Oh,"
Dernick nodded.
"I guess she would know, wouldn't she?"
He turned to the others.
"He says that Belgarath, Paul, and Geryon can lead the way in their other forms. The darkness wouldn't be that big a problem for a pair of wolves and an owl."
Belgarath tugged thoughtfully at one earlobe.
"It's got possibilities," he said to Belden. "We could avoid just about anybody out there that way. Soldiers don't move around in the dark very much." "They post sentries, though," the hunchback pointed out.
"Geryon, Paul, and I would not have much trouble locating them, and leading the rest of you around them."
"It's going to be slow going,"
Velvet said.
"We won't be able to travel at a gallop, and we'll have to detour around every sentry we come across."
"You know," Silk said, "now that I think about it, it's not such a bad idea. I sort of like it."
"You always enjoy sneaking around in the dark, Keldar,"
Velvet said to him.
"Oh, don't you?"
"Well,"
then she smiled at him.
"I suppose I do. Yes. But then, I'm a Drasnian too." "It would take too long,"
Zinedra protested.
"We're only a little way behind Xandromas. If we try to sneak, she'll get ahead again."
"I don't see that we've got much choice, Zinedra," Geryon told her gently. "If we just try to plow our way across Wrangel, sooner or later we're going to run into more soldiers than we can handle."
"You are a sorcerer,"
she said accusingly.
"You could wave your hand and just knock them out of our way."
"There are limits to that, Zinedra," Polgara said. "Both Xandromos and Urvon have Grolems in the region. If we tried to do it that way, everybody in Wrangel would know exactly where we were." Zinedra's eyes filled with tears, and her lower lip began to tremble. She turned and ran blindly away from the road, sobbing. "Go after her, Geryon," Polgara said. "See if you can get her calmed down." They took shelter for the rest of the day in a grove of beech trees about a mile from the road. Geryon tried to sleep, knowing that the night ahead of them would be very long, but after about an hour he gave up and wandered restlessly about the camp. He shared Zinedra's impatience. They were so close to Xandromos now, and moving at night would slow their pace to a crawl. Try though he might, however, he could think of no alternative. As the sun was going down, they struck camp and waited at the edge of the beech grove for it to get dark. "I think I've just hit a flaw in the plan," Silk said.
"Oh?"
Belgarath asked. "We need the orb to be able to follow Xandromos. If Geryon turns into a wolf, the orb won't be able to tell him which way to go. Or will it?" Belgarath and Belden exchanged a long look.
"I don't know,"
Belgarath admitted.
"Do you?" "I haven't got the slightest idea," Belden said.
"Well, "There's only one way to find out," Geryon said. He handed Chrétien's reins to Dernick and went some distance away from the horses. Carefully, he created the image of the wolf in his mind. Then he began to focus his will upon the image. He seemed, as always, to go through a peculiar sensation of melting, and then it was done. He sat on his haunches for a moment, checking himself over to make sure everything was there. His nose suddenly caught a familiar fragrance. He turned his head and looked back over his shoulder. Thinedra stood there, her eyes very wide, and the fingertips of one hand to her lips.
"Is that still really you, Geryon?"
she stammered. He rose to his feet and shook himself. There was no way he could answer her. Human words would not fit in the mouth of a wolf. Instead, he padded over to her and licked her hand. She sank to her knees, wrapped her arms about his head, and laid her cheek against his muzzle.
"Oh, Geryon,"
she said in a tone of wonder. On an impulse born out of sheer mischief, he deliberately licked her face from chin to hairline. His tongue was quite long, and quite wet.
"Stop that,"
she said, giggling in spite of herself, and trying to wipe her face. He momentarily touched his cold nose to the side of her neck. She flinched away. Then he turned and loped off toward the road where the trail was. He paused in the bushes beside the road and carefully peered out, his ears alert, and his nose searching for the scent of anyone in the vicinity. Then, satisfied, he slipped out of the bushes with his belly low to the ground to stand in the middle of the road. It was not the same, of course. There was a subtle difference to the pulling sensation, but it was still there. He felt a peculiar satisfaction and had to restrain an urge to lift his muzzle in a howl of triumph. Then he turned and loped back toward where the others were hidden. His toenails dug into the turf, and he exulted in a wild sense of freedom. It was almost with regret that he changed back into his own shape. "Well?" Belgarath asked, as he walked toward them in the gathering dusk. "No problem," Geryon replied, trying to sound casual about it. He suppressed the urge to grin, knowing that his offhand manner would irritate his grandfather enormously. "Are you really sure we need him along on this trip?" Belgarath asked his daughter. Yes, father," she said. "He is sort of necessary."
"I was afraid you might feel that way about it."
He looked at the others.
"All right. This is the way it works. Paul and Dernick can keep in touch with each other over quite some distance. So he will be able to warn you if we run across any soldiers, or if the trail moves off the road. Move at a walk to keep down the noise, and be ready to take cover on short notice. Geryon, keep your mind in contact with Paul's, and don't forget that you've got a nose and ears, as well as eyes. Swing back to the road from time to time to make sure that we are still on the trail. Does anybody have any questions?"
They all shook their heads.
"All right, then. Let's go." "Do you want me to go along?" Belden offered.
"Thanks all the same, Uncle," Bulgara declined. "But hawks don't really see all that well in the dark. You would not be much help after you had flown head-on into a few trees." It was surprisingly easy. The first impulse of any group of soldiers when setting up for the night is to build fires, and the second is to keep them going until the sun comes up. Guided by these cheery beacons, Geryon and Belgarath were able to locate the night encampments of all of the bands of troops in the area and to sniff out the sentries. As luck had it, in most cases the troops had set up some distance from the road, and the party was able to ride through undetected. It was well into the night. Geryon had crept to the top of a hill to survey the next valley. There were a fair number of campfires out there, winking at him in the darkness.
Carrion?
Tsenedra's voice seemed right on top of him. With a startled yelp, he jumped high into the air. It took him a moment to regain his composure.
Tsenedra,
he whined plaintively.
please don't do that. You almost scared me out of my fur. I just wanted to be sure that you were all right,
she said defensively.
If I have to wear this amulet, I may as well get some use out of it.
I'm fine, Tsenedra, he said in a patient tone.
Just don't startle me like that. Wolves are edgy animals.
Children, Polgara's voice cut in firmly, you can play some other time. I am trying to hear Dernick, and you are drowning him out with all of this chatter.
Yes, Aunt Paul,
Geryon replied automatically.
I love you, Geryon,
Tsenedra whispered by way of farewell. They traveled by night, and sought cover as dawn began to stain the eastern sky for the next several days. It all became so easy that, finally, Geryon grew careless. He was padding through a thicket on the fourth night, and accidentally stepped on a dry twig.
Who's there?
The voice was downwind of him, and the soldier's scent had not reached his nostrils. The fellow came pushing into the thicket, making a great deal of noise. He was warily holding a spear out in front of him. Angry more at himself than at the clumsy sentry, Geryon shouldered the spear aside, raised up on his hind legs, and put his forepaws on the terrified man's shoulders. Then he swore at some length, his oaths coming out as horrid growling and snarling. The soldier's eyes bulged as Geryon's awful fangs snapped within inches of his face. Then he screamed and fled. Geryon slunk guiltily out of the thicket and loped away. Polgara's voice came to him.
What was that?
Nothing important, he replied, more than a little ashamed of himself.
Tell Dernick and the others to swing out to the west for a while. This group of soldiers is camped fairly close to the road.
It was nearly dawn on the following night, when the night breeze brought the smell of frying bacon to Geryon's nostrils. He crept forward through the tall grass, but before he could get near enough to see who was cooking, he encountered his grandfather.
Who is it?
He asked in the manner of wolves.
200 soldiers,
Belgarath replied, and a whole herd of pack mules.
They're right on the road, aren't they?
I don't think that's going to be a problem. I heard a couple of them talking. It seems that they work for Silk.
Silk's got his own army?
Geryon asked incredulously.
So it would seem. I wish that little thief wouldn't keep secrets from me.
Geryon felt the old man's thought reaching out. Paul, tell Dernick to send Silk up here. And then he looked at Geryon. Let's go back to the road. I want to have a little talk with the pride of Drasnia. They loped back to the road, resumed their own shapes, and intercepted Silk. Belgarath, Geryon thought, showed enormous restraint.
There's a large group of soldiers wearing blue tunics just up ahead,
he said in a level tone. Would you by any chance know who they are?
What are they doing here? Silk asked with a puzzled frown. They have been told to avoid any area where there's trouble.
Maybe they didn't hear you. Belgarath's tone was sarcastic. It's a standing order. I'm definitely going to talk with the captain about this.
You've got a private army?
Geryon asked the little man.
Oh, I don't know that I'd call it an army exactly.
Yarblick and I hired some mercenaries to guard our caravans is all.
Isn't that terribly expensive?
Not nearly as expensive as losing those caravans would be. Highway robbery is a cottage industry in Kuranda. Let's go talk with them.
Why don't we?
Belgarath's tone was flat, even unfriendly. You're not taking this very well, old friend.
Don't crowd it, Silk. I have been slinking through wet grass for 5 nights running. I have got burrs in my coat and a snarl in my tail that is going to take me a week to chew out, and all this time you have had an armed escort within shouting distance.
I didn't know they were there, Belgarath, Silk protested. They're not supposed to be here. Belgarath stalked away, muttering curses under his breath. The muleteers in the camp had begun to load their animals when Silk, with Geryon walking on one side of him and Belgarath on the other, rode in. A hard-bitten-looking man with a pock-marked face and thick wrists approached them and saluted.
"Your Highness," he said to Silk, "we didn't know that you were in this part of Malloria."
"I move around a lot," Silk said. "Is it all right if we join you, Captain Rekos?"
"Of course, Your Highness."
"The rest of our party will be along shortly," Silk told him. "What are we having for breakfast this morning?"
"Bacon, fried eggs, chops, hot bread, jam. The usual, Your Highness."
"No gruel?"
"I can have the cook mix some up for you if you would like, Your Highness," Rakos replied.
"No, thanks, Captain. I think I can live without gruel, for today anyway."
"Would Your Highness care to inspect the troops?"
Silk made a face and then sighed. They sort of expect it, don't they?
"It's good for morale, Your Highness," Rakos assured him. "An uninspected trooper begins to feel unappreciated."
"Right you are, Captain," Silk said, dismounting. "Follow them in, if you would please, and I will boost their morale." The captain turned and bellowed an order. "Excuse me," Silk said to Belgarath and Geryon. "Certain formalities are the price of command." He smoothed down his hair with the palm of his hand and carefully adjusted his clothing. Then he followed Captain Rekos toward the ranks of soldiers, standing at attention beside the road. His manner was grand as he inspected his troops, and he rather meticulously pointed out missing buttons, unshaved faces, and boots not polished to perfection. Dornick, Polgra, and the others arrived while he was progressing down the last rank. Belgarath quickly explained the situation to them. When Silk returned, he had a certain self-satisfied look on his face.
"Was all that really necessary?"
Velvet asked him. "It's expected," he shrugged. He looked rather proudly at his men. "They look good, don't they? I may not have the biggest army in Malloria, but I have got the sharpest. Why don't we go have some breakfast?"
"I've eaten soldiers' rations before," Belden told him. "I think I'll go look for another pigeon."
"You're jumping to conclusions, Belden," the little man assured him. "Bad food is the greatest cause of dissatisfaction in the ranks of any army. Yarblick and I are very careful to hire only the best cooks, and to provide them with only the finest food available. Dry rations might be good enough for Kalazakath's army, but not for mine." Captain Rekos joined them for breakfast. Rekos was obviously a field soldier, and he had certain difficulties with his utensils. "Where's the caravan bound?" Silk asked him.
"Jarot, Your Highness."
"And what are we carrying?"
"Beans."
"Beans?" Silk sounded a little startled.
"It was your order, Your Highness," Rekos said. "Word came from your factor in Malzeth before the plague broke out that you wanted to corner the market in beans. Your warehouses in Megaren are overflowing with them, so lately we've been transferring them to Jarot."
"Why would I do that?" Silk said, scratching his head in bafflement. "Zakath was bringing his army back from Tolmurgos," Geryon reminded him. "He was going to mount a campaign in Coranda. You wanted to buy up all of the beans in Malloria so that you could gouge the Bureau of Military Procurement." "Gouge is such an ugly word, Geryon," Silk protested with a pained look. He frowned. "I thought I had rescinded that order."
"Not that I've heard, Your Highness," Rekos said. "You have got tons of beans pouring into Megaren from all over Dershin and southern Ganesia."
Silk groaned. "How much longer is it going to take us to reach Jarot? I have got to put a stop to this."
"Several days, Your Highness,"
Rekos replied. "And the beans will just keep piling up the whole time?"
"Probably, Your Highness."
Silk groaned again. They rode on down through the remainder of Wrangel with no further incidents. Silk's professional soldiers apparently had a wide reputation in the region, and the poorly trained troops of the varying factions there gave them a wide berth. Silk rode at the head of the column like a field marshal, looking about with a lordly manner.
"Are you going to let him get away with that?"
Tenedra asked Velvet after a day or so.
"Of course not,"
Velvet replied.
"but let him enjoy it for now. Time enough to teach him the realities of the situation later on." "You're terrible,"
Tenedra giggled.
"Naturally. But didn't you do the same thing to our hero here?"
Velvet looked pointedly at Geryon.
"Lysel,"
Polgara said firmly, "you are giving away secrets again."
"Sorry, Lady Polgara,"
Velvet replied contritely. The trail of Xandramas was soon joined by the sullen scarlet trail of the Sardian, and both proceeded down across Wrangel to the river Kalahar and the border of Celanta. The trails also seemed to be going toward Jarot.
"Why is she going toward the sea?"
Geryon worriedly asked Belgarath.
"Who knows?"
the old man replied shortly.
"She has read the Ashabin oracles, and I have not. It could be that she knows where she is going, and I'm just floundering along in the rear."
"But what if—"
"Please, don't what-if me, Geryon,"
Belgarath said.
"I've got enough problems already."
They crossed the river Kalahar aboard a cluster of ferries that seemed to belong to Silk and arrived in the port city of Jarot on the Celanta side. As they rode through the cobbled streets, crowds came out to cheer. Silk rode at the head of the column, graciously waving his acknowledgment of the cheers.
"Oh, I missed something?"
Dernick asked.
"His people love him very much,"
Ariond explained.
"His people?"
"Who owns a man, Dernick?"
the blond young man asked sadly.
"The one who rules him, or the one who pays him?"
Silk's offices in Jarot were opulent, even ostentatious. Malloreon carpets lay thick upon the floors. The walls were paneled in rare polished wood, and officials in costly livery were everywhere.
"One sort of has to keep up appearances,"
the little man explained apologetically as they entered.
"The natives are so impressed by show."
"Of course,"
Belgarath said dryly.
"Oh, surely you don't think—" "Just let it pass, Silk."
"But it's all so much fun, Belgarath," Silk grinned. Belgarath then did something Geryon had never thought he would see him do. He raised his hands imploringly, assumed a tragic expression, and said,
"Why me?"
Belden chortled.
"Well,"
Belgarath said crossly to him.
"Nothing,"
Belden replied. Silk's factor in Jarot was a baggy-eyed Malcene named Kasvor. Kasvor walked as if he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he sighed often. He came wearily into the office where Silk sat as if enthroned behind a very large writing desk, and the rest of them lounged in comfortable chairs along the walls.
"Prince Keldar,"
Kasvor said, bowing. "Ah, Kasvor," Silk said.
"I've seen to the rooms your highness wanted,"
Kasvor sighed.
"The inn is called the Lion. It's 2 streets over. I've taken the entire top floor for you."
Dernick leaned over and whispered to Geryon.
"Wasn't that inn we stayed at in Kamar also called the Lion? The place where Brendig arrested us that time?"
"I'd imagine that you could find a lion inn in just about every city in the world," Geryon replied.
"Capital, Kasvor, capital," Silk was saying. Kasvor smiled faintly. "How's business?"
"We're showing a fair profit, your highness."
"How fair?"
"About 45%.
"Not bad. I need to talk to you about something else, though. Let's stop buying beans."
I'm afraid it's a little late for that, Your Highness. We own just about every bean in Malloreon already.
Silk groaned and buried his face in his hands.
The market is up 10 points, though, Your Highness.
It is? Silk sounded startled, and his eyes brightened. How did that happen?
There have been all manner of rumors going about, and some tentative inquiries from the Bureau of Military Procurement. Everyone's been scrambling around trying to buy up beans, but we've got them all.
10 points, you say?
Yes, Your Highness.
Sell, Silk said. Casvor looked startled. We bought up the bean crop in the expectation of an imperial military campaign in Karanda. There won't be one now.
Can Your Highness be sure?
I have access to certain sources of information. When the word gets out, the market in beans is going to sink like a rock, and we don't really want several million tons of beans on our hands, do we? Have there been any offers?
The Melcene Consortium has expressed some interest, Your Highness. They're willing to go 2 points above the market.
Negotiate with them, Casvor. When they get to 3 points above the market price, sell. I don't want to have to eat all of those beans myself.
Yes, Your Highness.
Belgarath cleared his throat meaningfully. Silk glanced at the old man and nodded. We just came down through Vorosebo and Wrangel. Things are a bit chaotic up there.
So I've heard, Your Highness,
Casvor replied. Is there unrest anywhere else in the region? We have some things to do in this part of the world, and we don't want to have to do them in a war zone if we don't have to. Casvor shrugged.
Darshiva's in an uproar. But there's nothing new about that. Darshiva's been in an uproar for the past 12 years. I took the liberty of pulling all of our people out of that principality. There's nothing left there that's worth our while.
He looked toward the ceiling in mock piety.
May Zandra Moss grow a boil on her nose, he prayed.
Amen, Silk agreed fervently. Is there any place else we ought to avoid?
I've heard that northern Gandahar is a bit nervous, Casvor answered. But that doesn't affect us, since we don't deal in elephants.
Smartest decision we ever made, Silk said to Belgarath. Do you have any idea how much an elephant can eat?
Peldane is also reported to be in turmoil just now, Your Highness, Casvor reported. Zandramas is spreading her infection in all directions.
Have you ever seen her? Silk asked him. Casvor shook his head.
She hasn't come this far east yet. I think she's trying to consolidate her position before she comes this way. The Emperor won't mourn the loss of Darshiva, Wrangel, and Vorosebo very much. And Peldane and Gandahar are more trouble than they're worth. Xelanta, and certainly Melcena, are altogether different matters, though.
Oh, truly, Silk agreed. Casvor frowned.
I did hear something, though, Your Highness. There's a rumor going around the waterfront that Zandramas's cohort, Naradis, hired a ship for Melcena a few days ago.
Naradis?
Your Highness may never have seen him, but he's fairly easy to pick out in a crowd. He has absolutely white eyes. Casfor shuddered. Gruesome-looking fellow. Anyway, he's reputed to have been with Xandramas since the beginning. And as I understand it, he's her right arm. There are some other rumors as well, but I don't think I should repeat them in the presence of the ladies.
He looked apologetically at Polgara, Tsenedra, and Velvet. Silk tapped his forefinger thoughtfully on his chin. So, Noradus went to Melcena. I think I'd like to get a few more details about that.
I'll circulate some people around the waterfront, Your Highness. I'm sure we'll be able to find someone who can give us more information.
Good, Silk said, rising to his feet. If you find someone, send him to me at the Lion Inn. Tell him that I'll be very generous.
Of course, Your Highness.
Silk hefted the leather pouch at his belt. I'll need some money, he noted.
I'll see to it at once, Prince Keldar.
As they left the building and walked down the polished stone steps toward their horses, Belden made a disgusted sound.
It's unwholesome,
he muttered. What is? Belgarath asked him.
How lucky you are.
I don't quite follow you.
Isn't it remarkable that Casfor just happened to remember the one thing you really had to know? He threw it out almost as an afterthought.
The gods have always been fond of me, Belgarath replied complacently.
You think of luck as a god? Our master would put you on bread and water for several centuries if he heard you talking like that.
It may not have been entirely luck, Dernick said thoughtfully.
This prophecy of ours has nudged people a bit now and then. I remember one time in Arindia, when Tsenedra was supposed to give a speech. She was so terrified she was almost sick until a drunken young nobleman insulted her. Then she got angry, and her speech set fire to the whole crowd. Paul said that maybe the prophecy had made him get drunk, so that he would insult Tsenedra, in order to make her angry enough to give the speech. Couldn't this have been sort of like that? Fate instead of luck?
Belden looked at the smith, his eyes suddenly alight.
Why, this man is a jewel, Belgarath. I've been looking for someone to talk philosophy with for centuries now, and here he is, right under my nose.
He put his large, gnarled hand on Dernick's shoulder.
When we get to that inn, my friend, you and I are going to begin a very long conversation. It might just go on for several centuries.
Polgara sighed. The Lion Inn was a large building with walls of yellow brick and a red tile roof. A broad stairway led up to an imposing main door, attended by a liveried footman.
Where are all the stables?
Dernick asked, looking about. Probably around back, Silk replied. Melcene architecture is a bit different from the style in the West. As they dismounted, 2 grooms came trotting around the building to take their horses. Silk mounted the stairs, and the footman at the door bowed deeply to him. "This house is honored by your presence, Prince Keldar," he said. "My master's waiting inside to greet you." "Why, thank you, my good man," Silk replied, giving him a coin. "There may be someone along later to see me. It's possible that he will be a sailor or a longshoreman. When he arrives, would you be so good as to send him to me immediately?" "Of course, Your Highness." The top floor of the inn was palatial. The rooms were large and deeply carpeted. The walls were covered with white mortar, and the windows were draped with blue velvet. The furnishings were massive and comfortable-looking. The doorways were arched. Dernick wiped his feet carefully before entering.
He looked around. Well, they seem to be awfully fond of arches, he noted. I've always preferred post and lintel construction myself. For some reason, I just don't quite trust an arch.
Oh, it's perfectly sound, Dernick, Silk assured him.
Oh, I know the theory, Dernick said. Trouble is that I don't know the man who built the arch, so I don't know if he can be trusted.
Do you still want to talk philosophy with him? Belgarath said to Belden.
Why not? Solid practicality has a place in the world, too. And sometimes my speculations get a little airy.
I think the word is windy, Belden. Windy.
You didn't really have to say that, did you?
Belgarath looked at him critically. Yes, he replied. I think I did. Polgarat, Zenedra, and Velvet retired to an elaborate bath that was even larger than those in their quarters in the Imperial Palace at Malzeth. While the ladies were bathing, Silk excused himself. There are a few other things I need to attend to, he explained. I won't be very long. It was after bath time, but before supper time, when a wiry little fellow in a tar-smeared canvas smock was escorted into the main sitting room.
I was told that there was a Prince Keldoris was wanting words with me, he said, looking around.
He spoke in a brogue almost identical to Feldegast's.
Ah, Garion floundered. The princess stepped out for a moment.
I surely don't have all day to sit around cooling me heels, me boy, the little fellow objected. I've things to do and people to see, don't you know? I'll handle this, Garion, Dernick said mildly.
But
it's no problem at all, Dernick said just a bit more firmly.
He turned to the little dockhand.
The prince just had a few questions, is all, he said in an almost lazy tone. It's nothing that you and I can't take care of without bothering His Highness, he laughed then. You know how these high-born people are. Excitable.
Oh, that's the truth, surely. There's nothing like a little title to rob a man of his good sense.
Dernick spread his hands.
What can I say? He said. Why don't we sit down and talk a bit? Would you take a spot of ale?
I've been known to take a sup from time to time,
the little fellow grinned.
You're a man after me own heart. What trade is it you follow me, friend?
Dernick held out his calloused and burn-scarred hands.
Oh, I'm a blacksmith,
he admitted.
Whoosh!
The dockhand exclaimed.
'Tis a hot and heavy line of work you've chose for yourself. I labour on the docks myself. 'Tis heavy enough, but at least it's out in the open air.
It is indeed,
Dernick agreed in that same easy-going fashion. Then he turned and snapped his fingers at Belgarath.
Why don't you see if you can find some ale for my friend and me, he suggested. Get some for yourself, too, if you're of a mind.
Belgarath made a number of strangling noises and went to the door to talk to the servant waiting outside.
A relative of my wife's,
Dernick confided to the tar-smeared man.
Not quite bright, but she insists that I keep him on. You know how that goes.
Oh, by the gods, yes. Me own dear wife's got cousins by the score who can't tell one end of a shovel from t'other. They can surely find the ale barrel and the supper table, though.
Dernick laughed. Who's the work? On the docks, I mean.
Oh, 'tis cruel hard. The masters keep all the gold for themselves, and we get the brass.
Dernick laughed ironically. Isn't that always the way of it?
It is indeed, me friend, it is indeed.
Well, there's no justice in the world, Dernick sighed. And a man can only bow to the ill winds of fortune.
How truly ye speak. I see that you've suffered under unkind masters yourself.
Oh, a time or two, Dernick admitted. He sighed. Well, on to the business at hand, then. The prince has got a certain interest in a fellow with white eyes. Have you ever seen him?
Oh,
the dark hand said.
that one. May he sink in a cesspool up to the eyebrows.
You've met him, then, I take it?
And the meeting gave me no pleasure, I can tell ye.
Well, then, Dernick said smoothly, I can see that we're of the same opinion about this fellow.
If it's in your mind to kill him, I'll lend you me cargo hook.
It's a thought, Dernick laughed. Geryon stared in amazement at his honest old friend. This was a side of Dernick he had never seen before. He glanced quickly to one side and saw Polgaro's eyes wide with astonishment. At that moment, Silk came in, but stopped as Velvet motioned him to silence. However, Dernick went on slyly, what better way to upset somebody that we both dislike than to overturn a scheme he's been hatching for a year or more? The Dockhand's lips peeled back from his teeth in a feral grin.
I'm listening, me friend, he said fervently. Tell me how to spoke the white-eyed man's wheel, and I'm with ye to the end.
He spat in his hand and held it out. Dernick also spat on his palm, and the two of them smacked their hands together in a gesture as old as time. Then the smith lowered his voice confidentially. Now, we've heard that this white-eyed one, may all of his teeth fall out, hired a ship from Melcena. What we need to know is when he left, on what ship, who went with him, and where he was to land.
Simplicity in itself,
the deckhand said expansively, leaning back in his chair. You there, Dernick said to Belgarath. Is that ale on the way? Belgarath made a few more strangling noises. It's so hard to get good help these days, Dernick sighed. Polgara tried very hard to stifle a laugh.
Well, now,
the deckhand said, leaning forward in that same confidential manner.
This is what I seen with me own 2 eyes, so I'm not handing along second-hand information. I seen this white-eyed one come to the docks on a morning about 5 days ago. 'Twas about daybreak it was, and one of them cloudy mornings when you can't tell the difference between the fog and the smoke, and you don't want to breathe too deep of either. Anyway, the white-eyed one, he had a woman with him, in a black satin robe with a hood covering her head, and she had a little boy with her.
How do you know it was a woman? Dernick interrupted.
Have you no eyes, man? The dockhand laughed. They don't walk the same as we do. There's a certain swaying of the hips that no man alive could imitate. 'Twas a woman right enough, and ye have me word on that. And the little boy was as fair as a morning sunrise. But he seemed a little sad. A sturdy little lad he was, and looked for all the world as if he wished he could put his hands on a sword to rid himself of 'em, as he didn't like too much. Anyway, they went aboard ship, and the ship she slipped her hawsers and rowed off into the fog. Word was that they was bound for the city of Melcena, or some well-hidden cove nearby, smuggling not being an unknown in these parts, don't you know?
And this was 5 days ago? Dernick asked.
5 or 4. Sometimes I lose track of the days.
Dernick seized the man's tar-smeared hand warmly. My friend, he said, between us, we'll kick all the spokes out of the white-eyed man's wheel yet.
I'd surely like to help with that kicking,
the dockhand said a bit wistfully. You have, friend, Dernick said. You definitely have. I'll kick a time or 2 for you myself. Silk, the smith said very seriously. I think our friend here should have something to pay him for his trouble.
Silk, looking a bit odd, shook a few coins out of his purse.
Is that the best you can do?
Dernick asked critically. Silk doubled the amount, then, after a glance at Dernick's disapproving expression, doubled that, in gold. The dock hand left, his fist clutched protectively around his coins. Velvet rose wordlessly to her feet and curtsied to Dernick with profound respect. "Where did you learn how to do that?" Silk demanded. Dernick looked at him with some surprise.
"Well, haven't you ever tried in horses at a country fair before, Silk?" he asked. "As I told ye, my old friend," Belden said gaily, "the old speech has not died out altogether, and 'tis music to me ears to hear it again."
"Must you?" Belgarath said, in a highly offended tone. He turned to Dernick.
"What was all that folksy business?"
Dernick shrugged.
"I've met that sort of man many times. They can be very helpful, if you give them a reason to be. But they're very touchy, so you have to approach them just right." He smiled. "Given a little time, I could have sold that fellow a 3-legged horse, and convinced him that he'd gotten the best of the bargain."
"Oh, my Dernick," Polgara said, throwing her arms about the smith's neck. "What would we ever do without you?"
"Well, I hope we never have to find out," he said.
"All right," Belgarath said. "Now that we know that Xandramos went to Melcena, the question is, why?" "To get away from us," Silk suggested. "I don't think so, Keldar," Tzadi disagreed. "Her center of power is in Darshiva. Why should she run off in the other direction?" "I'll work on that."
"What's in Melcena?"
Velvet asked. "Oh, not too much," Silk replied. "Unless you count all of the money in Melcena itself. Most of the world's supply, last time I heard."
"Would Xandramos be interested in money?"
the blonde girl asked. "No," Polgara said very firmly. "Money would have no meaning to her, not at this point. It's something else. The only thing that means anything to Xandramos right now is the Sardian, isn't it?" Geryon said. "Could the Sardian be out there in the islands someplace?" Belden and Belgarath exchanged a look.
"What does that phrase mean?"
Belden demanded in exasperation.
"Think, Belgarath. What does it mean when they say, 'the place which is no more'?"
"Well, you're smarter than I am," Belgarath retorted. "You answer the riddle."
"I hate riddles."
"I think about all we can do at this point is trail along behind and find out," Silk said. "Xandramos seems to know where she is going, and we don't. That doesn't leave us much choice, does it?" "The Sardian came to Jarot as well," Geryon mused. "It was a long time ago, but the orb picked up its trail just outside of town. I'll go down to the docks and see if both trails are still running together. It's possible that Xandramos has some way of following the Sardian, the same as we do. She might not really know where it's going. Maybe she's just following it."
"He's got a point there," Belden said.
"If the Sardian is hidden somewhere out there in Melcena, this could all end before the week is out,"
Geryon added.
"It is too early,"
Polgara said flatly.
"Too early?"
Zinedra exclaimed.
"Lady Polgara, my baby has been gone for over a year now. How can you say it is too early?"
"It has nothing to do with that, Zinedra," the sorceress replied. You have waited a year for the return of your baby. I waited 1,000 years and more for Geryon. Fate and time and the gods pay no attention to our years. But Sorceress said at Ashaba that we still had 9 months until the final meeting. And it has not been that long yet.
She might have been wrong,
Zinedra objected. Perhaps, but only by a second or so either way. Chapter 4. It was foggy in the harbor the next morning. One of those thick early autumn fogs that always hovers on the verge of rain. As they were loading the horses, Geryon glanced up and found that he could see no more than a few feet up the masts of the ship that they were boarding. Silk stood on the aft deck, talking with the ship's captain.
"It should clear off when we get a few leagues out to sea, Your Highness," the captain was saying, as Geryon approached. "There's a fairly steady wind that always blows down the passage between the coast and Melcena."
"Good," Silk said. "I wouldn't want to run into anything. How long is it likely to take us to get to Melcena?"
"Most of the day, Your Highness," the captain replied.
"It's a fair distance,
but the prevailing wind works to our advantage. The return voyage takes several days, though."
"We will all be loaded shortly," Silk told him.
"We can leave any time you're ready, Your Highness."
Silk nodded and joined Geryon at the rail. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked.
"I don't quite follow you."
"You were just a bit grumpy when you got up this morning."
"Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind."
"Spread it around," Silk suggested. "Worries get lighter when you've got people to share them with you."
"We're getting closer,"
Geryon said.
"Even if this meeting doesn't happen out here in the islands, it's still only a matter of a few more months."
"Good. I am getting a little tired of living out of a saddlebag."
"But we don't know what's going to happen yet."
"Of course we do. You are going to meet Zandramas. Divide her down the middle with that big knife of yours, and take your wife and son back to Riva where they belong."
"But we don't know that, Silk."
"We didn't know you were going to win the duel with Torek either, but you did. Anyone who goes around picking fights with gods has very little to fear from a second-rate sorceress."
"How do we know she's second-rate?"
"She's not a disciple, is she? Or would the word be discipless?"
"How would I know?"
Geryon smiled faintly, then grew serious again.
"I think Zandramas has stepped over discipleship. She's the child of dark, and that makes her a bit more serious than an ordinary disciple."
He banged his fist down on the rail.
"I wish I knew what I'm supposed to do. When I went after Torek, I knew. This time, I'm not sure."
"You'll get instructions when the time comes, I'm sure."
"But if I knew, I could sort of get ready."
"I get the feeling that this is not the sort of thing you can get ready for, Geryon." The little man glanced over the rail at the garbage bobbing in the water beside the ship. "Did you follow the trail all the way to the harbor last night?" Geryon nodded.
"Yes, both of them. Both Zandramas and the Sardian left from here. We're fairly sure that Zandramas is going to Melcena. Only the gods know where the Sardian went."
"And probably not even they." A large drop of water fell from the rigging, lost in the fog overhead, and landed with a splat on Silk's shoulder. "Why is it always me?" the little man complained.
"What?"
"Any time something wet falls out of the sky, it lands on me."
"Maybe somebody's trying to tell you something,"
Geryon grinned. Toth and Dernick led the last of the horses up the gangway and on down into the hold. "That's the lot, Captain," Silk called. "We can leave any time now."
"Yes, Your Highness,"
the captain agreed. He raised his voice and started shouting orders. "I've been meaning to ask you about something," Geryon said to Silk. "Always before you acted almost as if you were ashamed of your title. Here in Malloria, though, you seem to want to wallow in it." "What a fascinating choice of words." "You know what I mean." Silk tugged at one earlobe. "In the West, my title is an inconvenience. It attracts too much attention, and it gets in my way. Things are different here in Malloria. Here, nobody takes you seriously unless you have got a title. I have got one, so I use it. It opens certain doors for me, and permits me to have dealings with people who wouldn't have time for Ambar of Kotu or Radek of Boktor. Nothing's really changed, though." "Then all of that posturing and pomposity, pardon the terms, are just for show?" "Of course they are, Geryon. You don't think I've turned into a complete ass, do you?" A strange thought came to Geryon. "Then Prince Keldar is as much a fiction as Ambar and Radek, isn't he?" "Of course he is." "But where's the real Silk?" "Oh, it's very hard to say, Geryon," Silk sighed. "Sometimes I think I lost him years ago." He looked around at the fog. "Let's go below. Murky mornings always seem to start off these gloomy conversations." A league or so beyond the breakwater, the sky turned a rusty color, and the fog began to thin. The sea, lying to the east of the coast of Malloria, rolled in long, sullen swells that spoke of vast stretches of uninterrupted water. The ship ran before the prevailing wind, her prow knifing through the swells, and by late afternoon the coast of the largest of the Melcene Islands was clearly visible on the horizon. The harbor of the city of Melcena was crowded with shipping from all over Malloria. Small and large, the vessels jostled against each other in the choppy water as Silk's captain carefully threaded his way toward the stone quays thrusting out from the shore. It was dusk by the time they had unloaded, and Silk led them through the broad streets toward the house he maintained there. Melcena appeared to be a sedate, even stuffy city. The streets were wide and scrupulously clean. The houses were imposing, and the inhabitants all wore robes in sober hues. There was none of the bustle here that was evident in other cities. The citizens of Melcena moved through the streets with decorum, and the street hawkers did not bawl their wares in those strident voices that helped so much to raise that continual shouted babble that filled the streets of less reserved cities. Although Melcena lay in a tropic latitude, the prevailing breeze coming in off of the ocean moderated the temperature enough to make the climate pleasant. Silk's house here was what might be more properly called a palace. It was constructed of marble, and was several stories high. It was fronted by a large formal garden, and flanked by stately trees. A paved drive curved up through the garden to a porch lined with columns, and liveried servants stood attentively at the entryway. "Opulent," Tzadi noted as they dismounted. "Oh, it's a nice little place," Silk admitted in an offhand way. And then he laughed. "Actually, Tzadi, it's mostly for show. Personally, I prefer shabby little offices in back streets. But Melcena takes itself very seriously, and one has to try to fit in if one plans to do business here. Let's go inside." They went up the broad steps and through an imposing door. The foyer inside the door was very large, and the walls were clad with marble. Silk led them on through the foyer and up a grand staircase. "The rooms on the ground floor are given over to offices," he explained. "The living quarters are up here."
"What sort of business do you do here?" Dernick asked. "I didn't see anything that looked like a warehouse."
"There aren't many warehouses in Melcena," Silk said as he opened a door and led them into a very large blue-carpeted sitting room. "The decisions are made here, of course, but the goods are normally stored on the mainland. There's not much point in shipping things here and then turning around and shipping them back again."
"Well, that makes sense," Dernick approved.
The furnishings of the room they had entered were ornate. Divans and comfortable chairs were clustered in little groupings here and there, and wax candles burned in sconces along the wood-paneled walls. "It is a little late to be wandering around the streets, looking for Zandramas," Silk observed. "I thought we might have something to eat, get a good night's sleep, and then Geryon and I can start out early in the morning."
"That's probably the best way to go at it,"
Belgarath agreed, sinking down onto a well-upholstered divan. "Could I offer you all something to drink while we are waiting for dinner?" Silk asked.
"I thought you'd never ask," Belden growled, sprawling in a chair and scratching his beard.
Silk tugged at a bell-pull, and a servant entered immediately. "I think we'll have some wine," Silk told him.
"Yes, Your Highness."
"Bring several varieties."
"Have you got any ale?" Belden asked. "Wine sours my stomach."
"Bring ale for my messy friend as well," Silk ordered. "And tell the kitchen that there will be 11 of us for dinner."
"At once, Your Highness."
The servant bowed and quietly left the room. "You have bathing facilities, I assume?" Belgara asked, removing the light cloak she had worn on the voyage.
"You bathed just last night in Gerard, Paul," Belgarath pointed out.
"Yes, Father," she said dreamily. "I know." "Each suite has its own bath," Silk told her. "Oh, they're not quite as large as the one in Sakath's palace, but they'll get you wet." She smiled and sat on one of the divans. "Oh, please, everybody, sit down," Silk said to the rest of them.
"Do you think any of your people here might know what's going on out in the world?"
Belgarath asked the little man. "Oh, naturally."
"Why naturally?"
"My boyhood occupation was spying, Belgarath, and old habits die hard. All of my people are instructed to gather information."
"What do you do with it?"
Velvet asked him. He shrugged. "I sort through it. I get almost as much pleasure from handling information as I do from handling money."
"Do you forward any of this information to Javelin and Boktor?"
"I send him a few crumbs now and then, just to remind him that I'm still alive."
"Oh, I'm sure he knows that, Silk."
"Why don't you send for someone who can bring us up to date?"
Belgarath suggested.
"We have been out of touch for quite a while, and I would sort of like to know what certain people are up to."
"Right," Silk agreed. He tugged the bell-pull again, and another liveried servant responded. "Would you ask Veta to step in here for a moment?" Silk asked. The servant bowed and left. "My factor here," Silk said, taking a seat. "We lured him away from Brador's secret police. Oh, he's got a good head for business. And he's had all that training in the intelligence service." Vetter proved to be a narrow-faced man with a nervous tick in his left eyelid.
"Your Highness wanted to see me,"
he said respectfully as he entered the room. "Oh, there you are, Vetter," Silk said. "I have been back in the hinterlands, and I was wondering if you could fill me in on what has been happening lately."
"Here in Melcena, Your Highness."
"Oh, perhaps a bit more general than that."
"All right."
Vetter paused, gathering his thoughts.
"There was a plague in Malzeth. The Emperor sealed the city to prevent the spread of this disease. So, for a time, we could not get any information out of the capital. The plague has subsided, however, so the gates have been opened again.
The Emperor's agents are moving freely around Malloreon now. There was an upheaval in central Coranda. It appeared to have been fomented by a former Grolem named Minga. The Korans all believed that there were demons involved, but Korans think that there's a demon behind any unusual occurrence. It does appear, though, that there were at least a few supernatural events in the region. Minga has not been seen for quite some time, and order is being gradually restored. The Emperor took the business seriously enough to summon the army back from Tol Murgos to put down this uprising.
Has he rescinded that order yet? Silk asked. If things are quieting down in Coranda, he's not going to need all of those troops, is he? Vetter shook his head in disagreement.
The troops are still landing at Malgamila. The word we've been getting out of Malzeth is that the Emperor has lost his enthusiasm for the conquest of Tol Murgos. He had personal reasons for the campaign in the first place, and those reasons don't seem to be as pressing anymore. His major concern at the moment seems to be the impending confrontation between the disciple Urvan and Xandramas the Sorceress. That situation is about to come to a head. Urvan seems to be suffering from some sort of mental instability, but his subordinates are moving large numbers of people into the region in preparation for something fairly major. Xandramas is also marshalling her forces. Our best assessment of the situation is that it's only going to be a matter of time before the Emperor moves his forces out of Malzeth to restore order. There have been reports of supplies being stockpiled at Magarin. It's apparent that Kazakath intends to use it as a staging area.
Were we able to capitalize on that in any way? Silk asked intently.
To some degree, Your Highness. We sold a part of our bean holdings to the Bureau of Military Procurement just today.
What was the price?
About 15 points above what we paid.
You had better get word to Kazvor and Jarod, Silk said with a sour expression. I told him to sell at 13. The Melcene Consortium has been making offers. Is the price likely to go higher? Vetter spread one hand and rocked it back and forth uncertainly. Let the word get out that we sold at 15 and tell Kazvor to hold out for that figure. Even if the price goes to 16, we will have still taken most of the profit out of the transaction.
I'll see to it, Your Highness.
Vetter frowned a bit.
There is something going on in Dalesia. He continued his report. We haven't been able to get the straight of it yet, but the Dalesians all seem to be very excited about it. Kel has been sealed off, so we cannot get anybody there to investigate. And Kel is the source of just about everything that goes on in Dalesia.
Any news from the west? Girion asked.
Things are still stalemated in Tol Murgos, Vetter replied. Kalzakath is reducing his forces there, and he's called all of his generals home. He is still holding the cities in eastern Tol Murgos, but the countryside is reverting. It is not certain whether King Urget is going to take advantage of the situation. He has other things on his mind.
Oh? Silk asked curiously.
He's getting married. A princess from the house of Khan, as I understand it.
Silk sighed.
King Gethel of Mishrekechtul died, Vetter went on, and he was succeeded by his son Nathal. Nathal's a hopeless incompetent, so we can't be sure how long he will last.
Vetter paused, scratching at his chin.
We have had reports that there was a meeting of the Aelorn Council at Boktor. The Aelorns get together once a year, but it is usually at Riva. About the only other thing unusual about it was the fact that a fair number of non-Aelorn monarchs attended.
"Oh?" Belgarath said. "Who?"
"The king of the Sendars, the emperor of Tolnedra, and King Drosta of Goragnadrak. The king of Arendia was ill, but he sent representatives."
"Now what are they up to?" Belgarath muttered.
"We weren't able to get our hands on the agenda,"
Vetter told him.
"But not long afterward, a delegation of diplomats from their kingdoms went to Rak-Urga. There are rumors that some fairly serious negotiations are going on."
"What are they doing?" Belgarath demanded in an exasperated voice.
"I've told you over and over not to go off and leave the Aelorns unattended," Belden said. "If there's any way at all for them to do something wrong, they'll do it." "The price of gold is up," Vetter continued, "and the price of Malloreon crowns is down. Melcene Imperials are holding steady, but the diamond market is fluctuating so wildly that we have withdrawn our investments in that commodity. That is more or less what's current, Your Highness. I'll have a more detailed report on your desk first thing in the morning."
"Thank you, Vetter," Silk replied. "That's all for right now." Vetter bowed and quietly left. Belgarath began to pace up and down, swearing to himself. "There is nothing you can do about it, Father," Bolgara told him. "So why upset yourself?" "Perhaps they have some reason for what they are doing," Silk suggested.
"What possible reason could they have to be negotiating with the Murgos?"
"I don't know." Silk spread his hands. "I wasn't there when they made the decision. Maybe Urgot offered them something they wanted." Belgarath continued to swear. About a half-hour later, they adjourned to the dining room and took seats near one end of a table that could easily have accommodated a half of 100. The linen was snowy white, the knives and forks were solid silver, and the porcelain plates were edged in gold. The service was exquisite, and the meal was of banquet proportions. "I must talk with your cook," Polgara said as they lingered over dessert. "He appears to be a man of talent." "Oh, I should hope so," Silk replied. "He's costing me enough."
"I'd say you can afford it,"
Dernick noted, looking around at the luxurious furnishings. Silk leaned back in his chair, toying with the stem of a silver goblet. "It doesn't really make much sense to maintain a place like this, when I only come here about twice a year," he admitted. "But it is expected, I guess." "Doesn't Yarblick use it too?" Geryon asked him. Silk shook his head. "No. Yarblick and I have an agreement. I give him free rein in the rest of the world, as long as he stays out of Melcena. He doesn't really fit in here, and he insists on taking Vela with him every place he goes. Vela really shocks the Melcenes."
"She's a good wench, though," Belden said, grinning. "When this is all over, I might just buy her."
"That's disgusting,"
Tynedra flared.
"What did I say?"
Belden looked confused.
"She's not a cow, you know."
"No. If I wanted a cow, I'd buy a cow."
"You can't just buy people."
"Well, of course you can. She's a Nadrak woman. She would be insulted if I didn't try to buy her."
"Just be careful of her knives, Uncle," Polgara cautioned. "She is very quick with them." He shrugged.
Everybody has a few bad habits."
Geryon did not sleep well that night, although the bed he shared with Tynedra was deep and soft. At first he thought that might be part of the problem. He had been sleeping on the ground for weeks now, and it seemed reasonable that he was just not used to a soft bed. About midnight, however, he realized that the bed had nothing to do with his sleeplessness. Time was moving on inexorably, and his meeting with Xandromos marched toward him with a measured, unstoppable pace. He still knew little more than he had at the beginning. He was, to be sure, closer to her than he had been at the start, no more than a week at most behind, if the reports were correct. But he was still trailing after her, and he still did not know where she was leading him. Darkly, he muttered a few choice oaths at the madman who had written the Mrin Codex. Why did it all have to be so cryptic? Why couldn't it have been written in plain language? Because, if it had been, half the world would be waiting for you when you got to the place of the meeting, the dry voice in his mind told him. You're not the only one who wants to find the Sardian, you know. I thought you'd left for good. Oh, no, I'm still around. How far behind Xandromos are we? About 3 days. Geryon felt a wild surge of hope. Don't get too excited, the voice said. And don't just dash off as soon as you find the trail again. There's something else that has to be done here. What? You know better than to ask that, Geryon. I can't tell you. So quit trying to trick me into answering. Why can't you just tell me? Because if I tell you certain things, the other spirit will be free to tell other things to Xandromos, like the location of the place which is no more, for instance. You mean she doesn't know? Geryon asked incredulously. Of course she doesn't know. If she knew, she'd be there by now. Then the location isn't written down in the Ashabine oracles? Obviously. Pay attention tomorrow. Somebody's going to say something in passing that is very important. Don't miss it. Who's going to say it? But the voice was gone. It was breezy the following morning when Silk and Geryon set out, wearing long robes of a sober blue color. At Silk's suggestion, Geryon had detached the orb from the hilt of his sword and carried it concealed beneath his robe. Melcenes rarely wear arms inside the city, the little man had explained, and your sword is very conspicuous. They did not take their horses, but rather walked out into the street to mingle with the citizens of Melcena. We might as well start along the waterfront, Silk suggested. Each wharf is owned by a different group of businessmen, and if we can find out which wharf Xandromos landed on, we'll know whom to question for more information. Sounds reasonable, Geryon said, striding off toward the harbor. Don't run, Silk told him. I'm not. You're moving too fast, the little man said. People in Melcena go at a more stately pace. You know, Silk, I really don't care what the people here think of me. I'm not here to waste time. Silk took hold of his friend's arm with a firm grip. Geryon, he said seriously, we know that Xandromos and her underling have come here. She knows that we are after her, and there are people in Melcena who can be hired for various kinds of mischief. Let's not make it easy for them by standing out in the crowd. Geryon looked at him. All right. We'll do it your way. They walked at an infuriatingly slow pace down a broad avenue. At one point, Silk stopped with a muttered oath. What's wrong? Geryon asked him. That fellow just ahead, the one with the big nose, he is a member of Bredor's secret police. Are you sure? Silk nodded. I have known him for quite some time. The little man squared his shoulders. Well, there's no help for it, I guess. He has already seen us. Let's move along. But the man with the large bulbous nose moved forward to stand in their path.
"Good morning, Prince Keldar,"
he said, bowing slightly. "Rolla?" Silk replied distantly.
"And your Majesty,"
Rolla added, bowing more deeply to Geryon.
"We weren't expecting you to appear here in Melcena. Brador will be very surprised."
"Surprises are good for him," Silk shrugged. "An unsurprised man gets complacent."
"The Emperor was most put out with you, your Majesty,"
Rolla said reproachfully to Geryon. "I'm sure he will survive it."
"In Malloreon, your Majesty, it is the ones who offend Kalzakath who need to be concerned about survival."
"Don't make threats, Rolla. If His Majesty here decides that your report to the Chief of the Bureau of Internal Affairs would be embarrassing, he might decide to take steps to keep you from ever writing it. His Majesty is an Aelon, after all, and you know how short-tempered they can be." Rolla stepped back apprehensively. "Always nice talking with you, Rolla," Silk said in a tone of dismissal. Then he and Geryon walked on. Geryon noticed that the big-nosed man had a slightly worried look on his face as they passed him.
"I love to do that to people,"
Silk smirked. "You're easily amused," Geryon said. "You do know that when his report gets to Malzeth, Zakath's going to flood this whole region with people trying to find us." "Do you want me to go back and kill him for you?" Silk offered. "Of course not. I didn't think so. If you can't do something about a situation, there's no point in worrying about it." When they reached the harbor, Geryon tightened his grip on the orb. The pulling of Iron-Grip's sword had sometimes been quite strong, and Geryon had no desire to have the stone jump out of his hand. They walked northward along the wharves with the salt tang of the sea in their nostrils. The harbor of Melcena, unlike that of most of the port cities in the world, was surprisingly clear of floating garbage. "How do they keep it so clean?" Geryon asked curiously. "The water, I mean." "There is a heavy fine for throwing things into the harbor," Silk replied. "Melcenes are compulsively tidy. They also have workmen with nets and small boats patrolling the waterfront to scoop up any floating debris. It helps to maintain full employment," he grinned. "It's a nasty job, and it's always assigned to people who aren't interested in finding regular work. A few days in a small boat full of garbage and dead fish increases their ambition enormously." "You know," Geryon said, "that's really a very good idea. I wonder if—" The orb suddenly grew very warm in his hand. He pulled his robe open slightly and looked at it. It was glowing a sullen red. "Xandremos?" Silk asked. Geryon shook his head. "The Sardian," he replied. Silk nervously tugged at his nose. "That's sort of a dilemma, isn't it? Do we follow the Sardian or Xandremos?" "Xandremos," Geryon said. "She's the one who's got my son." "It's up to you," Silk shrugged. "That's the last wharf just up ahead. If we don't pick up the trail there, we'll go on and check the north gate." They passed the last wharf. The orb gave no indication of interest. "Could they have landed on one of the other islands?" Geryon asked with a worried frown. "Not unless they changed course once they were at sea," Silk replied. "There are plenty of other places to land a ship along the coast. Let's go have a look at the north gate." Once again they moved through the streets at that frustratingly leisurely pace. After they had crossed several streets, Silk stopped. "Oh, no," he groaned. "What is it?" "That fat man coming this way is Viscount Eska. He is one of the senior members of the Melcene Consortium. He is bound to want to talk business. Tell him we have an appointment." "It wouldn't do any good. Time doesn't mean that much to Melcenes.
Why, there you are, Prince Keldar,
the fat man in a grey robe said, waddling up to them.
I've been looking all over the city for you.
Viscount Eska, Silk said, bowing.
My colleagues and I have stood in awe of your recent venture into the commodities market,
Eska said admiringly. Silk's eyes grew sly, and his long nose twitched. Then he assumed a pained expression. A blunder, actually, my dear Viscount, he said mournfully. There's little profit to be made in something as bulky as farm produce.
Have you been keeping abreast of the market?
Eska asked, his face taking on a transparent cast of neutrality, but his eyes filled with undisguised greed. No, Silk lied, not really. I've been up country, and I haven't had the chance to talk with my factor as yet. I left instructions for him to take the first offer that comes along, though, even if we have to take a loss. I need my warehouses, and they are filled to the rafters with beans.
Well now,
Eska said, rubbing his hands together.
I'll speak with my colleagues. Perhaps we can make you a modest offer.
He had begun to sweat. Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Eska. My holdings are virtually worthless. Why don't we let some stranger take the loss? I couldn't really do that to a friend.
But, my dear Prince Keldar,
Eska protested in a tone verging on anguish,
we wouldn't really expect to make a vast profit. Our purchase would be more in the nature of long-term speculation.
Well, Silk said dubiously, as long as you are fully aware of the risks involved.
Oh, we are,
Eska said eagerly. Silk sighed. All right, then. Why don't you make an offer to Vetter? I'll trust you not to take advantage of my situation.
Oh, of course, Keldar, of course.
Eska bowed hastily.
I really must be off now. Pressing business, you understand.
Oh, Silk said, quite. Eska waddled off at an unseemly rate of speed. Hooked him, Silk chortled. Now I'll let Vetter land him. Don't you ever think about anything else? Geryon asked. Of course I do, but we're busy right now. And we didn't have all morning to listen to him babble. Let's move along, shall we? A thought occurred to Geryon. What if Zandramas avoided the city? Then we will get our horses and check the coastline. She had to have landed somewhere. As they approached the north gate of Melcena, the press in the street grew noticeably heavier. Carriages and people on horseback began to become more frequent, and the normally sedate citizens began to move more rapidly. Geryon and Silk found it necessary to push their way through the throng. Anything? Silk asked. Not yet, Geryon replied, taking a firmer grip on the orb. Then, as they passed a side street, he felt the now familiar pulling. She's been here, he reported. She came out of that street. Or went into it. I can't quite tell which yet. He went a few steps up the side street. The orb tried to push him back. He turned around and rejoined his rat-faced friend. The steady pull of the orb drew him toward the gate. She went out this way, he reported, as they reached the arched opening. Good, Silk said. Let's go back and get the others. And then maybe we can find out why Zandramas came to Melcena. Chapter 5. It seemed somehow that Geryon's impatience had communicated itself to Chrétien. The big gray stallion was restive as they left Silk's house and rode into the street, and he flicked his ears in irritation as Geryon tried to curb him with the reins. Even the sound of his steel-shod hooves on the cobblestones came as a kind of restless staccato. As Geryon leaned forward to lay a calming hand on the arched gray neck, He could feel the nervous quivering of the horse's muscles under the sleek skin.
"I know," he said. "I feel the same way. But we have to wait until we are outside of the city before we can run."
Gretchen snorted, and then made a plaintive whinnying sound.
"It won't take that long,"
Geryon assured him. They rode in single file through the busy streets with Silk in the lead. The breeze swirling through the streets carried with it the dusty smell of autumn.
"What are all of those buildings over there?"
Ariond called ahead to Silk. The blond young man pointed toward a large complex of structures that seemed to be set in the center of a lush green park. "The University of Melcena," Silk replied. "It is the largest institution of higher learning in the world."
"Even bigger than the one in Tolhanath?"
Geryon asked. "Oh, yes, much. The Melcenes study everything. There are branches of learning at that university that the Tolnedrons won't even admit exist."
"Oh? Such as what?"
"Applied alchemy, astrology, necromancy, fundamentals of witchcraft, that sort of thing. They've even got an entire college devoted to the reading of tea leaves."
"You're not serious."
"I'm not. But they are." Geryon laughed and rode on. The streets of Melcena grew even busier, but there was a decorum to the bustle. No matter how urgent his affairs might be, a Melcene businessman was never so preoccupied that he did not have time for a friendly chat with one of his competitors. The snatches of conversation Geryon heard as they rode along the boulevards ranged in subject from the weather to politics to flower arrangement. The major concentration that morning, however, seemed to be centered on the price of beans. When they reached the north gate, the great sword strapped across Geryon's back began to pull at him. Despite Silk's critical look, Geryon had decided that he was not going out into the countryside without the sword. Zandramas had a way of leaving traps behind her, and Geryon definitely did not want to walk into one of them unprepared. As they passed through the gate, he nudged Gretchen forward to ride beside Silk.
"The trail seems to be following this road," he said, pointing up a broad highway stretching off to the north.
"At least it doesn't go across open country," Silk said. "The ground gets a little marshy in spots up here, and I hate to ride through the mud." Belgarath had said nothing since they had left Silk's house, but had ridden along with an irritated expression on his face. Now he came forward to join Silk and Geryon. He looked around to make sure that none of the local citizens were close enough to overhear what they were saying. Then he spoke to Geryon. "Let's go over it again, step by step this time. Exactly what did your friend say?"
"Well,"
Geryon replied,
"he started out by saying that all of the prophecies are cryptic in order to keep the information out of the wrong hands."
"That makes a certain amount of sense, Belgarath,"
Belden said from just behind them. "It might make sense," Belgarath said, "but it doesn't make things any easier."
"Nobody promised you easy."
"I know. I just wish they would stop going out of their way to make it difficult. Go ahead, Geryon."
Then he said that we were only 3 days behind Zandramas.
"That means that she has left the island," Silk noted. "How did you arrive at that conclusion?" Belgarath asked. "Melcena is a big island, but not that big. You can ride from one end of it to the other in 2 days. She might have gone on to one of the northern islands, but if there were 3 days behind her, she isn't on this one anymore." Belgarath grunted. "What else did he say?" he asked Geryon.
"He said that there's something else we have to do here, besides finding the trail, I mean."
"I gather he wasn't very specific."
"No. He explained why not, though. He said if he told me what it was, the other prophecy could tell Zandramas certain things she didn't know yet. That's when he told me that she doesn't know where the place which is no more is, and that the location's not in the Ashobin oracles.
Did he give you any clues at all about this task of ours?
Only that somebody's going to say something to us today that's very important.
Who?
He wouldn't tell me. All he said was that somebody was going to say something in passing that we shouldn't miss. He said that we should be alert for that kind of thing.
Anything else?
No. That's when he left.
The old man started to swear.
I felt pretty much the same way myself, Geryon agreed.
He's done as much as he can, Belgarath, Veldin said. The rest is up to us.
Belgarath made a wry face.
I suppose you're right. Of course I'm right. I'm always right. I wouldn't go that far. Well, first things first, I guess. Let's find out where Zandramos went. Then we can start analyzing every casual remark we hear.
He turned in his saddle. Keep your ears open today, all of you. And then he nudged his mount into a trot. A rider in sober blue galloped past, going toward the city with uncharacteristic haste. Silk began to laugh after the men had passed them.
Who was that?
Dernick asked. A member of the consortium, Silk replied gaily. It appears that Visconteska's called an emergency session.
Is this something I ought to know about?
Belgarath asked. Not unless you're interested in the market price of beans.
Will you keep your mind on what we are here for, and stop playing?
It was sort of necessary, Grandfather. Geryon came to his friend's defense. The Viscount stopped us in the street while we were looking for the trail. He'd have talked all day if Silk hadn't sent him off on a fool's errand.
Did he say anything at all that might be what we are looking for?
No, he just talked about beans.
Did you meet anybody else today? Share these little encounters with us, Geryon.
We ran into one of Brador's secret policemen. I'd imagine that his messenger is already on the way to Melzeth.
Did he say anything?
He made a few veiled threats, is all. I guess Emperor Zakath's a little unhappy with us. The policeman recognized me, but I suppose that's only natural. Silk was going to kill him, but I said no.
Why?
Veldin asked bluntly. We were in the middle of a busy street, for one thing. Killing somebody's the sort of thing you ought to do in private, wouldn't you say?
You were a much nicer boy before you developed this clever mouth, Veldin snapped.
Geryon shrugged.
Nothing ever stays the same, Uncle.
Be polite, Geryon, Polgara called from behind.
Yes, ma'am.
A black carriage rattled by. The team of white horses drawing it was moving at a dead run, and they were flecked with foam.
Another bean buyer?
Belgarath asked. Silk smirked and nodded. Dernick had been looking around.
I don't see any signs that this land is being farmed.
Silk laughed. Land in Melcena's too valuable to be wasted on farming, Dernick. The people here import all their food from the mainland. About all we'll find out here are the estates of the very wealthy, retired businessmen, nobles, that sort of thing. The whole countryside's one huge park. Even the mountains have been landscaped.
Well, it doesn't seem very practical,
Dernick said disapprovingly. The people who live on the estates spent a great deal of money for them, so I guess they can do what they like with the land.
Well, it still seems wasteful.
Of course it is. That's what the rich people do best, waste things. The green hills to the north of the city were gently rolling, and were dotted with artistically placed groves of trees. Many of the trees had been carefully pruned to accentuate their pleasing shapes. Geryon found this tampering with nature somehow offensive. It appeared that he was not alone in the feeling. Sinedra rode with a stiff look of disapproval on her face, and frequently made little sounds of disgust, usually at the sight of a well-trimmed oak tree. They moved into a canter, following the trail north along a road surfaced with gleaming white gravel. The road curved gently from hillside to hillside, and in level spots it frequently made wide bends, evidently for no other purpose than to relieve the monotony of long, straight stretches. The houses, set far back from the road, were universally constructed of marble, and were usually surrounded by parks and gardens. It was a sunny autumn day, and the prevailing breeze carried with it the smell of the sea, a smell Geryon found very familiar. He suddenly felt a sharp pang of homesickness for Eva. As they cantered past one estate, a large number of gaily dressed people crossed the road ahead of them at a gallop, chasing after a pack of barking dogs. The people jumped fences and ditches with what appeared to be reckless abandon.
"What are they doing?"
Arion called to Silk. "Fox hunting."
"Well, it doesn't really make any sense, Silk," Dernick objected. "If they don't farm, they don't raise chickens. Why are they worried about foxes?"
"It makes even less sense in view of the fact that the fox is not native to these islands. They have to be imported."
"Oh, that's ridiculous."
"Of course it is. Rich people are always ridiculous, and their sports are usually exotic and often cruel." Belden gave an ugly little chuckle.
"I wonder how sporting they'd find chasing a pack of Algroths, or maybe an Eldrak or two."
"Never mind," Belgarath told him.
"It wouldn't really take much effort to raise a few, Belgarath," the hunchback grinned. "Or maybe some trolls," he mused. "Trolls are great fun, and I'd love to see the look on the face of one of those overdressed butterflies when he jumped a fence and came face to face with a full-grown troll."
"Never mind," Belgarath repeated. The road forked at one point, and the orb pulled toward the left. "She's headed toward the ocean again," Silk noted. "I wonder what it is that makes her so fond of the water. She's been hopping from island to island ever since we started after her."
"Maybe she knows that the orb can't follow her over water," Geryon said.
"I don't think that would be her major concern at this point," Polgara disagreed. "Time is running out for her as well as us. She doesn't have the leisure for side trips." The road they were following led down toward the cliffs, and finally, the orb pulled Geryon onto a long paved drive that curved down toward an imposing house set at the very edge of a precipitous drop and overlooking the ocean far below. As they rode toward the house, Geryon loosened his sword in its scabbard. "Expecting trouble?" Silk asked.
"I just like to be ready," Geryon replied. "That's a big house up ahead, and a lot of people could be hiding inside."
The men who came out of the cliff-top villa, however, were not armed, and they were all garbed in purple livery.
"May I ask your business?" one of them asked.
He was tall and thin, and had an imposing mane of snowy white hair. He carried himself with an air of self-importance, that kind of air usually assumed by senior servants, accustomed to ordering grooms and maids about. Silk pushed forward. "My friends and I have been out for a morning ride, and we were struck by the beauty of the house and its location. Is the owner about, perhaps?"
"His lordship, the Archduke, is away at present," the tall man replied.
"What a shame," Silk said. He looked around. "I am really taken with the place." Then he laughed. "Maybe it's as well that he's not at home. If he were, I might be tempted to make him an offer for his house."
"I don't know that his grace would be very interested," the servant said.
"I don't believe I know his grace," Silk said artfully. "Do you suppose you could tell me his name?"
"He is the Archduke Otrath, sir,"
the servant answered, puffing himself up slightly.
"He's a member of the imperial family."
"Oh?"
"He's the third cousin, twice removed, of His Imperial Majesty Karl Zakath."
"Really? What an amazing thing. I'm so sorry to have missed him. I'll tell His Majesty that I stopped by the next time I see him, though."
"You know His Majesty?"
"Oh, yes. We're old friends."
Might I ask your name, honored sir?
Oh, sorry. How very stupid of me. I am Prince Kaldar of Dresnia.
The Prince Kaldar?
I certainly hope there aren't any others, Silk laughed. I can get into enough trouble all by myself.
His Grace will be very sorry to have missed you, Your Highness.
I will be in Melcena for several weeks. Perhaps I can call again. When do you expect His Grace to return?
That's very hard to say, Your Highness. He left not 3 days ago with some people from the mainland.
The white-haired servant paused thoughtfully.
If you and your friends would not mind waiting for a few moments, Prince Kildar, I will go advise Her Grace, the Archduke's wife, that you are here. Her Grace has so few visitors out here, and she loves company. Won't you please come inside? I'll go to her at once and tell her that you are here.
They dismounted and followed him into a broad entryway. He bowed rather stiffly and went off down a corridor lined with tapestries.
Very smooth, Kildar,
Velvet murmured admiringly. They don't call me Silk for nothing, he said, polishing his ring on the front of his pearl-gray doublet. When the tall servant returned, he had a slightly pained look on his face.
Her Grace is a bit indisposed at the moment, Your Highness,
he apologized to Silk. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Silk replied, with genuine regret. Perhaps another time, then?
Oh, no, Your Highness. Her Grace insists on seeing you, but please, forgive her if she seems a bit, disoriented.
One of Silk's eyebrows shot up.
It is the isolation, Your Highness,
the servant confided, looking embarrassed.
Her Grace is not happy in this somewhat bucolic locale, and she has resorted to a certain amount of reinforcement in her exile.
Reinforcement?
I trust I can count on Your Highness's discretion.
Oh, of course.
Her Grace takes some wine from time to time, Your Highness, and this appears to be one of those times. I am afraid she has had a bit more than is really good for her.
This early in the morning?
Her Grace does not keep what one might call regular hours. If you will come with me, please.
As they followed the servant down a long corridor, Silk murmured back over his shoulder to the rest of them. Follow my lead on this. Just smile and try not to look too startled at what I say.
Don't you just love it when he gets devious?
Velvet said admiringly to Sinedra. The Archduchess was a lady in her mid-30s. She had luxurious dark hair and very large eyes. She had a pouting lower lip and an ever-so-slightly over-generous figure, which filled her burgundy gown to the point of overflowing. She was also as drunk as a lord. She had discarded her goblet, and now drank directly from the decanter.
"And Skaldar,"
she hiccuped, trying to curtsy. Tzadi moved sinuously to catch her arm to prevent a disaster.
"Excuse me,"
she slurred to him.
"So nice of you."
"My pleasure, Your Grace," the eunuch said politely. She blinked at him several times.
"Are you really bald? Or is that an affectation?"
"It's a cultural thing, Your Grace," he explained, bowing.
"Oh, how disappointing,"
she sighed, rubbing her hand over his head and taking another drink from the decanter.
"Could I offer you something to drink?"
she asked brightly. Most of them declined with faint headshakes. Belden, however, stumped forward, with his hand extended.
"Why not?"
the grotesque little man said.
"Let's try a rip at me, girl."
For some reason, he had lapsed into Feldegast's brogue. Belgarath rolled his eyes ceilingward. The Archduchess laughed uproariously and passed over the decanter. Belden drained it without stopping for breath.
Very tasty, he belched, tossing the decanter negligently into a corner. But ale's me preference, your ladyship. Wine's hard on the stomach so early of a morning.
Ale it shall be, then, she crowed happily. We'll all sit around and swill ourselves into insensibility.
She fell back on a couch, exposing a great deal of herself in the process.
Bring ale,
she commanded the embarrassed servant.
Lots and lots of ale.
As your grace commands, the tall man replied stiffly, withdrawing.
Nice enough fellow,
the Archduchess slurred.
But he's so terribly stuffy sometimes. He absolutely refuses to drink with me.
Her eyes suddenly filled with tears.
Nobody wants to drink with me,
she complained. She held out her arms imploringly to Belden, and he enfolded her in an embrace.
You understand, don't you, my friend?
She sobbed, burying her face in his shoulder.
Oh, of course I do, he said, patting her shoulder. There, me little darling. 'Twill be all right again soon.
The noblewoman regained her composure, sniffed loudly, and fished for a handkerchief.
It's not that I want to be like this, Your Highness,
she apologized, trying to focus her eyes on Silk.
It's just that I'm so absolutely bored out here. Utrath has all the social grace of an oyster, so he's imprisoned me out here in the hinterlands with nothing but the booming of the surf and the screeching of gulls for company. I so miss the balls and the dinner parties and the conversation in Melcena. What am I to do with myself out here?
'Tis cruel hard, me darling,
Belden agreed. He took the small cask of ale the servant cringingly brought, placed it between his knees, and bashed in the top with his gnarled fist.
Would you care for a sup, sweeting?
He asked the Duchess politely, holding out the cask.
I'd drown if I tried to drink out of that,
she protested, with a silly little laugh.
Right ye are, he agreed. You there, he said to Belgarath. Get the poor girl a cup or something.
Belgarath scowled at his gnarled brother, then wordlessly fetched a silver tankard from a sideboard. Belden dipped deeply into the cask with the tankard, wiped off the bottom with his sleeve, and offered it to their hostess.
"'Ter ye good health, me darling,"
he said, drinking from the cask.
"You're so kind," she hiccuped.
Then she drained off about half the tankard with foamy ale spilling out of the corners of her mouth and down the front of her gown.
"We were very sorry to have missed his grace,"
Silk said, obviously a little nonplussed by Belden's rough and ready approach to a high-born, though tipsy, lady.
"You didn't miss a thing, Your Highness," she burped, politely covering her mouth. "My husband's a fat green toad with all the charm of a dead rat. He spends his time trying to decipher his proximity to the imperial throne. Kalzakath has no heir, so all the imperial cousins sit around waiting for one another to die and trying to cement alliances. Have you ever been in Malzeth, Your Highness? It's an absolutely ghastly place. Frankly, imperial crown or no, I'd sooner live in hell."
She drained her tankard and handed it wordlessly back to Belden. Then she looked around brightly, her eyes slightly unfocused.
"But my dear Prince Keldar," she said, "you haven't introduced me to your friends as yet."
"Oh, how terribly forgetful of me, Your Grace," he exclaimed, slapping his hand to his forehead. He rose formally to his feet.
"Your Grace, I have the honor to present Her Grace, the Duchess of Erat."
He held his hand out grandly to Polgara, who rose and curtsied.
"Your Grace,"
she murmured.
"Your Grace,"
the Archduchess replied, trying to rise but not quite succeeding.
There, me darling, Belden said, pressing down on her shoulder to keep her more or less in place. 'Tis early, and we're all friends. There's no need at all for us to be going through all those tiresome formalities.
I like him,
the noblewoman said, pointing at Belden with one hand and dipping out more ale with the other.
Can I keep him?
Sorry, Your Grace, Belgarath said. We might need him later on.
So grim a face,
she observed, looking at the ancient sorcerer. She grinned roguishly.
I'll wager I could make you smile.
Silk rushed on. Her Highness Princess Tsenedra of the House of Borun, and the Margravine Lascelles of Drasnia. The young man with the sword is known as the Lord of the Western Sea. Oh, it's an obscure title, I'll grant you, but his people are an obscure sort of folk. Geryon bowed deeply to the tipsy Archduchess.
So great a sword you have, my lord,
she replied. It's a family heirloom, Your Grace. I'm more or less obliged to carry it. The others have no titles they care to acknowledge, Silk said. They are business associates, and we don't worry about titles where money is concerned.
Do you have a title?
The lady asked Belden.
Several, me little darling, he replied in an offhand way, but none from any land ye'd be recognizing the name of, most of 'em having disappeared long ago.
He raised the cask again and drank noisily.
What a dear little man you are,
she said, in a smouldering sort of voice.
'Tis me charm, darling,
he replied with a resigned sort of sigh.
'Tis always been me bane, this charming quality about me. Sometimes I must actually hide myself to keep off the maids, overpowered with unreasoning passion.
He sighed again, then belched.
We might want to talk about that one of these days,
she suggested. Silk was obviously out of his depth here. He said lamely. As I was saying, we are sorry to have missed the Archduke.
I can't for the life of me think why, Your Highness,
the lady said bluntly.
My husband's an unmitigated ass, and he doesn't bathe regularly. He has wild aspirations about the imperial throne, and very little in the way of prospects in that direction.
She held out her tankard to Belden.
Would you, dear?
He squinted down into the cask.
It could just be that we'll need another, me darling,
he suggested.
I've got a cellar full,
she sighed happily.
We can go on like this for days, if you'd like.
Belgarath and Belden exchanged a long look. Never mind, Belgarath said. But never mind. You were saying that your husband has imperial ambitions, Your Grace? Silk floundered on.
Can you imagine that idiot as Emperor of Malloreon?
She sneered.
Half the time he can't even get his shoes on the right feet. Fortunately, he's a long way down the line of succession.
Geryon suddenly remembered something. Has anyone ever suggested anything to him that might have encouraged these ambitions?
I certainly didn't,
she declared. She frowned blearily at the far wall.
Now that you mention it, though, there was a fellow who came through here a few years ago. A fellow with white eyes. Have you ever seen anybody with eyes like that? It makes your blood run cold. Anyway, he and the Archduke went off to my husband's study to talk.
She snorted derisively.
Study? I don't think my idiot husband can even read. He can barely talk to me, but he calls the room his study. Isn't that absurd? Well, at any rate, that happened at a time when I was still curious about the oaf's affairs. I'd had one of the footmen drill a hole through the wall so I could watch and hear what that fool was up to.
Her lower lip began to tremble.
Not long after that, I saw him in there with the upstairs maid.
She threw her arms out tragically, sloshing ale on Belden.
Betrayed,
she cried.
in my own house.
What were they talking about? Geryon asked her gently. Your husband, and the white-eyed man, I mean.
White Eyes told my husband that somebody named Zenramas could guarantee him succession to the throne in Malzeth. That name sounds familiar for some reason. Has anybody ever heard it before?
She looked around, trying to focus her eyes. Not that I recall, Silk lied blandly. Have you ever seen this white-eyed man again? The Archduchess was busily trying to dip the last bit of ale out of the cask.
What?
She asked. The white-eyed man, Belgarath said impatiently. Did he ever come back?
Of course.
The lady leaned back and lustily drained her tankard.
He was here just a few days ago. He came here with some woman in a black satin robe and a little boy.
She belched modestly.
Can you give that little bell pull over there a bit of a jerk, my twisted little friend?
She asked Belden.
I think we've used up all this cask, and I'm still sort of thirsty.
I'll see to it at once, me darlin', the hunchback stumped to the bell pull.
It's so very nice to have friends about,
the Archduchess said dreamily. Then her head drooped to one side, and she began to snore. Wake her up, Paul, Belgarath said. Yes, father. It was a very light surge, but the tipsy noblewoman's eyes popped open immediately.
Where was I?
She asked. You were telling us about the visit of the white-eyed man a few days back, your grace, Silk supplied.
Oh, yes. He came in about dusk. Him and that hag in the black satin.
Hag? Silk asked.
She must have been a hag. She went to a lot of trouble to keep her face covered. Oh, the little boy was adorable, though. Reddish blonde curls and the bluest eyes you ever saw. I got some milk for him 'cause he was hungry. Anyway, White Eyes and the hag went off along with my husband, and then they all took horses and rode off. The toad, my husband, told me that he was going to be gone for a while, and that I should send for my dressmaker something about a gown suitable for an imperial coronation. I forget exactly. What happened to the little boy?
Zinedra asked in a very tense voice. The Archduchess shrugged.
Who knows? As far as I know, they did take him with them.
She sighed.
I'm suddenly so sleepy,
she murmured. Did your husband give you any hint about where they were going? Silk asked her. She waved her hands helplessly.
I stopped listening to him years ago. We have a small yacht in a cove about a mile from here. It's gone, so I think they took that. My husband was saying something about those commercial wharves south of the city.
She looked around.
Has that other cask of ale got here yet?
She asked drowsily. 'Twill only be a moment or two, me darlin', Belden assured her, in a gentle voice.
Oh, good.
You need anything more? Silk quietly asked Belgarath. I don't think so. The old man turned to his daughter. Put her to sleep again, Paul. There's no need, father, she replied. She looked rather sadly at the lush-bodied noblewoman, who had once again wrapped her arms about Belden's neck, burrowed her face into his shoulder, and was lightly snoring. Gently, the dwarfed hunchback disengaged her arms and laid her softly on the couch. He straightened her gown, then crossed the room, picked up a comforter from a divan, returned, and covered her with it. "Sleep well, my lady," he murmured, touching her face with one sad hand. Then he turned and glared pugnaciously at Belgarath. "Well?" he demanded, in the tone of a man ready to fight. "I didn't say anything," Belgarath said to him, wordlessly. Tinedra rose, went to the hideous little man, embraced him and kissed him on the cheek. "Well, what was that all about?" he asked suspiciously.
"I didn't say anything either,"
she replied, absently picking a few pieces of straw out of his beard and handing them to him. Chapter 6. As they emerged from the house, Geryon went immediately to Chrétien and swung up into his saddle. "What have you got in mind?" Silk asked him. "I'm going to stay on the trail," Geryon replied. "Why? All it's going to do is run down to that cove the lady mentioned, and then go out to sea again." Geryon looked at him helplessly. "I'd say that the best thing for us to do right now is get back to Melcena as quickly as possible. I have a lot of people working for me there. I'll saturate those commercial wharves with men, the same way we did in Gerard. Naradis won't be hard to follow." "Why don't I just take the orb and go down to the wharves myself?" Geryon protested. "Because all you will find out that way is which wharf she sailed from. We need more than that." Silk looked sympathetically at his friend. "I know you're impatient, Geryon. We all are. But my way is going to be faster, actually. My people can find out when Xandromas sailed, and where she was going. That's the thing we really have to know." "All right, then," Belgarath said. "Let's ride." They mounted quickly and rode at a canter back up the drive to the road. Then they went south toward Melcena at a gallop. It was about noon when they reached the north gate, and not long after that when they dismounted in front of Silk's house. They went inside, and on up the stairs to the sitting room. "Would you ask Vetter to come up?" the little man asked a passing servant as they entered the room.
"I want, Your Highness."
"I'd say we'd better pack again," Silk suggested, removing his businessman's robe. "As soon as we find out where Xandromas is going, I think we'll be leaving again." Tzadi smiled faintly.
"Poor Zith," he murmured. "She's getting very tired of traveling."
"She's not the only one," Velvet said a bit ruefully. "When this is all over, I don't think I'll ever want to even look at another horse."
There was a polite knock at the door, and Vetter opened it.
"You wanted to see me, Your Highness?" he asked.
"Yes, Vetter, come in, please." Silk was pacing up and down, his eyes deep in thought. "We have been looking for some people."
"I surmised as much, Your Highness."
"Good. We know that these people came to Melcena not too long back, and then they left again about 3 days ago. We need to know where they went."
"Very well, Your Highness. Can you give me a description?"
"I was just getting to that. There were 2 men, a woman, and a small boy. One of the men was the Archduke Otrath. Do you know him?" Vetter nodded.
"I can give our people an accurate description of him, yes."
"Very good, Vetter. The other man is named Naradis."
"I have heard the name, Your Highness, but I don't think I have ever seen him."
"You wouldn't have forgotten him. His eyes are totally white."
"He is a blind man?"
"No, but his eyes have no color to them."
"That should make things simpler."
"I thought it might. The woman's been going to some trouble to keep her face covered, but she'll be with the Archduke and Naradis. We have picked up the information that they may have sailed from one of the commercial wharves to the south of the city. Start out by concentrating the search there. Send every man you can put your hands on down there. Have them talk with everybody on those wharves. We need information, and we need it fast. Spread money around if you have to. I want to know when they left, on which ship, and where they were going. If the ship happens to be back in port, bring me one of the sailors. Or even better yet, the captain. Speed is essential, Vetter."
I will see to it at once, your highness. I will have several hundred men on those wharves within the hour, and I'll keep you posted about the progress of the search. Will there be anything else?
Sulk frowned. Yes, he decided. We came to Melcena, aboard one of our own ships. It should still be down in the harbor. Send someone to the captain and tell him to make ready to sail again. We will be leaving as soon as we get the information.
I will attend to it.
Vetter bowed and quietly left the room.
He seems like a good man,
Belden noted. One of my best, Sulk agreed. He gets things done, and he never gets excited. The little man smiled. I have heard that Braithor's been trying to lure him back. Oh, but I've got more money than Braithor has.
Belden grunted and looked at Belgarath. We've got some things to sort out, he said. Why is Xandromos saddling herself with this Archduke? This whole side trip of hers didn't make any sense at all.
Of course it did.
I'm sure you'll explain that to me sometime in the next week or so.
Belgarath fished around inside his tunic and pulled out a tattered scrap of paper. He looked at it.
This is it,
he grunted. He held the paper out in front of him.
Behold, in the days which shall follow the ascension of the dark god into the heavens, shall the king of the east and the king of the south do war upon each other. And this shall be a sign unto ye, that the day of the meeting is at hand. Hasten, therefore, unto the place which is no more, when battles do rage upon the plains of the south. Take with thee the chosen sacrifice and a king of Angarak, to bear witness to what shall come to pass. For lo, whichever of ye cometh into the presence of Thrag-Sardius with the sacrifice, and an Angarak king, shall be exalted above all of the rest, and shall have dominion over them. And know further, that in the moment of sacrifice shall the dark god be reborn, and he shall triumph over the child of light in the instant of his rebirth.
What a fascinating piece of gibberish, Belden said. Where did you come by it?
We picked it up in Tolmurgos, Belgarath shrugged. It is a part of the Grolum prophecies of Rakthal. I told you about it before.
No, Belden disagreed. As a matter of fact, you didn't.
I must have.
I'm sorry, Belgarath, the grubby little man said from between clenched teeth. You didn't.
What an amazing thing, Belgarath frowned. It must have completely slipped my mind.
We knew it was going to happen eventually, Paul, Belden said. The old boy's finally slipped over the line into senility.
Be nice, Uncle, she murmured.
Are you positive I didn't tell you about this?
Belgarath said a little plaintively.
There's no such thing as positive,
Belden replied automatically, it seemed.
I'm awfully glad you said that,
Belgarath said just a bit smugly.
Stop that.
Stop what?
Don't try to use my own prejudices against me. Where does this Grolum insanity put us?
Grolums obey orders beyond the point of reason.
So do we, when you get down to it.
Perhaps, but at least we question the orders now and then. Grolums don't. They follow instructions blindly. When we were in Rak-Urga, we saw the hierarch, Agachak, bullying King Urgat about this. Agachak knows that he has to have an Angarak king in tow if he is going to have any chance at all when he gets to this place of the final meeting. He is going to take Urgat, even if he has to drag him by the hair. Up until now, Xandromos has not bothered herself about the request.
Well, she must be planning to kill Zakath, then,
Dernick said.
And then put this Archduke on the throne in his place.
She won't even have to do that, Dernick. All you need to be called a king in Angarak society is a hint of royal blood, a coronation ceremony, and recognition by a major Grolum priest. Back in the old days, every clan chief was a king. It did not really matter that much, because all of the power was in the hands of Torak anyway. They all had crowns and thrones, though. Anyway, Xandromos is a recognized Grolem priest, or priestess in this case. Otrath is of royal blood. A coronation, spurious or not, would qualify him as the king of Angarak, and that would satisfy the prophecy. It still seems a little questionable to me, Dernick said.
This comes from a man whose people elected a rutabaga farmer as their first king, Belden said.
Actually, Fundor the Magnificent wasn't a bad king, Belgarath said. At least, once he got the hang of it all. Farmers always make good kings. They know what is important. At any rate, Otrath will be king enough to fulfill the prophecy, and that means that Xandromos has everything she needs now. She has Garen and an Angarak king.
Do we need one too, then? Dernick asked. An Angarak king, I mean.
No, we'd need an Elarn king. I think Garion qualifies.
Wasn't this complicated last time, was it?
Actually, it was. Last time, Garion was the Riven king, as well as the Child of Light. Torek was both king and god, and he was the Child of Dark.
Oh, it was the sacrifice, then.
Belgarath smiled affectionately at the good man. You were, Dernick, he said gently. Remember?
Oh,
Dernick said, looking a bit embarrassed.
I forget about that sometimes. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Belden growled. Getting killed is the sort of thing that might tend to make one's memory wander just a bit.
That's enough of that, Uncle,
Polgara said dangerously, putting a protective arm about Dernick's shoulders. Garion suddenly realized that not one of them had ever spoken with Dernick about that terrible time between the moment Zadar had killed him and the moment when the orb and the gods had returned him to life. He had the very strong feeling that Polgara fully intended to keep it that way.
She's completed all her tasks, then, hasn't she?
Zenedra asked sadly.
Xandromos, I mean. She has my son, and an Angarak king. I do so wish I could see him one more time before I die.
Die? Garion asked incredulously. What do you mean, die?
One of us is going to,
she said simply.
I'm sure it's going to be me. There's no other reason for me being along, is there? We all have tasks to perform. Mine is to die, I think.
Nonsense.
Really?
She sighed. Actually, Xandromos still has several more tasks, Belgarath told her. She has to deal with Irvan at the very least.
And Agachak, I think, Tzadi added. He wants to play too, as I recall.
Agachak's in Tolmurgos, Silk objected.
So were we, until some months back, the eunuch pointed out. All it takes to get to Malloreon from Tolmurgos is a boat, and a little luck with the weather.
Xandromos has one other thing she has to do as well,
Velvet said, moving over until she was beside Zenedra and wrapping her arms about the sad little queen.
Oh?
Zenedra said without much interest.
What's that? The prophecy told Garion that she still doesn't know where the place which is no more is. She can't go there until she finds out, can she?
Zenedra's face brightened just a bit.
That's true, isn't it?
She conceded.
I suppose it's something.
She said it, laying her head against Velvet's shoulder. Xandromos is not the only one with things left to do, Belgarath said. I still have to find an unmutilated copy of the Ashabin oracles. He looked at Silk. How long do you think it's going to take your men to find out what we need to know? Silk spread his hands. It's a little hard to say, he admitted. A lot could depend on luck. A day at the most, I'd imagine.
How fast is that ship of yours?
Garion asked him.
I mean, can it go any faster than it did when we were coming here?
Oh, not by very much, Silk replied. Melcenes are better shipbuilders than Angaraks, but that ship was built to carry cargo, not to win races. If the wind gets too strong, the captain's going to have to shorten his sails. I'd give a lot to have a Carrick warship right now, Geryon said. A fast boat could make up for a lot of our lost time. He gazed thoughtfully at the floor. It wouldn't really be too hard, would it? He suggested. He looked at Belgarath. Maybe you and I could put our heads together and— He made a kind of vague gesture with his hand.
Geryon, Durnick interrupted him. Even if you did have a Carrick boat, who would you find to sail her? I don't think the sailors here would understand what's involved.
Oh, Geryon said glumly. I hadn't thought about that, I guess. There was a light rap at the door, and Vetter entered carrying a sheaf of parchments.
The men have been dispatched to the south wharves, Your Highness, he reported. You suggested that the matter was of some urgency, so I took the liberty of posting couriers on fast horses to central locations near the waterfront. As soon as anyone gets news of any kind, the word should reach us here within 5 minutes.
He glanced at Sinedra.
I hope that will relieve some of Her Majesty's anxiety, he added.
Silk burst out, then controlled himself. He stared at his factor for a moment, and then burst out laughing.
How did you find out, Vetter? I didn't introduce anybody. Please, Your Highness, Vetter replied with a pained look. You didn't engage me in this position to be stupid, did you? I have maintained certain contacts with my former associates in Malzeth, so I more or less know who your guests are and what your mission is. You chose not to mention the matter, so I did not make an issue of it. But you are not paying me to keep my eyes and ears closed, are you?
Don't you just love Melcenes?
Velvet said to Tzadi. Tzadi, however, was already looking at Vetter with certain interest.
It may just happen that in time I'll be able to resolve the slight misunderstanding I presently have with my queen, he said delicately to Silk's factor. Should that happen, I might want to make you aware of certain employment opportunities in Stifistor.
Tzadi, Silk gasped.
Business is business, Prince Keldar, Tzadi said blandly.
Vetter smiled.
There are these few documents, Your Highness, he said to Silk,
handing over the parchments he carried.
As long as you are waiting, I thought you might want to glance at them. A few require your signature.
Silk sighed. I suppose I might as well, he agreed.
It does save time, Your Highness. Sometimes it takes quite a while for things to catch up with you.
Silk rifled through the stack. This all seems fairly routine. Is there anything else of note going on?
The house is being watched, Your Highness, Vetter reported. A couple of Rola's secret policemen. I imagine they'll try to follow you when you leave.
Silk frowned. I'd forgotten about him. Is there some way to get them off of our trail?
I think I can manage that, Your Highness.
Nothing fatal, though, Silk cautioned. The Raven King here disapproves of random fatalities. He grinned at Geryon.
I think we will be able to deal with the situation without bloodshed, Your Highness.
Anything else I should know about?
The consortium will make an offer on our bean holdings tomorrow morning, Vetter replied. They'll start at 3 points below market and go as high as 5 above it.
How did you find that out? Silk looked amazed.
I have bribed one of the members, Vetter shrugged. I promised to give him a 1/4 point commission on everything over 10. A bit generous, perhaps, but we may need him again sometime, and now I'll have a hold on him.
Oh, that's worth a 1/4 point right there.
I thought so myself, Your Highness. Vetter laughed suddenly. One other thing, Prince Keldar. We have this investment opportunity.
Oh?
Actually, it is more in the nature of a charitable contribution.
I gave at the office, Silk said with an absolutely straight face. Then his nose twitched slightly. It Wouldn't hurt to hear about it, though, I guess.
There's a very grubby little alchemist at the university, Vetter explained. He absolutely swears that he can turn brass into gold.
Well, now, Silk's eyes brightened. Vetter held up a cautioning hand.
The cost, however, is prohibitive at this time. It doesn't make much sense to spend 2 pieces of gold to get back 1.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so.
The little clubfoot maintains that he can reduce the cost, though. He's been approaching every businessman in Melcena about the project. He needs a rich patron to underwrite the cost of his experiments.
Did you look into the matter at all?
Of course. Unless he is a very skilled trickster, it appears that he actually can turn brass into gold. He has a rather peculiar reputation. They say that he has been around for centuries. He's got a bad temper and he smells awful. The chemicals he uses, I understand.
Belgarath's eyes suddenly went very wide. What did you call him? He demanded.
I don't believe I mentioned his name, Ancient One, Vetter replied. He is called Senji.
I don't mean his name. Describe him.
He is short and mostly bald. He wears a beard, though most of his whiskers have been singed off. Sometimes his experiments go awry, and there have been explosions. Oh, and he has a club foot, the left one, I believe.
That's it, Belgarath exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Don't be cryptic, Father, Polgara said primly. The prophecy told Geryon that somebody was going to say something to us in passing today that was very important. This is it.
I don't quite...
At Ashaba, Sorceress told us to seek out the club-footed one because he'd help us in our search.
There are many men with club feet in the world, Father.
I know, but the prophecy went out of its way to introduce this one.
Introduce?
Oh, maybe that's the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
It does sort of fit, Paul, Belden said. As I remember, we were talking about the Ashabine oracles when Sorceress told us about this clubfoot. She said that Xandromos has 1 uncut copy, Nahaz has another, and that this clubfoot has the 3rd, or knows where it is.
It's pretty thin, Belgarath, Dernick said dubiously. We've got time enough to chase it down, the old man replied. We can't go anywhere until we find out where Xandromos is going anyway.
He looked at Vetter.
Where do we find this Senji?
He's on the faculty of the College of Applied Alchemy at the University, Ancient One.
All right. I'll take Geryon, and we will go there. The rest of you might as well get ready to leave.
Grandfather, Geryon protested, I have to stay here. I want to hear the word about Xandromos with my own ears.
Paul can listen for you. I might need you along to help persuade the alchemist to talk to me. Bring the orb, but leave the sword behind.
Why the orb?
Let's just call it a hunch.
I'll come with you, Belden said, rising to his feet.
There's no need of that.
Oh, yes, there is. Your memory seems to be failing a bit, Belgarath. You forget to tell me things. If I'm there when you locate the oracles, I'll be able to save you all of the time and trouble of trying to remember.
Chapter 7. The University of Melcena was a sprawling complex of buildings situated in a vast park. The buildings were old and stately, and the trees dotting the close-clipped lawns were gnarled with age. There was a kind of secure serenity about the place that bespoke a dedication to the life of the mind. A calm came over Geryon as he walked with the 2 old sorcerers across the green lawn. But there was a kind of melancholy as well. He sighed.
"What's the problem?"
Belgarath asked him. "Oh, I don't know, Grandfather. Sometimes I wish I might have had the chance to come to a place like this. It might be kind of nice to study something for no reason, except that you want to know about it. Most of my studying has been pretty urgent, you know. Find the answer, or the world will come to an end.
Universities are overrated places, Belden said. Too many young men attend simply because their fathers insist, and they spend more time carousing than they do studying. The noise is distracting to the serious student. Stick to studying alone. You get more done. He looked at Belgarath. Have you got even the remotest idea where we are going to find this Senji?
Vetter said that he is a member of the faculty of the College of Applied Alchemy. I would imagine that's the place to start.
Logic, Belgarath? You? The next question that pops to mind is where are we going to find the College of Applied Alchemy?
Belgarath stopped a robed scholar who was walking across the lawn with an open book in his hand. Excuse me, learned sir, he said politely, but could you direct me to the College of Applied Alchemy? The scholar said, looking up from his book. The College of Applied Alchemy. Could you tell me where I could find it? The sciences are all down that way, the scholar said, near the theology department. He waved rather vaguely toward the south end of the campus. Thank you, Belgarath said. You're too kind. It's a scholar's duty to provide instruction and direction, the fellow replied pompously. Oh, yes, Belgarath murmured. Sometimes I lose sight of that. They walked on in the direction the scholar had indicated.
If he doesn't give his students any more specific directions than that, they probably come out of this place with a rather vague idea of the world, Belden observed.
The directions they received from others gradually grew more precise, and they finally reached a blocky-looking building constructed of thick gray rock and solidly buttressed along its walls. They went up the steps in front and entered a hallway that was also shored up with stout buttresses. I don't quite follow the reason for all of the interior reinforcement, Geryon confessed. As if in answer to his question, there came a thunderous detonation from behind a door part way up the hall. The door blew outward violently, and clouds of reeking smoke came pouring out. Oh, Geryon said. Now I understand. A fellow with a dazed look on his face and with his clothes hanging from his body in smoking tatters came staggering out through the smoke.
Too much sulfur,
he was muttering over and over again.
Too much sulfur.
Excuse me, Belgarath said. Do you by any chance know where we might find the alchemist Senji?
Too much sulfur,
the experimenter said, looking blankly at Belgarath. Senji, the old man repeated. Could you tell us where to find him? The tattered fellow frowned.
What?
He said blankly.
Let me,
Belden said.
Can you tell us where to find Senji?
He bellowed at the top of his lungs.
He's got a club foot.
Oh, the man replied, shaking his head to clear his befuddlement.
His laboratory's on the top floor, down toward the other end.
Well, thank you, Belden shouted at him.
Too much sulfur. That's the problem, all right. I put in too much sulfur.
Why were you shouting at him? Belgarath asked curiously, as the three of them went on down the hall.
Oh, I've been in the middle of a few explosions myself,
the hunchback shrugged.
I was always deaf as a post for a week or two afterward.
Oh. They went up 2 flights of stairs to the top floor. They passed another door that had only recently been exploded out of its casement. Belgarath poked his head through the opening. Where can we find Senji? He shouted into the room. There was a mumbled reply. Last door on the left, the old man grunted, leading the way. Alchemy seems to be a fairly dangerous occupation, Geryon noted.
Also fairly stupid, Belden growled. If they want gold so badly, why don't they just go dig it up?
I don't think that's occurred to very many of them, Belgarath said. He stopped before the last door on the left, a door showing signs of recent repair. He knocked.
Go away,
a rusty-sounding voice replied. We need to talk with you, Sinji, Belgarath called mildly. The rusty voice told him at some length what he could do with his need to talk. Most of the words were very colorful. Belgarath's face grew set. He gathered himself up and spoke a single word. The door disappeared with a shocking sound.
Now, that's something you don't see around here very much,
the grubby little man sitting in the midst of the splintered remains of his door said in a conversational tone.
I can't remember the last time I saw a door blow in.
He started picking splinters out of his beard. Are you all right? Geryon asked him.
Of course. Just a little surprised is all. When you've been blown up as many times as I have, you sort of get used to the idea. Does one of you want to pull this door off of me?
Belden stumped forward and lifted the remains of the door.
Well, you're an ugly one, aren't you?
The man on the floor said.
Well, you're no beauty yourself. I can live with it. Well, so can I. Good. Are you the one who blew my door in? He did.
Belden pointed at Belgarath and then helped the fellow to his feet.
How did you manage that?
The grubby little man asked Belgarath curiously.
I don't smell any chemicals at all.
It's a gift, Belgarath replied. You're Sinji, I take it.
I am. Sinji the Clubfoot, senior member of the faculty of the College of Applied Alchemy.
He thumped on the side of his head with the heel of his hand.
Explosions always make my ears ring, he noted. You, my ugly friend, he said to Belden. There is a barrel of beer over there in the corner. Why don't you bring me some? Get some for yourself and your friends as well. We're going to get along fairly well, Belden said.
Sinji limped toward a stone table in the center of the room. His left leg was several inches shorter than his right, and his left foot was grotesquely deformed. He leafed through several sheets of parchment.
Good, he said to Belgarath. At least your explosion did not scatter my calculations all over the room. He looked at them. As long as you're here, you might as well find something to sit down on.
Belden brought him a cup of beer, then went back to the corner where the barrel was and filled 3 more cups.
That is really an ugly fellow, Sinji noted, hauling himself up and sitting on top of the table. I sort of like him, though. I haven't met anybody quite like that for almost 1,000 years.
Belgarath and Geryon exchanged a quick look. That's quite a long time, Belgarath said cautiously.
Yes,
Sinji agreed, taking a drink from his cup. He made a face.
Oh, it's gone flat again. You there, he called to Belden. There's an earthenware jar on the shelf, just above that barrel. Be a good fellow and dump a couple handfuls of that powder into the beer. It wakes it up again.
He looked back at Belgarath.
What was it you wanted to talk about? He asked. What's so important that you have to go around blowing doors apart?
In a minute, Belgarath said. He crossed to where the little clubfoot sat. Do you mind? He asked. He reached out and lightly touched his fingertips to the smelly man's bald head.
Well?
Belden asked. Belgarath nodded. He doesn't use it very often, but it is there. Geryon, Fix the door. I think we will want to talk in private." Geryon looked helplessly at the shattered remains of the door.
"It's not in very good shape, grandfather,"
he said dubiously. "Make a new one, then."
"Oh, I guess I forgot about that."
"You need some practice anyway. Just make sure that you can get it open later. I don't want to have to blow it down again when the time comes to leave."
Geryon gathered in his will, concentrated a moment, pointed at the empty opening and said, "Door." The opening was immediately filled again.
"Door?" Belden said incredulously. "He does that sometimes," Belgrath said. "I have been trying to break him of the habit, but he backslides from time to time."
Senji's eyes were narrow as he looked at them.
"Well, now," he said, "I seem to have some talented guests. I haven't met a real sorcerer in a long, long time."
"How long?" Belgrath asked bluntly.
"Oh, a dozen centuries or so, I guess. A Grolem was here giving lectures in the College of Comparative Theology. Stuffy sort of fellow, as I recall. But then most Grolems are."
"All right, Senji," Belgrath said. "Just how old are you?"
"I think I was born during the 15th century, Senji replied. "What year is it now?"
5379,
Geryon told him.
"Already?" Senji said. "Where does the time go?"
He counted it up on his fingers.
"I guess that would make me about 3900 or so."
"When did you find out about the will and the word?" Belgrath pressed.
"The what?"
"Sorcery."
"Is that what you call it?"
Senji pondered a bit.
"I suppose the term is sort of accurate at that. I like that. The will and the word," he mused. "Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?"
"When did you make the discovery?" Belgrath repeated.
"During the 15th century, obviously. Otherwise I would have died in the normal course of time, like everybody else."
"You did not have any instruction?"
"Who was around in the 15th century to instruct me? I just stumbled over it."
Belgrath and Belden looked at each other. Then Belgrath sighed and covered his eyes with one hand.
"It happens once in a while," Belden said. "Some people just fall into it."
"I know, but it's so discouraging. Look at all of the centuries our master took instructing us, and this fellow just picks it up on his own." He looked back at Senji. "Why don't you just tell us about it?" he suggested. "Try not to leave too much out."
"Do we really have time, grandfather?" Geryon asked.
"We have to make time," Belden told him. "It was one of our master's final commandments. Any time we come across somebody who's picked up the secret spontaneously, we are supposed to investigate. Not even the gods know how it happens."
Senji slid down from the table and limped over to an overflowing bookcase. He rummaged around for a moment and finally selected a book that looked much the worse for wear.
"Sorry about the shape it's in," he apologized. "It's been blown up a few times."
He limped back to the table and opened the book.
"I wrote this during the 23rd century. I noticed that I was starting to get a little absent-minded, so I wanted to get it all down while it was still fresh in my memory."
"Makes sense," Belden said. "My grim-faced friend over there has been suffering from some shocking lapses of memory lately. Of course, that's to be expected from somebody who's 19,000 years old."
"Do you mind?" Belgrath said acidly.
"You mean it's been longer?"
Shut up, Belden.
Here we are, Senji said, and then he began to read aloud. For the next 1400 years, the Melcene Empire prospered, far removed from the theological and political squabbles of the western part of the continent. Melcene culture was secular, civilized, and highly educated. Slavery was unknown, and trade with the Angaraks and their subject peoples in Coranda and Alesia was extremely profitable. The old imperial capital at Melcena became a major center of learning.
Excuse me, Belgarath said, but isn't that taken directly from Emperors of Melcena and Malloreon?
Naturally,
Senji replied, without any embarrassment.
Plagiarism is the first rule of scholarship. Please, don't interrupt.
Sorry, Belgarath said.
Unfortunately,
Senji read on,
some of the thrust of Melcene scholarship turned toward the arcane. Their major field of concentration lay in the field of alchemy.
He looked at Belgarath.
This is where it gets original,
he said. He cleared his throat.
It was a Melcene alchemist, Senji, the club-footed, who inadvertently utilized sorcery during the course of one of his experiments. You speak of yourself in the third person? Belden asked. It was a 23rd century affectation,
Senji replied.
Autobiography was considered to be in terribly bad taste. Immodest, don't you know? It was a very boring century. I yawned all the way through it.
He went back to reading.
Senji, a 15th century practitioner of alchemy at the university in the imperial city, was notorious for his ineptitude.
He paused.
I might want to edit that part just a bit,
he noted critically. He glanced at the next line.
Oh, and this just won't do at all,
he added.
To be quite frank about it,
he read with distaste,
Senji's experiments more often turned gold into lead than the reverse. In a fit of colossal frustration at the failure of his most recent experiment, Senji accidentally converted a half-ton of brass plumbing into solid gold. An immediate debate arose involving the Bureau of Currency, the Bureau of Mines, the Department of Sanitation, the Faculty of the College of Applied Alchemy, and the Faculty of the College of Comparative Theology, about which organization should have control of Senji's discovery. After about 300 years of argumentation, it suddenly occurred to the disputants that Senji was not merely talented, but also appeared to be immortal. In the name of scientific experimentation, the varying bureaus, departments, and faculties agreed an effort should be made to have him assassinated to verify that fact.
They didn't, Belden said.
Oh, yes,
Senji replied with a grim smugness.
Melcenes are inquisitive to the point of idiocy. They will go to any length to prove a theory.
Well, what did you do? Senji smirked so hard that his long nose and pointed chin almost touched.
A well-known defenestrator was retained to throw the irascible old alchemist from a high window in one of the towers of the University Administration Building, he read. The experiment had a threefold purpose. What the curious bureaus wished to find out was, A, if Senji was, in fact, unkillable, B, what means he would take to save his life while plummeting toward the paved courtyard, and C, if it might be possible to discover the secret of flight
by giving him no other alternative. The club-footed alchemist tapped the back of his hand against the text. I've always been a little proud of that sentence. It's so beautifully balanced. It's a masterpiece, Belden approved, slapping the little man on the shoulder so hard that it nearly knocked him off of the table. Here, he said, taking Senji's cup. Let me refill that for you. His brow creased. There was a surge, and the cup was full again. Senji took a sip and fell to gasping. It's a drink that a Nadrak woman of my acquaintance brews, Belden told him. Robust, isn't it? Very, Senji agreed in a hoarse voice. I'll go on with your story, my friend. Senji cleared his throat several times and went on. What the officials and learned men actually found out as a result of their experiment was that it is extremely dangerous to threaten the life of a sorcerer, even one as inept as Senji. The defenestrator found himself suddenly translocated to a position some 1,500 meters above the harbor, 5 miles distant. At one instant he had been wrestling Senji toward the window. At the next, he found himself standing on insubstantial air high above a fishing fleet. His demise occasioned no particular sorrow, except among the fishermen whose nets were badly damaged by his rapid descent. That was a masterful passage, Belden chortled. But where did you discover the meaning of the word translocation? I was reading an old text on the exploits of Belgarath the sorcerer, and Senji stopped, going very pale, turned and gaped at Gerion's grandfather. It's a terrible letdown, isn't it? Belden said. We always told him he ought to try to look more impressive. You are in no position to talk, the old man said. You're the one with the earth-shaking reputation, Belden shrugged. I'm just a flunky. I'm along for comic relief. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Belden? I haven't had so much fun in years. Wait until I tell Paul. You keep your mouth shut, you hear me? Oh, yes, almighty Belgarath, Belden said mockingly. Belgarath turned to Gerion. Now you understand why silk irritates me so much, he said. Yes, grandfather, I think I do. Senji was still a little wild-eyed. Take another drink, Senji, Belden advised. It's not nearly so hard to accept when your wits are half fuddled. Senji began to tremble. Then he drained his cup in one gulp without so much as a cough. Now there's a brave lad, Belden congratulated him. Please, read on. Your story is fascinating. Falteringly, the little alchemist continued. In an outburst of righteous indignation, Senji then proceeded to chastise the department heads who had consorted to do violence to his person. It was finally only a personal appeal from the Emperor himself that persuaded the old man to desist from some fairly exotic punishments. After that, the department heads were more than happy to allow Senji to go his own way unmolested. On his own, Senji established a private academy and advertised for students. While his pupils never became sorcerers of the magnitude of Belgarath, Polgara, Tuchik, or Zadar, some of them were nonetheless able to perform some rudimentary applications of the principle their master had inadvertently discovered. This immediately lifted them far above the magicians and witches practicing their art forms within the confines of the university. Senji looked up. There's more, but most of it deals with my experiments in the field of alchemy. I think that is the crucial part, Belgarath said. Let's go back a bit. What were you feeling at the exact moment that you changed all of that brass into gold?
Irritation,
Senji shrugged, closing his book.
Or maybe more than that. I'd worked out my calculations so very carefully, but the bar of lead I was working on just lay there, not doing anything. I was infuriated. Then I just sort of pulled everything around me inside, and I could feel an enormous power building up. I shouted, "Change!" mostly at the lead bar, but there were some pipes running through the room as well, and my concentration was a little different than that.
You're lucky you didn't change the walls, too, Belden told him. Were you ever able to do it again?
Senji shook his head.
I tried, but I never seemed to be able to put together that kind of anger again.
Are you always angry when you do this sort of thing?
The hunchback asked.
Almost always, Senji admitted. If I am not angry, I cannot be certain of the results. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Well, that seems to be the key to it, Belgarath, Belden said. Rage is the common element in every case we've come across.
As I remember, I was irritated the first time I did it as well, Belgarath conceded.
So was I, Belden said. With you, I think.
Why did you take it out on that tree, then?
At the last second, I remembered that our master was fond of you, and I didn't want to hurt his feelings by obliterating you.
That probably saved your life. If you had said, "Be not," you would not be here now. Belden scratched at his stomach.
That might explain why we find so few cases of spontaneous sorcery, he mused. When somebody's enraged at something, his first impulse is usually to destroy it. This might have happened many, many times, but the spontaneous sorcerers probably annihilated themselves in the moment of discovery.
I would not be at all surprised that you've hit it, Belgarath agreed. Senji had gone pale again.
I think there is something I need to know here, he said.
It's the first rule, Geryon told him. The universe won't let us unmake things. If we try, all of the force turns inward, and we are the ones who vanish. With a shudder, he remembered the obliteration of Tuchik. He looked up at Belden.
Did I get that right? He asked. Yeah, fairly close. The explanation's a little more complex, but you described the process pretty accurately.
Did that by any chance happen to any of your students? Belgarath asked him.
The alchemist frowned. It might have, he admitted. Quite a few of them disappeared. I thought they'd just gone off someplace, but maybe not.
Are you taking any more students these days? Senji shook his head.
I don't have the patience for it anymore. Only about 1 in 10 could even grasp the concept, and the rest stood around whining and sniveling, and blaming me for not explaining it any better. I went back to alchemy. I almost never use sorcery anymore.
We were told that you can actually do it, Geryon said. Turn brass or lead into gold, I mean.
Oh, yes,
Senji replied in an offhand way.
It's really fairly easy, but the process is more expensive than the gold is worth. That's what I'm trying to do now. Simplify the process and substitute less expensive chemicals. I can't get anyone to fund my experiments, though.
Geryon felt a sudden throbbing against his hip. Puzzled, he looked down at the pouch in which he was carrying the orb. There was a sound in his ears, an angry sort of buzz that was unlike the shimmering sounds the orb usually made.
"What is that peculiar sound?" Senji asked.
Geryon untied the pouch from his belt and opened it. The orb was glowing an angry red.
"Xandromos?"
Belgarath asked intently. Geryon shook his head.
"No, grandfather, I don't think so."
"Does it want to take you someplace?"
"It's pulling."
"Well, let's see where it wants to go."
Geryon held the orb out in his right hand, and it drew him steadily toward the door. They went out into the corridor with Senji, limping along behind them, his face afire with curiosity. The orb led them down the stairs and out the front door of the building.
"It seems to want to go toward that building over there,"
Geryon said, pointing toward a soaring tower of pure white marble.
"The College of Comparative Theology,"
Senji sniffed.
"They're a sorry group of scholars with an inflated notion of their contribution to the sum of human knowledge."
"Follow it, Geryon," Belgarath instructed. They crossed the lawn. Startled scholars scattered before them like frightened birds after one look at Belgarath's face. They entered the ground floor of the tower. A thin man in ecclesiastical robes sat at a high desk just inside the door.
"You're not members of this college,"
he said in an outraged voice.
"You can't come in here."
Without even slowing his pace, Belgarath translocated the officious doorman some distance out onto the lawn, desk and all.
"It does have its uses, doesn't it?"
Senji conceded.
"Maybe I should give it a little more study. Alchemy's beginning to bore me."
"What's behind this door?"
Geryon asked, pointing.
"That's their museum,"
Senji shrugged.
"It's a hodgepodge of old idols, religious artifacts, that sort of thing."
Geryon tried the handle. "It's locked." Eldon leaned back and kicked the door open, splintering the wood around the lock.
"Why did you do that?"
Belgarath asked him.
"Why not?"
Belden shrugged.
"I'm not going to waste the effort of pulling in my will for an ordinary door."
"You are getting lazy."
"I'll put it back together and you can open it."
"Never mind." They went into the dusty, cluttered room. There were rows of glass display cases in the center, and the walls were lined with grotesque statues. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and dust lay everywhere.
"They don't come in here very often,"
Senji noted.
"They'd rather cook up addle-pated theories than look at the real effects of human religious impulses."
"This way,"
Geryon said, as the orb continued to pull steadily at his hand. He noticed that the stone was glowing redder and redder, and it was getting uncomfortably warm. Then it stopped before a glass case where a rotting cushion lay behind the dusty panes. Aside from the cushion, the case was empty. The orb was actually hot now, and its ruddy glow filled the entire room.
"What was in this case?"
Belgarath demanded. Senji leaned forward to read the inscription on the corroded brass plate attached to the case.
"Oh, now I remember. This is the case where they used to keep Thragxardius before it was stolen."
Suddenly, without any warning, the orb seemed to jump in Geryon's hand, and the glass case standing empty before them exploded into 1,000 fragments. Chapter 8. "How long was it here?" Belgarath asked the shaken Senji, who was gaping in awe first at the still sullenly glowing orb in Geryon's hand, then at the shattered remains of the case.
"Senji,"
Belgarath said sharply, "pay attention."
"Is that what I think it is?"
the alchemist asked, pointing at the orb with a trembling hand.
Thragyaska, Belden told him. If you're going to play this game, you may as well learn what's involved. Now answer my brother's question.
Senji floundered.
I'm not, he began. I've always been just an alchemist. I'm not interested in—
It doesn't work that way, Belgarath cut him off. Like it or not, you are a member of a very select group. Stop thinking about gold and other such nonsense, and start paying attention to what is important. Senji swallowed hard.
It was always just a kind of game, he quavered. Nobody ever took me seriously.
We do, Geryon told him, holding out the orb to the now cringing little man. Do you have any idea of the kind of power you have stumbled over? He was suddenly enormously angry. Would you like to have me blow down this tower or sink the Melcene Islands back into the sea just to show you how serious we are?
You're Belgarian, aren't you?
Yes.
The God Slayer?
Some people call me that.
Oh my God,
Senji whimpered. We are wasting time, Belgarath said flatly. Start talking. I want to know just where Thrag-Sardius came from, how long it was here, and where it went from here.
It's a long story, Senji said.
Abbreviate it, Belden told him, kicking aside the glass shards on the floor. We are a little pressed for time right now. How long was the Sardian here? Belgarath asked.
Aeons, Senji replied.
Where did it come from?
Zamad,
the alchemist responded.
The people up there are Karans, but they're a little timid about demons. I think a few of their magicians were eaten alive. Anyway, or so the legends say. At about the time of the cracking of the world, some 5,000 years or so ago.
He faltered again, staring at the two dreadful old men facing him.
It was noisy, Belden supplied distastefully. A lot of steam and earthquakes. Torak was always ostentatious. Some kind of a character defect, I think.
Oh my God, Senji said again. Don't keep saying that, Belgarath told him in a disgusted tone. You don't even know who your god is.
But you will, Senji, Geryon said in a voice that was not his own. And once you have met him, you will follow him all the days of your life.
Belgarath looked at Geryon with one raised eyebrow.
Geryon spread his hands helplessly. Get on with this, Belgarath, the voice said through Geryon's lips. Time is not waiting for you, you know. Belgarath turned back to Senji.
All right. The Sardian. It came to Zamad how?
It's said to have fallen out of the sky. Well, they always do, Belden said. Someday I'd like to see something rise up out of the earth, just for the sake of variety.
You get bored too easily, my brother, Belgarath told him.
I didn't see you sitting over Burnt Face's tomb for 500 years, my brother, Belden retorted.
I don't think I can
stand this, Senji said,
burying his face in his trembling hands. It gets easier as you go along, Geryon said in a comforting tone. We're not really here to make your life unpleasant. All we need is a little information, and then we'll go away. If you think about it in the right way, you might even be able to make yourself believe that this is all a dream.
I'm in the presence of 3 demigods, and you want me to pass it off as a dream? That's a nice term, Belden said. Demigod.
I like the sound of it. You are easily impressed by words, Belgarath told him. Words are the core of thought. Without words, there is no thought. Sanji's eyes brightened. Now, we might want to talk about that a little bit, he suggested. Later, Belgarath said. Get back to Zamad and the Sardian. All right, the club-footed little alchemist said. Thrag-Sardius, or the Sardian, whatever you want to call it, came out of the sky into Zamad. The barbarians up there thought it was holy and built a shrine to it and fell down on their faces and worshipped it. The shrine was in a valley up in the mountains, and there was a grotto and an altar, that sort of thing. We have been there, Belgarath said shortly. It's at the bottom of a lake now. How did it get to Melcena? That came years later, Sinji replied. The Korans have always been a troublesome people, and their social organization is fairly rudimentary. About 3,000 years ago, or maybe a little longer, a king of Zamad began to feel ambitious, so he assimilated Dvorsebo and started looking hungrily south. There were a series of raids in force across the border into Wrangel. Of course, Wrangel was a part of the Melcene Empire, and the Emperor decided that it was time to teach the Korans a lesson. He mounted a punitive expedition and marched into Dvorsebo and then Zamad, at the head of a column of elephant cavalry. The Korans had never seen an elephant before and fled in panic. The Emperor systematically destroyed all of the towns and villages up there. He heard about the holy object and its shrine, and he went there and took Thrag-Sardius, more, I think, to punish the Korans than out of any desire to possess the stone for himself. It's not really very attractive, you know. What does it look like? It's fairly large, Sinji said. It's sort of oval-shaped and about so big. He indicated an object about 2 feet in diameter with his hands. It's a strange reddish sort of color, kind of milky-looking, like certain kinds of flint. Anyway, as I said, the Emperor didn't really want the thing, so when he got back to Melcena, he donated it to the university. It was passed around from department to department, and it finally ended up here in this museum. It lay in that case for thousands of years, collecting dust, and nobody really paid any attention to it. How did it leave here? I was just getting to that. About 500 years ago, there was a scholar in the College of Arcane Learning. He was a strange sort who heard voices. At any rate, he became absolutely obsessed with Thrag-Sardius. He used to sneak in here at night and sit for hours staring at it. I think he believed that it was talking to him. Well, it's possible, Belden said. It could probably do that. This scholar grew more and more irrational, and he finally came in here one night and stole Thrag-Sardius. I don't think anyone would have noticed it was missing, but the scholar fled the island as if all the legions of Melcena were on his heels. He took ship and sailed south. His ship was last seen at the southern tip of Gandahar, and it seemed to be bound in the direction of the Delesian protectorates. The ship never came back, so it was generally assumed that she went down in a storm somewhere in those waters. That's all I really know about it. Belden scratched reflectively at his stomach. It sort of fits together, Belgarath. The Sardian has the same kind of power that the orb has. I'd say that it's been taking conscious steps
to move itself from place to place, probably in response to certain events. It's my guess that if we pinned it down, we would find that this Melcene Emperor took it out of Zamad at just about the time that you and Bare Shoulders went to Tol Mishrek to steal back the orb. Then that scholar Sinji mentioned stole it from here at just about the time of the Battle of Omimbre.
You speak as if it were alive, Sinji objected.
It is, Belden told him, and it can control the thoughts of people around it. Obviously, it can't get up and walk by itself, so it has men do the picking and carrying.
It's pretty speculative, Belden, Belgarath said.
That's what I do best. Shall we move along? We've got a boat to catch, you know. We can sort all of this out later.
Belgarath nodded and looked at Sinji. We have been advised that you might be able to help us.
Well, I can try.
Good. Someone told us that you might be able to put your hands on an uncut copy of the Ashabin Oracles.
Who said so?
Sinji asked warily. A Delesian seeress named Zeradis.
Oh, nobody believes anything the seers say, Sinji scoffed.
I do. In 7,000 years, I've never known a seer to be wrong. Cryptic sometimes, but never wrong. Sinji backed away from him.
Don't be coy, Sinji, Belden told him. Do you know where we can find a copy of the oracles? There used to be one in the library of this cottage, the alchemist replied evasively.
Used to be?
Sinji looked around nervously. Then he lowered his voice to a whisper.
I stole it, he confessed.
Does it have any passages cut out of it?
Belgarath asked intently.
Not that I could see, no.
Belgarath let his breath out explosively.
Well, finally, I think we just beat Xandramos at her own game. You're going up against Xandramos?
Sinji asked incredulously.
Just as soon as we can catch up with her, Belden told him. She's terribly dangerous, you know.
So are we, Belgarath said. Where is this book you stole?
It's hidden in my laboratory. The university officials are very narrow about people from one department pilfering from other people's libraries. Officials are always narrow, Belden shrugged. It's one of the qualifications for the job. Let's go back to your laboratory. My ancient friend here has to read that book.
Sinji limped toward the door and back out into the hallway again. The thin man in ecclesiastical robes had somehow managed to get his desk back where it belonged, and he set at it again. Geryon noticed that his eyes were a little wild.
We will be leaving now, Belgarath told him. Any objections?
The thin man shrank back.
Wise decision, Belden said.
It was late afternoon by now, and the autumn sun streamed down on the well-maintained lawn.
I wonder if the others have traced down Naradas yet,
Geryon said, as they walked back toward the College of Applied Alchemy.
More than likely,
Belgarath replied.
Silk's people are very efficient.
They entered the reinforced building again to find the halls full of smoke and several more splintered doors lying in the corridor. Sinji sniffed at the smoke.
Oh, they're putting in too much sulfur, he noted professionally.
A fellow we ran into was saying exactly the same thing, Geryon told him. It was right after he blew himself up, I think.
I've told them over and over again, Sinji said. A little sulfur is necessary. But put in too much and poof. It looks as if there's been a fair amount of poofing going on in here, Belden said, fanning at the smoky air in front of his face with one hand. This happens frequently when you're an alchemist, Sinji replied. You get used to it,
he laughed. "And you never know what's going to happen. One idiot actually turned glass into steel." Belgarath stopped. "He did what?" "He turned glass into steel, or something very much like it. It was still transparent, but it wouldn't bend, break, or splinter. It was the hardest stuff I've ever seen." Belgarath smacked his palm against his forehead. "Steady," Belden told him. Then he turned to Senji. "Does this fellow happen to remember the process?" "Oh, I doubt it. He burned all of his notes and then went into a monastery." Belgarath was making strangling noises. "Do you have any idea what a process like that would be worth?" Belden asked Senji. "Glass is just about the cheapest stuff in the world. It's only melted sand, after all, and you can mold it into any shape you want. That particular process might just have been worth more than all the gold in the world." Senji blinked. "Oh, never mind," Belden said to him. "You're a pure scholar, remember? You're not interested in money, are you?" Senji's hands began to shake. They climbed the stairs and re-entered Senji's cluttered laboratory. The alchemist closed and locked the door, then limped to a large cabinet near the window. Grunting, he moved it out from the wall a few inches, knelt and reached behind it. The book was not thick, and it was bound in black leather. Belgarath's hands were shaking as he carried it to a table, sat, and opened it. "I couldn't really make very much out of it," Senji confessed to Belden. "I think whoever wrote it might have been insane." "He was," the hunchback replied. "You know who he was?" Belden nodded. "Torak," he said shortly. "Oh, Torak's just a myth. Something the Angaraks dreamed up." "Tell that to him," Belden said, pointing at Geryon. Senji swallowed hard, staring at Geryon. "Did you really, I mean—" "Yes," Geryon answered sadly. Oddly enough, he found that he still regretted what had happened at Tol Mishrak over a dozen years ago. "It is uncut," Belgarath exclaimed triumphantly. "Somebody copied from the original before Torak had time to mutilate it. The missing passages are all here. Listen to this. And it shall come to pass that the child of light and the child of dark shall meet in the city of endless night. But this is not the place of the final meeting, for the choice will not be made there, and the spirit of dark shall flee. Know, moreover, that a new child of dark shall arise in the east." "Why would Torak cut that passage?" Geryon asked, puzzled. "The implications of it aren't good, at least not for him," Belgarath replied. "The fact that there was going to be a new child of dark hints rather strongly that he would not survive the meeting of Tol Mishrak." "Not only that," Belden added, "even if he did survive, he was going to be demoted. That might have been just a little hard for him to swallow." Belgarath quickly leafed through several pages. "Are you sure you're not missing things?" Belden asked him. "I know what that copy at Ashaba said, Belden. I have a very good memory." "Really?" Belden's tone was sardonic. "Just let it lie." Belgarath read another passage rapidly. "I can see why he cut this one. Behold, the stone which holds the power of the dark spirit will not reveal itself to that child of dark who shall come to the city of endless night, but will yield instead only to him who is yet to come." He scratched at his beard. "If I'm reading this right, the Sardian concealed itself from Torak because he was not intended to be the ultimate instrument of the dark prophecy." "I imagine that hurt his ego just a little," Belden laughed. But Belgarath had already moved on. His eyes suddenly widened and his face paled slightly. "For lo," he read, "only one who hath put his hand to Thragyaska shall be permitted to touch Thragsardius. And in the moment of that touch, all that he is, or might have become, shall be sacrificed, and he shall become the vessel of the Spirit of Dark. Seek ye, therefore, the Son of the Child of Light, for he shall be our champion in the place which is no more. And should he be chosen, he shall rise above all others, and shall bestride the world, with Thragyaska in one hand, and Thragsardius in the other. And thus shall all that was divided be made one again, and he will have lordship and dominion over all things until the end of days. Geryon was thunderstruck.
So, that's what they mean by the word sacrifice. Xandromos is not going to kill Geron.
No. She's going to do something worse. She's going to turn him into another Torak.
It goes a little further than that, Belgarath, Belden growled. The orb rejected Torak, and burned off half of his face in the process. The Sardian didn't even let Torak know that it was around. But the orb will accept Geron, and so will the Sardian. If he gets his hands on both of those stones, he will have absolute power. Torak was a baby compared to what he will be.
He looked somberly at Geryon.
That's why Saradis told you at Rayon that you might have to kill your son.
That's unthinkable,
Geryon retorted hotly.
Maybe you'd better start thinking about it. Geron won't be your son anymore. Once he touches the Sardian, he will be something totally evil. And he'll be a god.
Bleakly, Belgarath read on. Here's something. And the Child of Dark, who shall bear the champion to the place of choosing, shall be possessed utterly by the Dark Spirit, and her flesh shall be but a husk, and all of the starry universe shall be contained therein.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure, Belgarath admitted. He leafed through a couple more pages. He frowned. And it shall come to pass that she who gave birth unto the champion shall reveal unto ye the place of the final meeting, but ye must beguile her ere she will speak.
Sinedra?
Geryon asked incredulously. Xandromos has tampered with Sinedra before, Belgarath reminded him. We will have Paul keep an eye on her. He frowned again. Why would Torak cut out that passage? He asked with a baffled look.
Torak wasn't the only one with a sharp knife, Belgarath. That's a fairly crucial bit of information. I don't think Xandromos would have wanted to leave it behind. Do you?
That confuses the issue, doesn't it? Belgarath said sourly. I read a book at Ashaba that had 2 editors. I am surprised there was anything left of it at all.
Read on, old man, Belden said, glancing at the window. The sun's going down.
Well, finally, Belgarath said, after reading for a moment more. Here it is. Behold, the place of the final meeting shall be revealed at Kel, for it lies hidden within the pages of the accursed Book of the Seers. He thought about it. Nonsense, he burst out. I have read parts of the Malloreon Gospels myself. There are dozens of copies scattered all over the world. If this is right, anybody could have picked up the location.
They're not all the same, Sinji murmured.
What? Belgarath exploded.
Oh, the copies of the Malloreon Gospels aren't all the same, the alchemist repeated. I used to look through all those holy books. Sometimes the ancients ran across things that could prove helpful in my experiments. I've gathered up a fair library of that sort of thing. That's why I stole the book you've got in your hands. I suppose you've even got a copy of the Marin Codex? Belden said. Two, actually, and they're identical. That's the peculiar thing about the Malloreon Gospels. I've got 3 sets, and no 2 copies are the same.
Oh, fine, Belgarath said. I knew there was a reason not to trust the seers.
I think they do it on purpose, Senji shrugged. After I started running across the discrepancies, I went to Cal, and the seers there told me that there are secrets in the Gospels that are too dangerous to have out there for just anyone to read. That's why every copy is different. They've all been modified to hide the secrets, except for the original, of course. That's always been kept at Cal.
Belden and Belgarath exchanged a long look.
All right, Belden said flatly. We go to Cal.
But if we're right behind Xandramas,
Geryon objected. And that's where we will stay if we don't go to Cal. Behind her. Going to Kel is the only way we can get ahead of her.
Belgarath had turned to the last page of the oracles. I think this is a personal message, Geryon, he said in an awed sort of voice, holding out the book.
What?
Torak wants to talk to you.
He can talk all he wants. I'm not going to listen to him. I almost made that mistake once when he tried to tell me he was my father, remember?
This is a little different. He's not lying this time.
Geryon took hold of the book, and a deathly chill seemed to run up through his hands and into his arms.
Read it, Belgarath said implacably.
Compelled, driven even, Geryon lowered his eyes to the spidery script on the page before him.
Hail, Belgarion.
He read aloud in a faltering voice. If it should ever come to pass that thine eyes fall upon this, then it means that I have fallen beneath thy hand. I mourn that not. I will have cast myself into the crucible of destiny, and if I have failed, so be it. Know that I hate thee, Belgarion. For hate's sake I will throw myself into the darkness. For hate's sake will I spit out my last breath at thee, my damned brother.
Geryon's voice failed him. He could actually feel the maimed god's towering hatred reaching down to him through the aeons. He now understood the full import of what had happened in the terrible city of endless night.
Keep reading, Belgarath told him. There is more.
Grandfather, this is more than I can bear.
Read.
Belgarath's voice was like the crack of a whip. Helplessly, Geryon again lifted the book. Know that we are brothers, Belgarion. Though our hate for each other may one day sunder the heavens, we are brothers in that we share a dreadful task. That thou art reading my words means that thou hast been my destroyer. Thus must I charge thee with the task. What is foretold in these pages is an abomination. Do not let it come to pass. Destroy the world. Destroy the universe if need be. But do not permit this to come to pass. In thy hand is now the fate of all that was, all that is, and all that is yet to be. Hail, my hated brother, and farewell. We will meet, or have met, in the city of endless night, and there will our dispute be concluded. The task, however, still lies before us in the place which is no more. One of us must go there to face the ultimate horror. Should it be thou, fail us not. Failing all else, thou must reave the life from thine only son, even as thou hast reft mine from me.
The book fell from Gerion's hands as his knees failed, and he sank to the floor, weeping uncontrollably. He howled a wolf-like howl of absolute despair, and hammered at the floor with both of his fists, with tears streaming openly down his face.